Yes. Participant. Okay.
All right, call to order. Can we start the roll call, please?
We can. Mr. Tom Houston.
Here.
David Hume.
Here.
Greg Fiat. Sir. Shell Hart. Yes, sir. Jack Whipple. Here. All present.
You all stand for the pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hold on 1 second. Brenda, can you tell me who's on Zoom, please?
Sure. The engineer, Mr. Nugent from McIntosh, Tanner Adams with Mattamy, Tim Bramwell. And there is a phone number that starts area code 615, and I'm not sure who that is.
Okay.
But everyone should be able to mute and unmute as they need to.
Perfect.
Okay. Approval of meeting agenda.
Brenda, this is, sorry, I apologize, sorry, I was muted. I just want to introduce myself. Seti Zaire from MBS Capital Markets is here as well.
Seti.
Okay.
I'm moving through the agenda.
Well, wait, we need to.
No,
make
no, we
some
don't.
changes.
We do make some change. Always got to that, but I can cut them. So. We need to move, let's see. What's the first thing we need to move was the,
We can move Franklin
yes,
up right after approval of the meeting agenda.
okay.
And
There was the, which is a link bus stop requested at the high school.
yep, you can move that one,
There was one other one.
Carlisle.
Carlisle, so we can move that to 3, so we'll bring that to the top.
And then Premier's here as well, so we need to add, and they'll be moving forward. We'll put it on the agenda. But,
Okay.
it'll be under business matters, so I would move that up
Okay, that's fine.
as well.
Any other changes to the agenda? Motion approved.
Move to approve the changed agenda.
Second. Favor? Aye. Public comment period. Did everyone fill out the form? Ken, Zambito.
Yes, sir.
See if I can get this right.
How's everybody doing? I'm Ken Zambito. I'm the founder and race director of the Talent Celebration Marathon and Half Marathon. I just wanted to come and express my appreciation for everything that's been done by the CCD, D and Infomark, and in particular Franklin for his efforts this year to get the boardwalk back in good condition after the hurricane damage. So just want to say thank you. After this year, we will have donated more than $1 million, primarily to Osceola County students, our community groups, our high school groups and everything. So it's been a great success and no small part due to the opportunity to run the boardwalks and sidewalks of the town. So we just wanted to extend our appreciation. We had an envelope for Franklin, which was an undisclosed amount, so we don't have to call the IRS.
Thank you.
We got a picture if you have a place on the wall and I brought some, thank you, sir. We appreciate all your efforts.
Picture.
And Franklin, undisclosed IRS me $9,900.
Franklin can shake hands against you. Give.
Oh, okay.
Get the picture.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
Raise blankets, for the staff, for the
Thanks,
group
Frank.
members, and then if you guys have a place here to hang this, I'll give it to Mark because he's sitting right here.
Yeah.
And yeah, this box of blankets, so you guys can do it as you wish.
And Ken, thanks for what you guys do for the community with everything you guys have done. It's
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ken.
And we'll look forward to another successful event next year.
So, thanks.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Is the next one the high school?
We can do that one, sure.
I'm just making sure that's, okay.
Mhm.
That particular one, and then we'll get to the next request. That is regarding the Lynx bus over to the high school.
So are we moving 7I up now?
Yes.
It's actually, okay.
Yeah. Was somebody here to talk about that? Oh,
Hello, my name is Justin Siebold. I'm one of the assistant principals and the API behind Chris, which I think you guys know probably pretty well, the principal. So the Links Bus situation basically is that we have a lot of students right now that are not able to stay after school for tutoring or extracurricular activities simply just because of transportation issues. Parents aren't able to pick them up or whatnot. So we're requesting ultimately to have Links be able to put a bus stop down towards the entrance of the high school. So that would kind of help with some of our students that can't stay right now. Out of the 2,700 students that we have, it's only really right now about a fourth of that population, student population that participates right now in extracurriculars of any sort, whether that be, like I said, sports, arts, staying after school for tutoring, any of those things. So, we've been trying to really increase the amount of students to help with like the school culture, to get them to stay. But again, a lot of the reasons that we hear from students that we really need to stay are that they don't have the ability to stay because of transportation after school hours. So I think our argument is that a Links bus stop down near where the school's at will definitely help to help curb that a little bit and help kind of promote some of the things that we're trying to do on campus on a regular basis.
So in the past, when they had the Lynx bus that was there, the Lynx bus pulled into the high school. Is this after hours when the school is locked or the school's still open?
So the school is typically open with the gates open for, every single night, just about, until like 10 o'clock. Because there's always something going on. Our custodians are always there till 9, 10 o'clock at night every night as well.
I guess my point is that I don't know what bus stop was needed if they would just pull into the loop, which as they did before.
So yeah, that's the only question I have is whether or not the school district would allow them
Well, they did.
to do that.
They did for 3 years. That's my thing. So I think for something like that, it'd be interesting to see if Lynx would even do that because they ended it.
Just pulling into the straight bus,
That's what
to
they
the
did
bus,
before.
to the car.
They went into the no, it wasn't even the car loop. It was the bus loop.
Mhm.
That's where they pulled
Down the
in.
bus lane.
That's where all the kids were waiting.
Well, that's why I wonder if maybe they wouldn't do that now, it's just because of the congestion, and I don't know, but.
It really seems like it's not a
It's not a
celebration
CDD,
CDD issue.
Yeah, it would be a Lynx thing.
Yeah,
It was
Lynx-
something, what would Lynx?
Right.
Well,
They did it before.
the reason, yeah, Principal Todd sent me an email, the reason they asked the question was because if they were gonna put a bus stop, it would be on Verge. That's why he originally.
we
reached
would
out.
still have no.
Yeah,
It would
yeah.
not have anything to do with the
Links-
district.
Links would approach us
Yeah.
as opposed to the school to say this is what they're proposing and then they
Just a sign.
they can take it if they needed it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Right.
that would be the process. So we really
Yeah.
need them to say, this is the only
This is
option and we
right.
need this, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know why they ended it. A while ago, but I would only assume they're just not getting enough people.
I would assume,
So that's
the
it.
Links would, if ultimately if they were not gonna put it inside the school itself, they would need to contact you guys to say, hey, we're gonna put a stop outside on Celebration Boulevard. That's basically, is that
That's
essentially-
the process.
That's kind of the
But it's what Lynx, but it depends on what Lynx is gonna do.
It's ultimately up to Links to decide, hey, we're gonna put it outside or we're gonna be okay with coming inside the school again.
Do you know, has the district actually contacted Links to ask them the question yet?
They were waiting, so our person at the district was waiting to kind of see how this meeting went first, and then we're gonna contact him tomorrow and kind of fill him in with what's going on. with
Yeah,
next
I
steps.
think you would start with Lynx and find out if they're interested, because I know it dropped off because attendance drops, in
Yeah.
terms of people using it.
Okay,
It was big in the beginning and then people said, not forget it. And
got it.
What's the percentage of kids up to now that's been bused to the school opposed to Celebration residents? I don't know what it is.
That I do not know as far as,
If it's certified, they do it. If not,
we have, our bus lane is packed every single day from the entrance to the end. So it's a good portion.
yeah, that's what I thought.
It's a good portion of students that ride the bus every single day. But percentage wise, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you that off the top of my head.
Better running through the school lane, trying to make a U-turn out.
yes, absolutely, because there isn't.
Yeah, well, they could, with the bus lane, ultimately it would be the same route as the regular buses. They come in and then there's the automatic gate that they can go out, and that would be the same thing if they were gonna do that.
Right.
So,
Either way, I can't see making a U-turn on Celebration Boulevard.
So what I suggest is if they reach out to Links, I mean, if Links gets anything back where they need our involvement, I'll just have them.
Links will reach out to me.
Okay,
And I think Principal Todd's already got her contact information, or
Okay.
manager.
yeah,
But if we can just loop Angel into the conversation, if Links comes back and says they want to have a conversation with us, she'd be the
okay,
one to start with.
perfect. Sounds good.
All right,
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Next up, Julie.
First of all, my name is Julie Pino. I'm the president of Carlisle North. And some of my board is here tonight, or our board is here tonight. I want to thank CCDD for what they do. Jack has been very kind to us many times, and Russ, I can't say enough about him, and I've tortured him enough many times, and he's been
We all have.
excellent. I hear that, so I feel it's okay. So I'm not really prepared with a lot to say. I just want to make you aware that the parking lot on the North Carlisle, across from Columbia, is constantly full. We know it's a public parking lot, but it's constantly full with employees of the town. The issue that we're having is we maintain it. We don't mind maintaining it. We do all of the cutting and the cleaning and anything that has to be done except for the pavement repairs, which you guys have been so gracious to us, and some signage. But we're having issues now where the employees of not just Columbia, but all of the restaurants and things are taking over the parking lot.
Mhm.
My concern tonight is not for Carlisle. My concern is for Celebration residents. I'm asking a request to see if we can have it changed to Celebration resident parking. We all know there's an issue, right, with the parking in town. And now what's happening is I see that Columbia has put up a sign across the street that says visitor parking only, which now tells their employees that you can use the Carlisle parking lot. And it's just from 10 o'clock in the morning till 12 o'clock at night, it's all employees. So when we have resident affairs or functions, or we have visitors from Carlisle that are Celebration residents, no one can park there. It's been such a problem that we have our residents now starting to park behind their garages. And I have sent letters out and said, no way. I mean, we're actually going against our own people and saying, we're not going to let you do this because of the fire hazard, number one, and anybody trying to get in and out of their garages. So I'm also on the council for all condominiums in Celebration. And it's been brought up to me, Greg has been at a meeting, and we've spoken about it on the phone, and it's just a really big concern. We have had a homeless man in there with a knife that we had to have taken out. We've had many people from Columbia come in there and smoke and, do different things. I've had to go out and say, listen, you can't do this. Well, the parking lot is public. Yes, it's public, but you can't be near bushes and trees and buildings doing things like this. They've left trash. I mean, it's just become an issue. It's now 20 years after the fact of what happened there. I'm asking CCDD to help our residents of Celebration to get that parking lot to be Celebration residents, not Carlisle. I'm not even doing it for us. I don't care. We have parking lots. I've made it very, specifically and for my 82 units, even though we pay a lot of taxes and fees and whatnot, that we are going to work to get this done for Celebration residents. I don't know how you guys can help us, but again, it's become such an issue. And we don't have parking to begin with.
Jan will answer.
Yes, okay, my question is, because we're public, the CCD is public, it's a government. I think public's public, but
It's
I
a
want you.
public parking lot.
Right.
Yeah,
There's
public is
nothing-
public,
yeah.
anything the CDD owns is open to the public,
Yeah.
but the actual easement documents granting the legal right says that it is public parking and no charge, so
Right.
we cannot exclude.
Can't change it.
Okay, so there's no way we can, the deal was made with CCDD and Carlisle before there were residents in the property. I know that, right?
Yes.
So again, that being 20 years later, there's no room for, trying to work this out that we can help the residents of Celebration.
As I understand it, Jan, correct me if I'm wrong, CDD inherited it because it was originally designed to be, that whole area was supposed to be parking instead of the condominiums. My understanding was it was the county by the design guidelines said that because they were converting that then into condominiums, that they were going to keep it public parking. They just then turned to the CDD because we are the public board in town and said, you have to have public parking, but then, hey, CDD, you're gonna be in charge of it. Jan, am I capturing that right? Yeah.
That's pretty close.
So the decision to do it or not do it wasn't on this board. It was really on the county design piece.
Right.
And we just inherited it. So I don't even know,
Yeah.
even if we wanted to, I don't even know if we could turn that into other than public parking.
Well, the fact that it was inherited, isn't there something that we can do as a community going to Osceola County to try to do something with it?
Well,
Well, the CDD owns the easement, and as a government, we can't exclude the public. So we have to be able to allow the public to have.
Okay, so,
And the public is everybody. It's not
The public
residential.
includes employees and people that come to use the businesses.
I think you're just asking though, if they were to go to the county, would the county be able to allow us to lift the easement if we chose to do, I think that's. what
I
the
know it's
question
only
is.
20, I'm gonna
It's really
say
the county
maybe
that's
20
pushing.
spaces,
Yeah,
25
the
spaces.
county's not on part of, the county didn't grant the easement, so the county can't take it away. The county probably as part of the development approvals.
Right.
Said that there had to be at least so much public parking since they were taking away a certain amount of. public
And I think that's my question, because the development approvals specified a certain amount of parking.
You can't go back.
Whoever designed that has to be the one to come back and now say, hey, there's sufficient parking without that parking lot. We can't determine that because we don't do zoning.
And we only had 20 on that side. I would say it's maybe 20, 25. So my issue is, again, what can we do? Is there something that we could come up with as a community? Because we have 80-year-old people or 70-year-old people having to walk blocks to get to the functions when we have Columbia and these people coming in from 10 o'clock in the morning till 12 o'clock at night, who were young kids that could park anywhere. I
But-
mean, it's
Yeah,
not just it's
Keep
public
in
everywhere.
mind, though,
Yeah, they're-
the areas
Yeah.
behind all the buildings, all the restaurants and stuff, from day one, that's happened. That's happened in all the parking lots in the downtown area. Whether it be residents or work or people who work in those businesses, they've all parked there. It's not new, right? It's always happened. There really isn't, there isn't a way to restrict it. It's just the way it was designed.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So there's no room because it's residential area still, right? It's still residential area. And again, not for us, but for residents, we just tell our residents,
No, because that would make it.
sorry, there's
private.
nothing we
That
can
would-
do.
That would make it private.
That would make it private and.
If
If
it's-
it's,
it's
if
only
it's
makes
for
it-
celebration residents, it's considered private?
Absolutely, that's private.
Yeah, there are commercial people who are paying CCDD assessments.
Taxes.
Yes, so they are being taxed all.
Including the businesses
Yes.
downtown.
Well, you mentioned that, so that Columbia put a visitor only parking, where's that?
Where's that?
It's
at?
right across the street in their parking lot. So that was my other question. It's like, so you know,
It's
we're
the area.
right in the back,
Is-
right in the back of the Columbia. It says visitor parking
If it's
only.
in-
So why are they allowed that?
If it's in the back of Columbia, that's like.
That's Lexington.
Yeah.
You have to ask them.
So they're, but again, what they're doing is saying, so I understand what they want. They want their patrons to be able to park for them. But then when they push their employees over to our side, right, and it's all that, only employees. I mean, you could come any day of the week, Russ will tell you, Jack will tell you, and it's never anybody else but them. So they're kind of taking over it as an employee parking lot, and I understand what you're saying, it being public. But how do we help the residents of Celebration? Again, the biggest thing downtown is the parking, as we all know, right? I mean, I've suggested we take the
And-
basketball courts.
I understand that, but let's say for whatever reason, they don't park there, they could park all the way around the lines.
Right,
And
That's
they're
okay.
allowed to do that.
but I'm saying, so could
That's-
Columbia. They should be able to.
No, no, that's what I'm saying. The Columbia employees
Right,
can park all the way around Carlisle.
right.
It's public.
But that's a public street, that I understand.
That
Celebration
parking lot is
Avenue.
public as
public
well.
parking.
There's no difference.
Okay, I mean, I'm just bringing it up
No,
because.
I get it. It's just, that's just the way it's done.
So we know we have an issue with the parking, and I've suggested before that we take the basketball courts and put them into the recreation area and put 40 spots there for, people to park. I just feel very sad and disheartening that, we have an area that we can have our residents use, 20, 30 spots when we have these functions, and, to say that we can't do it without trying to think of a way to make it happen is a little disheartening.
I mean, the only way I'm hearing that it could happen is, and again, I think the county would have to be involved to basically rezone it because they're the ones saying parking is required.
NCC, I would think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we still have.
They're not-
they're not gonna do
that. Right, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they're not
I
gonna
mean,
take back.
The only other suggestion I make is, and I know you had mentioned to me, the concern about blocking the drive areas and coming out of parking spots. I mean, Jan, wouldn't that fall under our parking policy that we just set, since we do have an easement?
Mhm.
Then, I mean, there is a towing policy, so if you want to get in touch with Angel.
Yeah, we'll have to, is that one of the alleys that was included on there?
Well, we have our own
It's in
towing.
the contract.
CDD properties.
We have a contract with the towing company that if anybody comes in and parks behind our garages or
Right.
other spots, we tow them. We're doing.
Yeah, we have.
We have a
policy
towing
with the
policy as
CCD.
well. They have to contact, they can't just tow. They have to actually contact, us and let us know that there's
And
someone.
we have us
violating.
contact Bobby Velez, who's
Yeah.
our property manager before they do.
But I hate to ask the question, since it's a CDD parking lot, can they be towed with a private company off of our parking lot?
No.
No,
No.
Oh, well,
we do not.
Like,
Yeah.
well, that's my point. Like, in other words, if CCDD owns this parking lot, then what benefit do we get as Carlisle? Now I'm gonna
They
go
put
into
Carlisle.
Carlisle and
They,
say.
the benefit was they built Carlisle.
Yeah.
That's the benefit. That was the
But that
agreement
was
when they
before
did it.
anybody was in there.
It doesn't matter. That's exactly how it was set up.
They knew what the occupancy.
No, I'm
400
saying-
parking spots there.
That-
Right.
only-
But that's not our residents' problems now. That's not Carlisle's 82 units now. They pay $33,000 in CCDD dues and we pay Crow and, you know, all that. So I'm not again getting into that because that has to do with Carlisle. What I was saying was I was trying to do this for the residents of Celebration. Because I've been, you know, all of these condos all over town have come to me and said, why don't you try to get some parking for the residents so that when we come down there, there's a place to park? And I said, well, I'll go and I'll try. And I understand it's public, but you know, it's just, I mean, even event time, if we could put something up on the events and say,
We can't restrict it.
Yeah, we,
you know.
It's not private.
It's just, what bothers me is that the residents weren't there 20 years ago. That went between CCDD and.
That's what happens though.
And it's-
That's how the HOA was created. That's how the district was created. All the rules were set up before anyone moved here. And then that's it. That's how it works.
And so.
I don't know whether I agree or not. That's just
No, I'm
legally
asking,
how.
but over the years, when you've had to change how you did things, CCDD did things in town. And it was able to be done, whether it was cutting of the trees or whatever, don't we have any way?
Not in this.
Not in that.
Not in, there's
we
something
look
you
for the
can't do.
legal documents and title and all, and it is,
Yeah.
it is the way it is. We do understand your concern.
I mean, I don't think
We
it,
don't have an option.
All right, so,
yeah, it's not I don't think it's that the board's unwilling to do anything, just, there's nothing we can.
Can't.
okay, well, I'll just make sure everyone knows that because they asked me to do it and I came to do it. So my other question is, if there isn't anything we could do with that, I understand that the paving is being done on all the streets in town,
Just East Village right now. They haven't announced anything else.
but will CCDD be able to help us with that? With the paving of the parking lots then, since it's owned?
That's our responsibility.
It is your responsibility.
That is our responsibility.
Okay, because we've done it over the years. Carlisle has done that, because when it gets so bad, as you know, and you've seen Carlisle, our residents, we really keep them up. We spend a lot of money, we just spent $1 million on the property to make sure that we keep it up because, you know, we want it to be nice, obviously. So
When
we
you say
take a
you
lot.
do that, are you talking specifically on paving or general maintenance? What exactly is it you guys are doing?
Well, we do it all. We cut the trees, we do the cleanup. I have Bobby do the painting of the yellow part around it because CCDD didn't take over that in the beginning. I mean, they did in the beginning and then that was it. We don't care. We have the money. We will take it maintenance because we want to maintain well. But my question is, now that we had our SERS report done and we had to put $1 million into the building,
Mhm.
if there isn't anything we can do about the parking, that's okay. I'll just tell everybody what CCDD
I
said.
mean, if
Can we help with the
paving, do we have?
We don't
I'll
own,
have
we
to
don't
check.
own the parking lot. We own the spaces. We don't own the actual entire parking lot.
No,
That's the easy.
Yeah, we just got title back because the first title we ordered months ago.
So does that
was in
easement,
error Because of the condos being built after the easement, so
so does
they,
that easement give us any responsibility for any
Yeah.
form of maintenance?
I have to go back and look. I just wrote.
Yeah,
down to double
we're gonna
check.
look
Then
at
one
it.
is-
I don't believe we're responsible for paving or other maintenance, but we can look at the
Yeah, I
documents.
don't think so either, but I have.
well, I do have an agreement that I had looked at. And again, my question is, if in fact, who owns the parking lot then? Who owns the park? Because I know we own the back one. Who owns the front one?
They-
Carlisle owns one and one is a little bit questionable. I'm
Right.
still trying to get title.
Yeah.
So I was told
We have
that,
spaces.
yes, I was told that one point Carlisle owned it, another point that CCD owned it. Again, not important to us because we maintain it, as I said, and we will maintain it. But I was just wondering if the fact that now paving the roads and doing all that.
Not paving roads.
We're not.
The
county.
streets, the streets.
The county.
Okay, the county.
Yeah,
The
we're not.
county do it, sorry. So will they or can CCDD then, if nothing else, help us with recoding the parking?
We'll check the documents, I said, we just got title and
Yeah.
we'll check the
So
documents.
just so I clear note, Jan, if they own it, we have an easement, then we would not be responsible for maintenance. But if we own it,
It depends what it says in the easement.
Right.
Okay.
So we need to
There's
find that
easement
out.
language.
Well, I think I have I have an agreement, I could look at it, the agreement that was made in the beginning
okay.
with Issa and Carlo.
I mean, to your point, I want to make sure we're doing, if it's
Yeah.
our responsibility to be doing it, we should be doing
I'm
it.
just asking for help if we need it, and that's the whole basis of coming here to begin with. I really wanted to help the residents with parking because it's always a problem, as you all know. And we'll take care of what we have to take care of regardless. That's what we'll do. And the maintenance, I don't care, but I'm figuring we have to put all this money out for everything that we do. Isn't there some way that CCDD could help us with?
Well, that's what we'd
We
have
will
to
find
look
out
at,
and get.
and then we have to get the answer.
Okay,
That's a good question.
Have you talked to Lexon now about that sign?
I have not. I
That's,
don't feel I should have to do that. I should.
That's Lexi.
Well, that's,
Like that idea because that is encouraging the employees and their employees come in, as I said, every day. And when I catch them smoking or I catch them out there, they go right out and I say, listen, you
well,
cannot do
I'm
this.
just surprised that Mike Nunes has allowed that this is your only sign be placed up there.
I know. I think it's new. We were just discussing it, that we think it's a new sign up. And I don't like it because I feel like it encourages them then to come. They already do to begin with. And again, I just want you to know, if we have issues in that parking lot, I will not deal with it as far as, we had to call the police on the homeless guy. Or we had to call for the, I have to go up to these people and say, you can't smoke here or you can't be near the building. So I have no problem taking care of what we have to do. I just wanted to come and see if there was a way that we could help the community because so many people complain about this. We all know there's no parking. It's very sad. And I just thought, well, listen, if we can help and give you 20 spots, we'll go over and do it. If you're telling me no, it's no. But I'll take care of it the way I have to take care of it, public or not, because we can't have issues.
So, Jan, you just need to get that into the language.
I apologize, these are the language, I'm also checking on the title because there were some, I say the first title that came back was completely off.
Yeah.
And they've redone it.
That's not on.
Yeah,
the
it's been, the easement's been done like so many times. It's crazy.
yeah,
you know?
I'll let some find out what that is.
We have the
Yeah,
agreement.
that's gonna be on that.
We have everything.
I will follow up with Amy.
So anyway, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any way you can help us at any time, we would appreciate it. I mean, that little coding would be nice, and we, would have to do something like that. It would be nice. As far as anything else, we're good. But it's just, I want you to know, that we'll do whatever we have to do to maintain and then take care of it correctly.
Understood.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Angel, what next? What do we have next? Oh,
Is there any more public comments?
I don't know. Let's find out. Anybody
To
else?
the bond.
How about online?
It's mostly bond people.
Bond votes, okay.
So if we can move the bond,
Good. Bond financing matters.
Okay, go ahead. I will start for the bond financing matters. We start with the engineering report, and the engineering report lays out the project, which is the same quote project that was built through all of Celebration, stormwater, curbing roads that are then dedicated to the city, the same infrastructure that's been in place throughout all of Celebration. The engineer is online if you'd like him to give a brief summary, or you have a copy in your agenda.
So, quick question, James. This is the same
This is the same.
bond process we have done for every village in Celebration.
Yes, the first thing is you approve the project. Next is the supplemental assessment methodology. So the assessments match the bonds, so they're paying their share to cover all the costs of the bonds. And then there is a delegation resolution, which basically says, here's all the bond documents in substantially final form and delegates authority to the chairman to make any final modifications, revisions to the documents, and to sign the documents at closing. So those are the
is correct.
three parts of this. And then we have some other documents just to be approved that are documents that the CDD does to protect the interest of the CDD.
Really just need a motion for the bond
So,
delegation.
yeah, so, well, we usually do approval of the engineering report. Do you want further discussion or just were you all okay with reviewing it online?
And this looks like it's just for 2B, phase 2B.
Area two, trying to get it. No, there's two areas. Jim Nugent, are you on?
Oh, and three, sorry, and
You
three.
got two B and three? Yep, perfect.
Yes, I'm Angela, I'm on. There are three developments included in the Area 2 assessment. There's Celebration Boulevard portion that's within 2B, Phase 2B. There are the Phase 2B residential areas and tracts and associated roadways. And then there is the future Phase 3 development. They're included as Celebration Boulevard, Celebration Boulevard 2B and Celebration 2B are included in the portion in Table 1 of the initial development. And the future development covers the Celebration Phase 3, which is currently in design and permitting.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just as clarification, although the private lot areas, the lots themselves will not receive any bond funds. This is just for transportation improvements, potable water, reclaimed water, sanitary sewer, stormwater, and electrical lines.
So Jan, it may be later in your report, but and I realize it's a different topic, but in my mind, it's related. The note you sent us this morning on the bridge issue.
Yeah, that's separate.
Oh, well,
in the bond.
I get that. But I'm also not inclined at all to do a bond until Mattamy fixes this stuff. And I realize I may get glares of evil here that we can't do this, but
There's, yeah.
I'm not inclined to say yes on something that they've had that bridge open for 5 years. And we haven't gotten this fixed.
Yes, the last we had is it was an 8 to 10 week project. They started February 19th, I believe. So they are into the 6th week or so. So they're progressing and have expressed
something
willingness to complete it. They proposed that agreement, which I sent you all to look at. We don't recommend it. It's not necessary. They have to complete it in accordance with the bond documents from 2021.
And if they want,
Because I know I've talked to most of you, a little bit on that.
in my mind, if they want to bring this back up when that bridge is completed and that thing is released, I'm fine with that. I want to see this progress. I don't know what the impact is of us voting no, and I may be the only one voting no. I don't know what that means if we say we're not going to do it.
The impact would be costly. It'd be
Yeah.
construction delays because they'd have all their contractors have to hold, whether they'd hold their prices or not. It would be a significant cost to the developer.
Are they repairing the bridge right now?
Yes, I was down there
Okay,
today.
so I don't see that as an issue. I
Yeah, they're
think
on the
that's
conduit in, box it
bad
in.
business. If you were gonna hold
Yeah.
a threat, if they haven't begun working on it, if they're not working on it, I believe they mentioned that there's a target in April.
Yeah,
for them.
15.
Okay.
Yes.
And whether it's a few days after or not, they're in process of fixing it. If they weren't in process of fixing it, I agree. I just we pulled off on it.
How many dollars have we had to spend? How many hours have we spent of our staff and our lawyer to go out and do? And I got you. Like I said, I may be the only one voting no on this, but that's why I'm voting no on it because, and I will tell you, my frustration is seeing that note come through today after we've been asking and trying to work as nicely as we could to get the note that we did earlier today, trying to pin us into a corner of setting dates on the district. The district shall be responsive to these particular dates and these particular things, but leaving it completely open-ended to Mattamy. I'm sorry, that rubbed me the wrong way, whether they're fixing it or not.
Well, can we?
That is not a partnership conversation with
We
me.
make
That's
a
what
motion as a board to have some crafted language on Mattamy response to the completion agreement. I said the Celebration Community Development District Board has reviewed the proposed agreement for completion of the bridge improvements and respectfully declines to execute the document. It is the district's position that no new agreement is necessary. The outstanding items referenced are clearly identified defects that must be resolved under the existing terms of the maintenance bond. The district will come to hold the bond until all required work is completed, standard and accepted. We appreciate the intention of completing the scope of work and will coordinate inspection upon notice of completion and restore. Anyone disagree with that?
I was just gonna tell them, specifically in the bridge thing, I was just gonna vote.
These are separate issues.
Yeah, but they are, but.
We need to
For you, they're not.
So
We
that's,
need to discuss the
Well,
bond now and the separate
yeah, but-
issue later.
What do we need to vote on for the bond?
We need to accept
Engineer
the
report?
engineer report and the assessment methodology.
I move to accept the engineering report.
Yeah.
He seconds.
Right?
All in favor?
All opposed? No.
Or one.
The next thing is the assessment methodology report, and that's the report that takes the bond costs and allocates it among the homes in these 3 areas, that are covered by this bond issue. It follows the same methodology as the other reports and from our prepared in the same matter.
And I move to accept the assessment methodology report.
Try a second. Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. Number 3.
Yeah, next is the delegation resolution. Tim Bramwell is trustees counsel and he's bond counsel and he prepared this. This is a very standard resolution. It talks about issuing bonds for assessment area 2 project, principal amount of $7,500,000. There are certain findings required by law, the form of trust indenture, et cetera, parameters for the pricing of the bonds, approval of the major bond documents, which were all attached. That's why it was a 500-page agenda. And those have been commented on by most parties. Again, there may be some future changes that folks might want to put in once we get the numbers and we look at some of the final details. And that would delegate authority to the chairman, and if he's not here, the vice chair, to approve the final documents, approve any changes necessary for closing, and to sign the bond documents. Tim is on the line if you'd like to go through the various parameters and authorizations.
Sure, can you hear me? Make sure I
Yes.
got the right microphone selected, so.
Yeah, that's good, Tim. We hear you. This is resolution.
Yep, it's a resolution 2025-07. I'll give you a little background first too. Back in 2002, November 21st of 2002, the board previously adopted bond resolution number 2003-02, which authorized the issuance of special assessment revenue bonds in an aggregate amount not to exceed $284,635,000 pursuant to the master trust indenture. And also, pursuant to the master trust indenture that it also approved. The bond resolution and the master trust indenture were subsequently validated on January 10th, 2003. And through 2021, the district had authorized and issued 11 bond issues, issued under 11 supplements to the master trust indenture with an aggregate principal amount totaling approximately $155,140,000. This, as Jan summarized well, is delegation resolution 2025-07. Before you seeks to authorize an additional issue of bonds under the bond resolution in an amount not to exceed $7.5 million, and approve the principal bond documents relating to this series of bonds, including a 12th supplemental trust indenture, bond purchase agreement, and preliminary limited offering memorandum. The resolution authorizes the board to engage MBS Capital Markets as its underwriter for these bonds and authorizes the underwriter to market the bonds using the preliminary limited offering memorandum. Section 5 of the delegation resolution provides certain parameters so long as MBS's marketing of the bonds results in an offer to purchase the bonds that meets these parameters. Then the district's officers are authorized to enter into the bond purchase agreement in the form approved by this resolution. These parameters are summarized as we mentioned before, an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $7,500,000, and then net average interest costs on the bonds cannot exceed the maximum level permitted under Florida statutes, which is 300 basis points in excess of the bond buyer's 20 GEO bond index that'll be published on Thursday, March 27th. The third parameter is the underwriter's discount shall not exceed 2%. Fourth parameter is the bonds shall be subject to optional redemption not later than May 1st of 2037 without premium. And the final parameter is final maturity for the bonds not later than May 1st, 2057. Finally, the delegation resolution also approves a form of continuing disclosure agreement relating to these bonds. I think that's it. Does anybody have any questions?
Sure. What is the discount then on this one? You said a maximum of 2%. Is that what's charged?
No.
The MBS underwriter discount?
Yes.
Yeah, maximum 2%. I believe that's what was charged in their agreement.
That's correct. This is Seti Sayre from MBS Capital Markets. You approved our investment banking agreement, I believe, with Brett Seeley presenting it to the board. And that's what's stated in that investment banking agreement as well.
And that's current market.
What's the ballpark interest rate for the?
I said 5.75.
5.75.
Yeah, that's fair for right now.
Where is it? It is the 12th supplement. There's a lot of blanks that are not filled in. Is that something that we will have to tackle later after this?
Most of those are numbers that are filled in once the bonds are priced. Yeah. And they'll have the redemption dates and.
And then we will sign after those are filled in.
Yes, we don't sign till everything
Right.
is, yeah, basically the offering document will go out after a week or so. Then the bonds will be priced, and once that pricing information then sets redemptions and everything.
And those
else,
get filled in.
numbers Get filled in, and there's about a week between that and closing.
So these are pre-closed already?
No,
No.
not,
No.
we can't post anything until you all approve.
Okay, good.
Any other questions?
No,
All right.
Motion approved?
no, I move to approve resolution 2025-07.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay,
And then the last four, we can kind of wrap up in one, the true-up agreement, completion agreement, acquisition agreement, collateral assignment, and assumption agreement. Those are basically called the issuer docs, the entity, the CDD that's issuing the bonds. These documents, we started in the same form as the 2021 bonds that were negotiated with Mattamy. We had a few changes from all the parties, have them substantially final in what you saw. So we would look for approval. We did get some more comments in the last couple of days from Mattamy, which we don't really recommend. However, they've asked us to discuss those, so I will talk with Tom, but there's really nothing in there. I mean, our recommendation is to pretty much stick with the documents as they are in substantially final form that included information that you all wanted about the time period to get them done and some additional information to make sure we get things turned over. So we just look for approval of those four agreements.
motion approved?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Great. Thank you, everybody on the phone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Any other questions come up later on the engineer's report, I'll be happy to help. Hope you all have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay, next one, I'm looking at the regular one here, B, against Walter and Associates for rate increase.
Can we do Premier first?
Sure.
Prior to that?
Oh, no, we need to go back to minutes and send it.
Yeah, consent agenda and then third party, which I don't see anyone here.
Oh, my gosh.
Crowa.
We kind
Yeah.
of.
Maybe we're sitting around.
We did it all the water.
Okay.
I'm just here to say hi.
Oh, okay, all right.
Anyway, put him at the end.
Here.
Good evening. The first thing I'm gonna start with this month is gonna be the aeration. We had our fountain aeration manager stop out, go through all your current systems, do a very thorough once over. Was honestly kind of surprised. They were pretty rough shape. They are running, which is good news. But my guess is most of them haven't seen true maintenance in probably 2 or 3 years.
Some are brand new.
The newer ones you could tell, yes. But most of the systems that we can see, they all need rebuilds to the compressors, which it's all that's included in your maintenance contract. You don't have to worry about pricing on that. We're gonna rebuild it pretty much every single compressor out here for you guys.
Okay.
What we essentially do when we come up to these compressors, we have a vacuum meter that essentially says this is the PSI. The one that was in the best condition was still 20% under the manufacturer's minimum recommendation for a functioning system. Majority of them were at about 40% under. So the rebuild, essentially, you're rebuilding the pistons, allows them to actually operate effectively and efficiently. So, when you put in aeration systems, you want to make sure they're actually giving you what you're doing, because if you under aerate, you really don't get the benefit. You really need to hit the numbers you're looking for. So we're going to rebuild all the compressors. For the most part, one of the things we noticed, like on Lake Rhino, for example, you actually have 10 diffusers out there. You're only getting 7 up because you just don't have enough pressure. So we're going to go through, rebuild everything, get everything rebalanced. So I expect hopefully by the next board meeting, we've ordered all the parts, that you guys should see a tremendous difference in the amount of air coming out of your diffusers. So, That was the first big thing. Best you can tell, is it some regular wear and tear type of thing, or was it a bad install, or can you tell?
They're all installed fine. It's just just like your AC, right? There's air filters in there. There's little things like that. You know, you want to clear out debris so it doesn't suck anything in and get into any of the pistons and all that. All the air filters, they're little round. They kind of look similar to what you have in a standard AC. They have little ridges that the air passes through. They were so dirty that the vacuum of the compressors actually folded those back down. Most of the compressors, because of that, when you open those cabinets, they're pretty hot in there. Luckily, we didn't burn anything up. Fans are all mostly operational and running. It's also why some of them are a little noisier too, is because those piston cups, what it is, you have essentially a round disc that moves up and down, pressing air out. And there's a round stainless steel cup that runs through. As it wears over time, it starts to rub on that cup, making some squeaking noise. You know, the one on Lake Evelyn, for example, that's probably why we're hearing that noise out there. It's kind of a screeching noise that people are complaining about.
It's
So
not an owl. It was the owl.
it is most likely there. Yes.
Yeah.
So
So it looks like it's lack of maintenance, is really what.
Yeah.
They need to be checked regularly.
yeah, and so you know, we're gonna get you guys on a quarterly cycle, run through them. The filters get changed about every 6 months. Rebuilds, you want to be about every 1 to 2 years, for the most part. But so we're gonna get you guys up and running, operational. Everything should be much better moving
Are
forward.
there additional aerators required to maintain what we have?
To maintain what you have, no, you guys don't need to add anything to maintain what you currently have. Now, adding aerators to lakes that currently don't have aeration, that's a separate conversation. You know, based on what we're seeing this month with going into the lake maintenance, you know, there is significant algae regrowth. We continue to treat, but there's a lot of lakes, there's some lakes that are doing way better than others as far as regrowth. And luckily, if we stay on top of it, hopefully we keep it minimized. But you know, it depends on the board's quality long-term, what you want to look for, right? Do you want 100% control? If that's your goal long-term, because of not being able to use copper as the main algaecide, which is the most effective, you probably need to consider most of the proactive solutions, which aeration is going to be a big one. So I'm not saying you need to do every lake right now, but it's something you should probably consider long-term if that's what you want to go towards. 100% control is budgeting to have, you know, add so many systems a year as you move forward. There's also,
Well, I'm sorry, I just want to pull the thread on that, because and I realize, God bless you guys, are like the fourth vendor in 2 years that are coming in to try to clean this up. We've asked that question regularly, and I think it was 2 vendors ago who did the install. And what we got back was, hey, here are the ones that are clearly, if I remember his verbiology, we're in the red. These were the ones that, hey, an aerator is clearly going to make an impact. And he went into a long thing about how aeration really doesn't target algae, it targets a balance of the pond. You could still see algae, and aeration is not going to solve it. So I guess my question is, at what point, whether it's aeration or something else, where you say, hey, we may need it for other ponds? I'm not sure what that means. Do I really need it, or is it just a convenience thing that, hey, any pond could use aeration?
my big recommendation, it goes twofold, right? When we're using these herbicides that are not copper, they're a little more aggressive on fish, right? I know there's been a history of fish kills. Aeration can really help prevent that. That's one main reason. 2, it does help reduce the accumulation of nutrients, which my impression is most of your ponds are high nutrient. We're going to know more. I'm going to go into the lakes I was recommending for some of that nutrient testing that you have, including your maintenance. In my opinion, it, you know, all comes down to what you guys want to move forward with budget. Based on what we see on the nutrient testing, my guess is I'm going to recommend nutrient remediation before aeration.
Okay.
And the reason for that is going back to your point, I've installed probably 1,000 aeration systems. 75% probably do really well and provide good results. There's 25% where it doesn't do anything. So it's unfortunately there's never a guarantee with that.
Yeah, I think that's what we want to avoid. I mean,
Yeah.
you see, if there's something that has to be done, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But I don't want to go ahead and do 100%, and we're not getting the value out of it. right?
Yeah.
That's just-
I think from what I'm seeing, right, when you see these, you know, even the submerged vegetation that we're treating, we're getting good results. There is very rapid regrowth, which signals to me you probably have high nutrients, high phosphorus or high nitrogen. That's what the water testing is there for, to identify that. And there's steps that we can take. Now, there's always going to be, you know, we can set the nutrients back by doing nutrient remediation, but there's always going to be future loading. You know, your stormwater ponds, everything that goes into your streets eventually ends up in there, fertilizer, all the different organic materials. But we can do a significant reset. There's a lot of different phosphorus binders, a lot of different nitrifiers, if that's the case. Usually in Florida, it's almost 99% of the time phosphorus. So if it were me and my money, I would definitely look towards the nutrient testing first, see where we get there, and then I would go full scale there. It's all gonna be about how much phosphorus you have, in my opinion. That's where I would look at first. I'm not making any recommendations today to do anything until we see that water testing. At the end of the day, pretty much every lake in Florida, I've probably done dissolved oxygen profiles on 1,000 lakes as well. And I would say maybe 2 were never stratified, from my opinion. So it's almost a guarantee that your lakes are probably stratified at some point during the year, which is one of the main things that aeration does fix. It creates constant DO top to bottom year round. At the end of the day, not every lake needs aeration, going back to your point. So my recommendations are probably gonna be around nutrient remediation, but we gotta see the data first. It's all about how much phosphorus you have. We can make a scientific calculation based on the volume of the lake, how much phosphorus is actually in it, and then we can bind that phosphorus.
Jeff, you have a question?
No, I like the thought of nutrient testing and getting that done. I would hold off on aerators completely, because as we contemplate rebuilding the banks and stuff on these lakes and ponds and stuff like that, we're gonna be changing the whole shape of that lake. So I don't want to deal anything with aerators until.
You can also damage them. Say that we did this ton of time during heavy equipment.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and to that point, right, you guys have some aerators on some lakes where I think they probably did make a difference. And then there's some that definitely are aerated, and they're some of the problem lakes right now. You'll notice there's some of the ones that are on my list for water testing are ones that already have aeration, and you're not. You're still the problem children, if you will. So
Is it a practical, cost-effective thing to relocate aerators?
not really, no. I mean.
Yeah.
To an extent, if you abandon what's in the lake, because a lot of times once you put that weighted tubing down at the bottom, it's so buried in the muck. So like a good example would be SV12. That's a good example.
Which one's on?
That one.
What street is it on?
That's what
Since that was really wherever it is.
South Village.
It's South Village.
I got that one, that's for.
Both are right with this.
Right there.
Yeah, my shell size.
No, that's why.
That's
That's all the nutrients from your house.
Yeah. Big one behind the condos in Artisan.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a good handful that are already aerated that you obviously don't see the difference. So that's why I'm leaning towards that nutrient mitigation more so than aeration. Not to say there isn't some ponds we might want to look at depending on how things continue to progress. It's just too soon for me to give you really a very educated idea of, hey, this is what you should do. I want to make sure the district is using their money effectively. To
I
get
appreciate you
that
taking your time. I just wasn't sure if you had any conclusions yet. And the answer is no.
No, I the water testing because I believe my impressions are it's probably more nutrient issues than anything else. We gotta do water testing. It's not something I can see, unfortunately. What I see is the algae coming back rapidly.
Yeah.
The good news is the duckweed, which was one of the things that it's the little small little green things that look like little flakes. We've gotten, I would say, 95% control on that. The couple that we're still having some stragglers on, was primarily due to access. We need to get a boat out there, which I got the boat in the truck and I was out there until 4:30 today. So we hoping we're getting closer to 100% of the duckweed. Algae is, going to be ongoing if we continue to see regrowth. Most of the submerged, I'd say we're at about 80% collectively on all the ponds.
That's what I saw Russ's fishing pool.
Hey, Greg, Alex and I have spent a lot of time touring ponds. I think the plan was, let's wait 2 or 3 months, what's responding, what's not responding, and then it's how we prioritize what he was gonna test.
No, I'm gonna try to take the time on it, to Jack's point, if we're gonna.
Yeah, and in my report, I did have 10 lakes in there, on the management last page. Those are the 10 lakes I'm recommending. There's 3 others I'll probably, just from my knowledge, I'm probably I have a couple freebies built up with my vendors, so I'm gonna use them out here, for the nutrients. So I'm gonna add LV5, SV3, and LV8 to my list there. But the 10 lakes that I just listed there are the ones that I do recommend that we proceed with the water testing.
Tell me what page the pond report is on.
Yeah.
I can't find it in the.
It's still
500.
Sorry.
Somewhere in the 524 range.
Jeez.
I'm seeing Premier Lakes.
536. You missed.
Bingo.
Yeah. Getting there, a little slow. I got this. 528's got the map of.
Oh, yeah, looks at the map.
The only lake that I was potentially a little hesitant with the water testing, and that's just because of the cost that it would potentially be to do remediation on, was CV2E, which is Lake Reinhardt. Because of the size of that, if there is a large amount of phosphorus, the price tag to actually do remediation on it could be significant. But the reason I put it on there is because of the visibility of that lake. I know that's obviously a lot of people going in and out of there. Wanted to put it on there because it would be good to get a baseline, but I just want to be cognizant that is your largest lake out there. It could come with a large price tag depending on the amount of phosphorus in it.
And I mean, I think from my perspective, I mean, when you ask in layman's terms, hey, what's an expectation? For me, it's the reasonableness piece, right? I mean, it's Florida, there's gonna be
Yeah.
algae floating around. We've had ponds where you could walk across the lake and never get your feet wet.
He tried, by the way.
Yeah.
Failed.
Yeah, failed, yeah. But I don't think, that- at least there's not for me an expectation that every one of these things looks like glass. I just need them to be presentable and not stinking up the town.
Yeah, and I think we've made a tremendous difference in 2 months. I think we've reduced it greatly. The big thing is
Difference.
Yeah.
It is a big difference when I drive around. Wow.
glad to hear that. And the big thing for us now is you just gotta stay on top of it, right? That's the biggest.
Back here in 4 months, we'll see.
Yeah, you know, we don't know what summer's gonna be.
I've actually seen
RFP.
some blooms, in East Village and, on Waterside.
Okay.
Try to bloom.
Yeah.
And then a week later, I see a truck going by. I'm like, they didn't win, right? I mean, you guys won. It just pushed it back. So yeah, I definitely noticed the difference.
Good, glad to hear that. So, with that, I'm asking that for the board's approval to move it with these 10 lakes. I think it's the best 10 to go after, take a look at. Once we have the data, we can essentially, say, hey, here's the parts per billion you have of phosphorus, which then translates into how many pounds of phosphorus are in that lake.
What's the total cost on this one?
It's in the contract.
That's the water quality testing.
It's on that.
Yep.
Yeah, some of them are built into the contract.
I don't think we need to approve this. I think we just,
That's yeah, man.
let's just do it. Yeah.
What's the timeframe to complete?
So I believe Angel, you needed, because what we want to do is get the water quality testing done, get you the information of, hey, here's what it would cost to actually do the remediation. You
For
need,
the budget.
so when do you need the budgetary number?
We have our next budget workshop, on April 8th, but if you don't have it that soon, I need it before, May, the meeting in May.
Yeah, April 8th is gonna be too tight, because by the time we get it to the lab, they do take their
That's fine.
time to get that data. So I will definitely have numbers for you in May. Do you want the numbers in the form of a proposal for just to have, or
Yeah,
just a
That's
spreadsheet?
fine.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we can do that.
And the only other thing, and I think Carrie and I talked about it a little bit, was because we've had these installed for a couple of years. Carrie, I mean, if you can reassure us the regular checks, it's concerning to me that those got installed 2 years ago and I got it, our last vendor failed us miserably. But I need to count on staff checking on those too, to make sure that the vendor's doing the checks they're supposed to be doing. If they haven't-
So
if they were near broken and only 2 years old, then we weren't following up on the
Yeah,
last.
we have they check on this one here, their aeration guy came in, we talked about locations, which ones we'd have to look at. Alex and I looked at them when we toured together, so.
Well, I think it'll be easier now to check when they come in and just start going down to what you're saying.
I mean, if they're giving you a
Verify it.
report or pictures or whatever, I don't necessarily need to see them. I don't really care. I need you to have confidence that they're.
Part of the conversation the second month, I was asking about area maintenance. He's like, when do you want that done? And I'm like, I'd like you to look at them fairly soon.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the next week, your manager was out, so.
yeah, and to that point, right, when we do the revotes, you're gonna get pictures of all that being done, so that way you guys know. Yeah, Karen will get that, so that way you guys know there's evidence.
I'm going by his house. Yeah, and my mistake is your guy who handles aeration, I made the mistake of asking him a little bit about it. That was a mistake. I'm like, I think I gotta go.
Yeah, he is,
He definitely is well versed in it.
yeah, so we actually recently hired him. We've found an aeration tech, but he was the leader we decided to hire. He's been in this industry for about 15 years and he was formerly, most of your systems out here are Vertex, you have a couple Aquamaster, but he was formerly the general manager of Vertex in charge of all their manufacturing and quality improvement. So he knows your systems. He can take those compressors and take them down to the screws. So he's very, very good at what he does. And he's also a certified electrician, which adds a little bonus because if there is something further away the line, that he can diagnose.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wait,
Tom,
Thank you.
go ahead.
well, you might say the same thing I was gonna say.
Okay.
Well, you know what I'm gonna say then. All right, so another budgetary consideration is that there are ponds that are not on here that are CDD owns, and there are ponds that are on here that are being maintained that aren't CDD ponds.
Yes, we talked about that issue earlier this
Yeah.
week, last week.
The only pond that we've identified that we don't own is a crawl pond that Russ said has been maintained by the CDD from day one.
From day one.
Yes.
The one at the end.
We
Well,
have to look at plat,
Yeah, what I
and all of that stuff, sorry.
Yeah, and sort of asked was, we need the pond map to be updated to show property owner, so we know exactly who owns it per plat. Are there easements on the plat, so we know if we have access or not?
Do we at least know that the 10 he's talking about doing aren't in question of the fact that we own them?
Yeah, I think there's only one that's really in question. Mark and I and Russ and John went through all the ponds, all the maps.
Okay.
And just because we don't own it, it still may be on our permit and there may be language in the plat or something dedicating it to us for maintenance.
Okay.
So, yeah, we need to
Where
figure.
does this grow upon?
It's back at 14 feet.
Yeah.
A lot of.
Oh.
Yeah, I think,
I think those are enough.
Yeah, that's probably,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
and that one is not on.
Before he runs
Yeah.
off, can you move E up in the agenda? Because we've already talked about the fountain and I'm thinking,
All right, well, yep, we're getting to that, well, almost next. So that's the fountain in Lake Reinhardt.
Yes.
That is the one that, Isabel gonna go ahead.
It is-
And she's already ordered.
correct.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Alex and I already talked about maintaining it. We'll do this a proposal on what their cost is added to their contract.
Okay.
So
And also the second part of that is, Jan will need to do some sort of agreement because she's paying for the fountain to be put in.
So we'll need a.
The district's going to, basically acquire it and maintain it.
So that was my
So she's
question.
gonna donate the asset. and
Correct.
take it.
Correct.
That is correct. So we'll need a maintenance,
But what's in the agenda, the $21,000 quote is what she's paying. She's paying.
That's
So,
right.
okay.
that's cost the district nothing. The only
Just
thing.
want to
that-
make sure what I was reading to them. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, she already made a partial down payment. It's been ordered. We're waiting to receive it.
Wow.
We just wanted to confirm, we've already talked about this, but we wanted to confirm and make sure everybody was on the same page that we are taking over the maintenance of it. And Carrie already had that, talk with.
Yeah, Alex and I.
with
Good.
Chris.
So, yeah, my only question is gonna be, if you're familiar with the model, the type that we're getting, and you agree to maintain it, then we're good.
Not a problem.
They got on it.
And then Jan to do the.
Your statue's underwater.
That's it.
You have to go under to see the water.
It's not jumping all over the agenda. I'll ask one question about Mark's report, because what he came up with on the bank restoration piece was there were a lot of areas he couldn't access. Does him having a boat provide you access? There's something that can be worked out there?
More of a survey crew if you want.
Yeah, I think a survey crew would be
Okay.
most appropriate.
I didn't want to steal your thunder of whatever recommendations you had. I just, before he left, I didn't know if that was a thing.
Do we have a spec sheet on that pump and do we know that we have the power to run that pump?
I'm sure yes now.
I'll get it for you.
It's 5 horsepower.
Yeah, I know it was a Casco, which we're a distributor for Casco, so if there's any ever need for parts. anything like that.
You just gotta keep the hamster going.
Jack's gonna run the wheel.
Yeah, assuming you guys are acquiring the asset, you know, you have a warranty on your, I gotta double check for the 5 horsepower because they vary based on size. You should have pump and motor, 3 to 5 year warranty. Lights are typically either 1 or 2, depending what kind of lights they did. So most everything on that fountain should be under warranty for at least 1 to 2 years. And then some 3 to 5.
And one thing to add on the schematic, it is positioned right at the end of Market Street. You know, it's in the middle of the lake, so everything's aligned.
Yeah.
It's not,
It's not.
no. It is lit, but it's lit with white lights only. I didn't want to get like, oh, you can go ahead and switch the, you know, I don't want to do that.
The problem is too, the remote control itself. Typically, if you put them out far enough into the lake, the remote doesn't reach, so you need somebody to go out there.
I mean, whenever you start saying, hey, we can get really, oh, no. This is where it's gonna go south.
Yeah.
It'll light up for that one Christmas season and then right after that.
And that's the expectation.
Yeah, right.
Don't forget the hands, right?
All right. All right. Anything else? For that? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in. You're very welcome.
Once Jan does the agreement,
I'm gonna go back to that. So
Peter can sign it.
we got thrown off because the homeowner comment period was really items in the agenda. Which they fill out the form, which is comment. So
But thank you.
we do need to go back to the consent agenda for the minutes of February 25th.
Yeah, move to approve these, you know, the consent agenda.
Second.
Now you're in hands.
We didn't do third party reports, so
There's no one here.
There was no one here.
Carlos not gonna be here.
He's just observing.
Yeah.
You missed that.
He didn't introduce himself.
I would like to talk.
Thanks, Heath, so then. Hello, my name is Bill Long. I was recently voted in as one of the two new Crow directors. Thank you, thank you.
Sorry.
Or sorry.
When you win and here, it's like, absolutely no.
Tomorrow night, it'll be my first public board meeting. It's gonna be fun, so. I think there's gonna be something about trees talked about, maybe a tree that.
I'm busy, Warren.
It wasn't your tree, so that's the good part.
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
So I am the treasurer for this term, tech committee and CCD liaison, so I will be attending as many meetings as I can. If you have any questions or anything you'd like to pass along, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
No sheriff.
no sheriff.
Can we at least have a rundown of what did happen with the sheriff?
Or what did? Sure. You
Are
want
you
to
doing that now or?
Oh, is that something so?
We got
Under liaisons.
liaisons.
Stop trying to jump around the agenda, Dave.
I wasn't, it wasn't in the, it just.
It says liaisons.
That's where you provide, all of you
All right,
provide.
so I
And
see,
the sooner we get there, the better.
I see we're at 7B.
Yes. Request for Hanson Walter and Associates for rate increase.
So Mark sent that in. Karen, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the discussion comes from Mark.
Yeah, so appreciate you guys entertaining this motion, or review and discussion. Submitted a letter and our current rates, as the letter kind of outlined, we've been operating under our same rates for the past 22 years. So shame on us for not coming to you at least 2 or 3
That
times.
sounds
in the last
familiar.
20 years. So, we've presented the existing rates, and I've actually got an updated letter here. When I asked the county, I said, I need what we're currently billing and what our current rates are. There was some extra categories in there that didn't really apply and some miscellaneous expenses that weren't included. So I do have an updated letter, should the board choose to take any sort of action tonight. So I can go ahead and pass out, but.
Does it change the rates that are in here? Or is that-
No,
Okay,
rates
just the
that
cover
were-
letter itself.
Yeah, we took a couple out,
Okay.
and then, we passed those things, yes.
Does the rate stay the same?
Rates that we took a couple categories out and then added some expense, for prints and some consultant services that weren't in the prior, pretty much the same letter. Need of, hourly rate table. So, and we could discuss in-house, a lot of engineers will kind of build in an annual increase, whether it's 2-3%. If we elected not to do that, we just keep it simple for now.
Just wait another 22 years.
Yeah, it may be.
So you were here 22 years ago.
Which one are you
Are you the principal?
No, I'd be, project manager.
And what other ones? I mean, I'm just trying to think in the past 5 years, I'm trying to think of else.
It's really primarily project manager, engineer, sometimes construction manager, and then surveying, surveying, grading, frequent publication when you come
You're
in.
not the engineer under there as well?
No.
Who's the engineer?
It can vary. It's either Ronell in our office. Pete is kind of half and half, sometimes construction manager versus engineer. Pedro. People that you don't really see.
So ahead, Henry, do you have a question?
I have a comment.
Oh, okay, well, because with these things, you always do. This is why I defer to you. You.
Yeah,
Well, I have a comment.
Well, go ahead, Joe.
No, I think that, I haven't been here very long, obviously, but appreciate what you've done for 22 years. My thing is with all that's happened, doing this to reassessing compensation over time with the rising costs, I think doing this all at once is a non-starter for me. I would propose the year 1, 2, 3, 4 increase to get everybody up to the rack rates, because I'm not necessarily in disagreement with what you're saying here based on my experience in these type fees. But having a structured approach and phased approach over several years would be wiser as we go into the budget season, knowing we're a little behind the 8 ball. That would be my approach with it. But certainly appreciate where you're coming from. I do think it needs to be phased and a suggestion of how you do it year 1, 2, 3, 4.
and Alex, you go one step further, because I'm nothing if not consistent, which is, I don't agree with. And you want to finish my sentence?
That's okay.
First of all, first of all.
You see why I went to him first?
Candy away.
Yeah, I don't deserve it anymore.
Don't deserve it.
He didn't deserve it.
Well, Mike, I have a philosophy that goes unblemished at this point, that is I really don't want to have sole sourcing, and at certain milestones, you need to bid everything out. So we haven't done this in 20-something years. Care who the vendor is, we need to go through a bid process.
And I had asked Carrie that exact question and, twofold. And one, I didn't ask you. One was, yes, it said there were other competitors that could do this. Two, what's your impression, or what's staff's impression of the new rates? Are these in line with what we would expect if we went out to an RFP?
What is the new rate on there? I can tell you.
It depends on which one.
Well, Mark is the predominant one. He said the project manager's
We
going
might as well pick that one.
105 to 200.
I mean, to be fair, that for a project manager, I mean, most of my districts, I have an engineer. And they attend the meetings, they do all of this stuff, but for a project manager, $200 is low.
Yeah, was my.
It's usually about
Okay.
$325. But again, that's just my experience. But I deal mainly with engineers. We don't really have a project manager that comes to the meetings. Ours are engineers, so it's a little bit even higher than that.
And I appreciate Dave's comment. I'm trying to remember because the threshold typically is what, 180 something.
You don't do a formal
On
RFP,
services.
professional
The
service.
request
That
for
was my question,
qualifications.
okay.
Mhm.
No, we can.
We can, not to say we can't, you just, I didn't know if we were at a threshold.
We do
had
that
to.
for everything.
Right.
The goal is always to get multiple bids, but when I say a formal RFP is not needed for professional services, because you would still want to get multiple qualifications from anybody, but it's not a standard. We don't advertise. The cost isn't associated as a formal RFP.
When does this have to be decided on? Is it?
Is there an effect date on this letter?
Say the letter, we just kind of were hoping to set it at June 1st. The initial letter kind of just said on board approval.
You're expecting the rate increase June 1st?
Well, I will, if anybody wants a comparison to rates for an engineer that I got that were almost 2 years old now, but they are low.
This one's lower or there?
No, this is higher. The rate here, principal 255. Project manager is 170 an hour. Engineer 160.
Wow, but that's 2 years old though.
I can give you current ones from today.
Oh, well, two is defense though, that you're comparing it to the proposed rate, so. Again, if we're in no danger of getting an RFP right away, is we can all appreciate, yes, that those rates are under par.
No, the current ones, yes, there's,
Right.
yeah,
So,
it's just the proposed.
yeah, my suggestion is increase fees by 25% for June. 30% year 2, 30% the remainder in year 4, so that we can phase into it. And then during that period of time, we get time if we do want to go out to a former RFP, great. But I would approach it that way.
I kind of like, and here's my thing, and Dave, I agree with that. Everyone should go to RFP. My concern, particularly professional staff, is it's not just a numbers game. It's a what are we losing since Hanson Walters has been here for 30 years.
Absolutely.
I've got concern there that it's not just a dollars game. I would make a motion. I like Shell's idea if Hanson Walters would be amenable to it. To do it at 25% per year. I would add on top of that, so we're not at the spot 22 years from now. On the out years, there's an automatic escalator, so we're not, a future board isn't popped with all of a sudden having to have this conversation.
Have a fair time, whether it's.
And it's fair to you guys as well.
Whatever it might be.
Yeah, I think
In 4 years, it's gonna be higher than the new rate they gave now. Yeah, so you've got to kind of build that into however you're proposing an escalator.
so. If we gave, I mean, because I know Infomarks, did we actually do CPI or did we just kind of?
2%.
Plus
You-
2%.
Yeah, we negotiated, you guys wanted 2%.
Okay.
So we lowered it to 2%. Our standard is 3%. Usually is our standard. regardless of KPI or anything. It's
Yeah.
just a flat 3%, but we.
So what you're saying is because we did it over 4 years, on year 5, if they accepted this, it would have to be an 8% escalation on year 5 and then 2
Exactly.
year. Okay.
All right, I'll just mention, I think we're missing an opportunity because this, I'll call this somewhat commoditized. Because there's district engineers and there's engineering firms that provide services for CDDs. To the point where going out to bid is simple as a responsibly pressing a button, because everybody has these hourly rates already baked into all their proposals. Okay, so if we went out to bid, it's simply pressing a button to submit a bid. Okay, and then we are not obligated to take the lowest cost. We take into account all the professional relationships that have already been built up. And it would take absolutely nothing to take 1 or 2 months at the most to just say, give us an RFP. We've already got a proposal, get 2 more, then we cover our butts.
I'm not adverse to it. I guess my question for you, and I'm asking you specifically because you know this better than certainly me sitting on the board. What would you expect to learn from another bidder? Knowing that there's someone who's potentially 10 to 15% lower, what's the threshold that's gonna
We
be?
would get an hourly rate list. We would get comparable districts that they manage. They would give us their engineer that they would have as a district engineer in their background. And that's it. Again, all of these are already off the shelf that they take, and we can evaluate that. The very least, we get to see what's out there. And I don't see the downside at all.
So I have current pricing from 3 different engineering firms. Senior project manager, 195 an hour. Project engineer, 150 an hour. Senior CAD GIS technician, $100 an hour. And then clerical is $80 an hour.
And in fairness, I mean, I never would have thought Mark would have been a project manager. So I mean, I don't know if those are apples to apples comparison. We talk how they're called.
Well, I think the project manager would equate to this senior project manager. That's 195 an hour. I mean, that's really what it equates to. And then I'm sure they have a clerical cost for whoever does their clerical stuff. There's an hourly rate probably in his fees for that.
Yeah, there's a secretarial 75.
I mean, if there's not
There's
gonna
a
be,
75. This one's 80.
if you
so
don't
it's
think
pretty
there's
comparable.
significant innovation with something they're going to provide. I mean, trade out a 30-year relationship if somebody's willing to work with us over a series of years to get them to the rack rate, knowing there's a lot of water under the bridge and there's a lot of tacit knowledge.
And roughly, what's our budget for, what, about 40 or 50,000?
You set your budget. It has nothing to do with his rates.
Well, rephrase my question. What do we pay on average for a year? What's our?
I mean, it varies. I mean, we've adjusted engineering rates every year. When I say rates, I mean budget lines. So let's say you used to, prior years ago, you allocated 40,000 and then we lowered it to 24,000 and then you bumped it back up to 40. So
So it's between 20 and 40,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
depending on what you have going on,
Some of it gets
Look
reimbursed.
through this,
correct.
Doesn't show.
if you look at the CPI index for 2000, like I say 2003, it was 181.7. For 2025, it's 317.67. So the ratio becomes I can't remember it. It's 1.748. So if you multiply that times $105, and we're looking at $183 of what we'll be paying right now.
Right.
Okay. He's lost 22 years of that growth though.
I don't think there's any doubt in my mind. that-
I think we all agree.
It's
At a
a fair
minimum.
conversation. Yeah.
Well, Michelle, what I'm saying, at a minimum, I would not do 25%. I'd be automatically up to 183. And then you can go to 25%
I
after
think,
that.
I think what Michelle's doing is just from a shock to the system.
Yeah,
budget.
I understand. I
That's the
understand.
only reason. It's not,
I'm just looking at fairness to the Hanson Wallers, please.
well, fairness though, I mean, they have a proven responsibility to update this as a business. That's not my problem. So
Yeah.
I'm not gonna jump in just because you didn't do your homework for 20 years. I mean, it's not a lack of disrespect. It's out of the shock to the system in a budget season where we're already talking about all sorts of things. I don't think we keep adding.
Would you be willing, do you think there's any appetite? I don't know if you can make the decision or if you have to take it back. Do you think there'd be any appetite for doing a graduate? I'd even take it over 2 years, I think, to Jack's point. I mean, do a 50-50 and catch you up within 2 years. Do you think there's?
I gotta think, I'm not ready to make a decision tonight. I think I need to think a little more about this.
Well, we have a budget workshop coming up on April 8th. We can discuss it then.
Well, at least let's look at different models of doing a phased approach. What's the longest you would consider? So they didn't have interference from competition.
I could do, we could do 50% June first and then 25 and 25. And we could also look at pass-through dollars that go to Mattamy, any other
And build up.
issues, those go, they do those at state rates. And state doesn't pay those.
Say those one more time, so.
Like, if somebody
They
going
get
to
stuff
village gets
reimbursed.
passed through.
The district gets stuff reimbursed when Jan or Mark send us an invoice and maybe they did something for Mattamy, or new bond or anything like that. That goes in, but it gets reimbursed through Mattamy. to the
But at
district.
our rate currently or at their rack rate?
New rate.
At our rate.
At
So
their
we-
rate.
We bill, yeah, I bill it at my CDD rate, not my
Yeah.
private rate.
So they send it, it's allocated on their invoice, and then our AP department processes what the district owes, and then we reach out to Mattamy and say,
This is what you.
here's what you owe.
Why are we not already doing that anyway?
We do it now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's just asking.
That's always been the
I
process.
just-
Oh, the way you brought it up, I thought it was something new.
No.
Okay.
No, he's saying.
It was due to you.
He's saying his new rate, he'll bill
Right.
those ancillary things, but continue with the district at
Right.
the
Got it.
rate right now.
And Mark and I did have a conversation. We kind of feel like Mattamy taps into him because his rate is lower than what they pay for their own engineer.
Could be.
That's true. So everything you do for here for the next 2 years is for Mattamy, right?
At what rate?
And, yeah,
Yeah.
and I'll jump on shells. I mean, having someone with experience in the district saves a lot of
Yeah.
time and money for the district.
Yeah.
If I could just call and say, hey, I have a question on these ponds, it does save
There's a lot of value.
hours.
I,
All that could be adjudicated through an RFP as well.
Jeez.
all right.
Here, let me give that one to you.
You see those recent pieces in front of him? Pull them away.
Put them on his laptop so he
Give
can
him-
all into
give
it.
him the-
Oh.
Bring them over.
I'll make a motion on the 50, 25. You said 50, 25, 25?
Mhm.
I'll make a motion on the 50, 25.
I would second that. Effective June first.
June first, it'll go to 50% of the
And then
rate that we
25,
propose
25 at each successive year.
year.
Is that 25% adjusted? Okay.
Discussions now?
Yeah, again, I'm not prepared to make the decision. I still have a few things to think about in regards to not just the pricing, but just a few other things.
You got a motion on.
Oh, you got a motion, so.
Yeah.
So I'm like I said, I'm not prepared. That the discussion is now. That's my discussion. I'm not prepared to go and do that. Anybody else? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Aye.
What? You say no or yay?
No.
I say no too.
He said I, meaning they.
Yeah.
I have an A.
3-2.
3-2.
Passes.
All right, Mark, let's go party.
Mark's buying his rings.
Only 50% of them.
Okay. Okay, what's next?
Lightning protection.
Lightning protection.
Yep.
Right, sure.
I apologize that we didn't get the other quote till yesterday, I think. Yeah. The first quote that we sent, that company did it from a Google map. They never came out, they never came on site.
Yeah.
And very little conversation with them. Second company was on site. Sean, you want to talk a little bit? You sent me a rather lengthy response.
I did a little bid leveling. So you're talking about Gulf Coast have like, when you talk about lightning rods and bases, they did 29 total 15-inch by half-inch. When Coastal did 36 at 15-inch by half an inch. So the challenge is those are very different, loads. So when you look at Coastal's cost per unit, it is significantly better. My question back to Gary was, Coastal has better value, but is it overkill? Why do we need 36 over 29? Because I don't know the code.
Right.
So if the code is true, I just go back to,
This is not a code issue.
well, then why do we have?
NFPA standard on it.
There is,
It is required on all commercial buildings in Florida.
so there is a precedent. I just didn't know.
So there's no county code. You're talking a Florida building code?
It's all Florida building code, correct.
I didn't know the code, so I
Yeah,
said.
well,
"Carry
Field
it."
County goes by the NFPA standards.
I mean, if it was me, again, I level loaded all the categories from ground rounds to adhesive to compliance and all that good heavy stuff. And the bottom line is coastal's cheaper per unit, no doubt, but is 36 over here to 29. So what I would do is I go back to Gulf Coast and say, do the 29 for the rate that they did the 36, call it a day, as long as it's within the Florida building code, move on and save ourselves a little money from Gulf Coast and do it for that rack rate. That's what I would do.
Russ, you remember how many we had?
Is that scalable cost though?
No, I don't know. We could try and
Wasn't a
look
whole
at.
lot.
Well, it was 30. I remember going on Google Maps. I think we counted 32 on Google Maps.
For light
It might be on the front as far as how much.
Scalable.
Yeah,
Right,
so
you got-
well, a lot of conversations going.
Yeah, how do we determine what we need?
Yeah.
Well, are you comfortable with the 29 that Gulf Coast gave us, the scope that they gave us, that it meets Board of the code requirements? Or can you put contract language that said, hey, this is a fixed price bid, it better meet the standard, and if it doesn't, it's on you, no change orders.
Can we ask Danny Bumpus if he remembers how many? I'm just asking.
Yeah. I don't think that, no, this is something I think you're gonna have to get more detailed with.
Okay. I'm not comfortable the other company didn't come out. That they went to Google Maps and they said, here's what your cost is.
Which one didn't come out?
The lowest, yeah, the lower one.
I think you'd have to come out to a structure to actually see it.
Yeah.
I just, I mean,
Listen, Coastal's a better deal, they did do that, however, they're significantly more
Well,
per unit.
Let me ask the question this way. Is there anybody on staff who's qualified for sanity check? If somebody says I need 29 or 36, is there anybody in the room who knows the difference? I don't.
This is not rocket
I
science.
know 36
Like
is
a
big,
metal pole up on a roof.
Yeah.
You can probably do it from Google Maps.
That's what I think so too, I agree with you. I don't think there's a reason they need to be out here. Get Gulf Coast to do it for the per unit that the Coastal did and call it a day, and
Well, it's assuming that they say yes.
if they don't,
It's not really one of the bids we have.
if they don't, tell Coastal that do it with 29 units, call it a day. I mean, there's a logic somehow. I don't know what the per square foot logic is.
I'll reach out to both of them. I'll go back to Coastal and say, hey, if you did 29 rods, what does our cost look like?
Well, the cost should be divided by, it should be the same amount. So
Yeah,
just say,
29, 36.
yeah, I would just ask them without telling them, I'd say, what would at 29 for per unit, it would be X, if you'll do it for that.
Or ask them how they arrived at that number.
I don't know the calculation.
So we know what the minimum amount is
No.
per code, or we don't?
No, we don't.
No,
I don't.
No, I searched.
This is what. That's.
That's my bigger concern is we can do the 29, 36. We can make a motion on that right now and say, go negotiate with them. But I don't know if 29 is the right number or if 2 is the right
Yeah,
number. or 100 is the
I
right number.
can't answer that.
Tom and I are gonna go up the roof. I'll hold the line. I'll hold the line.
We'll get some metal rods.
Greg, grab the batteries.
There we go. But guys, that's my question is there anybody on staff who's qualified to tell us what the right number is?
Yeah, so we're gonna be relying on.
So you want to take this and.
Yeah, I researched.
Yeah,
the
we
code,
have to,
I looked at
because
it.
we don't have enough information
There's
about.
no real spec that's
You
it.
can't vote because you
All
don't
right,
know.
so are we in agreement to table this until further information?
Yeah, so Gary's gonna go back and get the rationale for the 29 lightning rods and to see if either Golf Course or Coastal will honor the same pricing, which would get us to a better place.
Yep.
And Coastal gets the nod because they showed up.
Just get it done by June.
Well, that's my only question. Is there any issue with us delaying a month, given roof construction? I mean, does this need to get done right now or are we okay to delay a month?
I think we're probably okay.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with it.
Okay.
I'll reach out to both of them tomorrow.
There it is.
So we have to wear tinfoil hats to the next meeting.
On Jack. Okay. F, proposal for Water Street Canal dredging.
Yeah, so, last time we discussed this,
We didn't vote.
it did not get voted on.
We all agreed on it. We just didn't vote.
We did, and I had actually go back to the minutes and look. And realized that it was discussion, we agreed on it, you were happy with the vendor, and there was never a vote.
Because we were jumping around the agenda.
But we were also asking for other places to get.
Yeah, but that wasn't this item.
Yeah, this was a
This was a
specific,
specific Water Street Canal dredging, because it was flooded.
So we were satisfied with this one here?
Yes.
with the proposals that were presented, yeah. The problem is you just never approved it.
I moved to approve.
All right, well, I didn't, do we have discussion?
I'll second it. I'll second it. Now we have discussion.
No, that's right. When, because I did not go back through the minutes, but I'm trying to remember from a month ago.
So good luck with that.
That had, we had a proposal to do Water Street, and they were like, well, there's
There was conversation about other ponds.
other ponds,
Yes.
because you have a vendor that's mobilizing. And the last thing you want to do is mobilize them for Water Street and then come back at some other point in the future, mobilize
So we-
again.
So let me,
Yeah, refresh my memory.
I will refresh your memory.
There weren't any that needed dredging.
The dredging on Water Street is, you're talking not a lot. The equipment, if you had to do like heavy dredging somewhere else, you bring in other equipment. This was something very small for them to go ahead and do. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong,
Leaves.
it isn't much.
Leaves, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's kind of like a paddle boat that just picks it up and distributes.
yeah, it's not like if there was other dredging we need to do in other ponds, that would be something else. That wouldn't be this device.
So you're telling me this wouldn't be just as effective for over at Mirasol, where we have that little island?
No, because you'd have to get something bigger. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It might be.
Yeah, It might be.
It might be. I don't know how. Yeah, if it goes down far enough, it'll be.
You're just trying to, it's just.
I understand what we're trying to do, but now we're trying to add other things, which is gonna delay it.
But I also thought
What
we
we-
looked at other ponds and there were no other ponds that needed active dredging at
What?
this time.
We always
got the two spots, Marizal and Lake
Those
Edward.
are, but those aren't dredging, those are actual,
Well,
like island type things that
Yeah.
just need to be removed. And we were talking full on dredging, there were no other
well,
ones.
we're not.
The piece of equipment they're using.
I guess it's
Could probably.
more raking than dredging. Is what
Oh,
they're
to
gonna
take
do.
that out.
Yes. We
Yeah.
can see that.
Not the
But we
water.
can always,
I think
let's get the water.
We are-
Street down,
Okay, so this is, okay, so. Now I get to speak, because this is,
Control your-
this is the grievance I have. There's one item on the agenda.
Mhm.
At the last meeting, we only talked about this. And it was just a particular machine that can go ahead and pull out of it, right?
Correct.
Right.
I understand what you're saying. We can add these other two. Now I'm coming back over here. Russ, you're saying, well, maybe we could include the other. And now we kind of blown this out of the water because we can't dredge this because we're not going to decide this tonight. And when the rains start, Water Street on both sides are going to flood.
Yeah, it needs.
And I don't know why we go back and forth. So either we have all the lakes we have to dredge and we can vote on it, or we're only voting on
It
this.
doesn't need to be now for the same reason we don't get the storms until July. Mid-June. True. June. So we have until then, just like we do for the.
I would disagree with that because we
Yeah.
have a maintenance issue right now. We're having to. clean
We
the
need to get
streets
Water Street Canal. It should be done. as soon as possible.
What are you hoping to learn between now and a month from now that would change it? And I raised the question as well as whether or not we needed to dredge the pond. So, but what I understand is we're not gonna learn that in the next 30 days or 60 days.
Just trying to rationalize the mobilization.
Mobilization.
fee and get a better cost to do.
I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying the next 30 days, I don't think we're gonna get any new data that's gonna.
On mobilization, the only ponds, and please correct me if I'm wrong, are the ones, there was a couple that had like an island looking thing, but it wasn't a big, we're not talking about dredging an entire pond.
Dredging, it's a.
There's only a couple that
different
have,
operation.
yeah, that
Yeah.
have those little island or whatever they're called,
And quite honestly, I will
carpets.
say, Russ and I said, why don't you do these for free while you're here? They didn't say no.
What? Yeah, in other
No.
words,
There you go.
why don't we just pre-authorize, hey, while you're here, take care of these two other areas that we know have been problems.
That's fine.
Forever.
I'd be open for that.
It's Marisol, where else? I'm sorry.
Like Evelyn.
Like Evelyn,
So do you have a do not exceed?
just those
Yeah.
two. They're
Let's
not
do
very
that.
big.
Perfect. I agree. So not to exceed what am
Which one are you going with?
But now my question is, from what you said at the beginning,
HM applies.
this is a dude in a John boat who's picking out leaves.
When you're driving.
The other two things are not dudes in John boats picking out leaves.
That's my point. When they had to bring in the other machines, they had to bring in, it was what, 10,000 or whatever it
Oh,
was.
it's a,
It was a
yeah.
big machine.
Right.
That had the claw to go ahead and bring all that stuff
So
out.
the guy who's doing this is not gonna be the same guy who does the other two ponds.
No, he would be.
No.
He said yes.
Saying, oh.
Get a no and a yes.
No, we think he can do that.
These are just carpet. They're like, they call them carpets.
They
They're-
float to the
they're-
top.
Yeah, they're just
It's
pulling
not
them
a lot-
out.
It's not.
We're talking about, this guy could not do full on dredging, but we don't need that.
No, we don't. We just need whatever they're doing in Water Street, just tell them to go to those other two locations, give us a price.
Okay.
And not to exceed whatever you think is a reasonable amount.
This one's how much?
It's 58.
52,000?
52.
52,000?
So I put
20,000 on the top and say. Do you think? Because we had a quote for, I think, what, 100 and something miles?
33.
Yeah.
Or, and that's not counting, pretty much replacing all the grass when they get done.
Yeah.
I'm just, that,
Yeah, there were two proposals. One was 139 and one was 52.
It was 52 or 152?
52.
52.
difference in equipment.
Cubic yards of 3,300 of material. Is that about right?
Yeah, that was their estimate.
That's it right too, Russ.
I know that's 30 years of leaves that haven't moved anywhere.
Although it does say in the HM that it's gonna be taken off-site to clients designated dump site.
That's gonna be Island Village. Just telling you.
Oh, it is?
That's where it's going.
Okay.
Russ just said, why?
Oh, boy. All right, I'm not gonna continue that line of conversation.
Well, so
Once it dries off and stuff, we'll get Jeff with USA.
Yeah.
Cause he's already got a pile of leaves down there, size of this room. and
It's on the CDD property.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's where we have it. All right, so, okay. So was it 50? So motion to approve, is it 52
Plus
Plus 20.
20.
plus 20?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, God, that's not gonna get there.
20.
no.
For the other two
Why?
locations.
I mean,
What page is that on again?
it's 413.
Jesus.
I'm starting to wish he was here. Oh.
Ouch.
If I can talk to him at home, I could talk to him here.
Well, Bill, just enjoy this because tomorrow night's not gonna be nearly as much fun.
Nope. We haven't even started the comedy hour. That's coming up.
Yeah, so listen, we're talking about two more locations, so another 50? Because it's,
No.
It's,
you don't,
because part of it is bringing everything here.
But he does not to exceed, doesn't mean we have to spend it.
That's true.
Yeah.
So that's 52 plus 50. And we want,
well, tell them 20 and then
I'm
you got
thinking 10.
fine, fine, but don't exceed,
Don't exceed 50.
102.
Yes.
so make the motion
I
to
did approve, no more than 102.
second.
No
Any
further-
discussion?
No further discussion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
It's too much money.
We're giving the outside edge.
It's gonna be 10 to 15.
Well, then not to exceed 20.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I would do that. If I
We already got it.
did not to exceed 20.
Okay, it's done.
All right.
Everyone shall oppose.
Shall oppose.
Okay?
Agreement for downtown map kiosk sign.
What's the deal a little bit? Yeah.
So
we put together.
I talked to him. So we've talked about Lexon, this sign down there for a very long time. At one point, the board was gonna approve rehabbing the sign, turning it over to Lexon and letting them do, because they pretty much advertise in it, map of the community, whatever it is. So Lexon sent over a rehab quote, it's 5,000. So what I asked Jan to do was draft an agreement, and it's very vague, so we need your input. And essentially it's, we're gonna rehab it, the district will rehab it for the $5,000 with this vendor. And then Jan will do an agreement that says, okay, we rehabbed it, now the sign is yours, you maintain it.
Yours, yeah.
And as long as you don't, and I put a couple of things I thought would be important, but you can put your own stipulations, which is you can maintain it, do what you want with it, other than tearing it down, changing the aesthetics of it. Was that all I put in there, Jan?
I'm not sure. We had so many emails after it. I'm not sure. Yeah, size, location.
Changing it,
Design,
aesthetics,
color
moving it,
placement.
leveling it. They would have to come to the board for approval for those items. So that's really it.
So I will say I distinctly remember my comment last time we brought this up, which was probably the 7th time we brought it up. I'm okay with all that, except for, I don't think we should be paying for the refurbishment. If they want it, they can take it, they can fix it, we can enforce the guidelines.
I will,
And that's a board discussion.
and I agree when it was first proposed, that is exactly what Lexon decided to do. But the CCD board decided to have a hissy fit and not do it and let it go years in disrepair. So the CCDD failed its amenity to go ahead and do that.
I'm happy with one of two options, either take that agreement where they pay the refurbishment cost and then they could do the maintenance and all that stuff. Or option B is we just take the thing out. Tired of having the discussion on this damn thing.
So how many times have we spoken about this?
At least.
Oh, gosh.
Since Jack and I have been on at least 6 or 7.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's been a while,
Okay,
but that was.
So-
the
so-
ask
so-
From the beginning.
so since you guys were on the board, you took no action.
Oh, we took action.
We took action.
What was the action?
A prior board member wanted to put a digital sign, which we spent 6 months with TCC.
Oh, no, I remember all that, but I'm just saying, but there was no physical action on the side.
No,
Right.
And we
That
let
is
it go.
correct.
And it was gone before we ever got on the board. It was a
You're right.
rotten piece of crap. That's why I say, let's either tear the thing out or turn it over to them to fix it up and say, here are the standards by which you can fix it up and it's yours to fix it.
I just think I think it's irresponsible for the CCD who let it go into disrepair
I don't
It's
disagree.
gotten all that disrepair.
and
I don't disagree. So let's remove it.
What's the value to it?
Yeah,
the,
people use it.
People have Google Maps. Who stops and looks at the map?
What does Lexington say?
Lexington
They want to use it.
Lexington came to us. Lexington came to us. All right, gotta give it a history lesson. All right, because this, I equate that to a board member saying, let's just go ahead and put cement over the water play area downtown, right? It used to be that we used to collaborate, we used to get along together. And so Lexington used to go ahead and advertise all their events on this. Disney designed it. That's what it was there for. And that's what they went ahead and did. Years go by, Disney gets off the CCDD, Lexington comes in and everyone decides, I hate everybody. It's pretty much what happened, right?
It's all resident control boards.
It's all resident control and I hate everybody, okay? So Lexington comes to me and says, hey, listen, we want to revisit this. We want to put the events up there. Now, the event, this was supposed to have been taken care of even before you were on the board, okay? But somebody decided to go ahead and change the lock and don't give him access anymore. A very childish, immature way of doing that. Okay, and that is and the thing is, here's the deal. I understand we can say it was that board, but it's us. We are the CCDD. They were the CCDD.
And I'll
right?
fast forward 3 or 4 years where we just entered into a 10-year agreement with them on now snowing so that they
Right.
don't have to keep coming back to us every time. We also authorize staff
Mhm.
to go through on every event that happens downtown, where normally we come back to the board and we sit here and stare at each other and talk about it for 20 minutes. Staff just authorizes the stuff. So as far as partnering with Lexington, I'm all for it. All I'm saying is if it's no value to us as the district, if Lexington's the one that sees value in it, I'm willing to give it to them for free. To maintain and enhance to whatever standard we think is appropriate and they're willing to do. Take it, and if it's that important, then go do it.
I'm not, I don't like other people messing with my stuff.
Then take it down.
You want to maintain?
I think we need to
Yes.
maintain this thing. We need to bring it up to standards because we have our own standards and it reflects on us. They've also done things for us like decorating our properties and they do a pretty good job of making us look good.
And yes, in fairness, we pay them to do that too.
No, wait a minute.
No.
Okay, so that's not.
No, that is
wait a
true.
minute. No. The heart of what you're saying is completely false, 1,000%.
We don't
Because,
pay them about $5,000 a year in this.
sir,
Christmas
please
tree.
let me finish and I'll tell you why. That is not correct. They make us pay them because this board went ahead and decided to try to screw them every which way.
Mhm.
The reason we pay is because it's sins of the past. We could not work. with
I
them.
understand, and that's why
So,
one of the first
yes,
things
we
I
pay,
had when I came on
but
was
you
to
know
go to
what?
Lexington, try to repair.
We earned that payment. We
don't,
earned it.
I don't disagree.
That's just not right. Look, that's fine. I have no problem paying the 5,000. The reason I don't is because, the CCD basically failed all these years to go ahead and maintain it.
So is this the penance then? Are we equal after this? I'm asking because I feel like
No,
we're being guilted into this.
That's childish. Come on. No,
Well,
that's childish.
well, Tom, what is it then?
Listen, they're gonna go ahead and maintain something that we haven't maintained. We agreed in the last meeting, okay, that's great, they can go do it, and they were gonna come out, what it would cost to maintain it. They came back to what it costs to go ahead and
This
bring it up to
never came
speed.
up this came
and-
up in the last meeting? No,
I believe it did,
No.
that we were gonna go into.
this is the first I've seen this in.
Okay,
about a
so
year.
then I'm wrong on that one.
Wait.
It came up like probably 2 meetings ago or 3 meetings.
There was a cost that was gonna be involved.
It was a concept.
Yeah, it was.
There was a
discussed.
cost.
All right, so the proposal in front of us is that the CCDD pays $5,000 roughly to bring this back up to
Standard,
its glorious
Original.
previous self.
that's correct.
And then there's an agreement with Lexan where they will what?
Operate and maintain.
All right, so
Every
we-
future
we
cost,
are-
everything is all them.
We are hands off. You
They-
guys don't have to do anything.
Right.
That was the
I don't see a problem with that.
And the only stipulation there, I want to make sure everybody's clear with and you're on board with, because I only put a couple of vague
Yeah.
things in
Yeah.
was they can't destroy the sign, change the aesthetics unless coming to the board and asking permission to do that. Other than
I
that,
don't want anything wacky.
it's their sign.
And what about what they post? Do we need to? do
Yeah, we
want
should,
some
we
publication,
should definitely have stuff in writing for,
Like community
words,
events?
pictures, whatever. I mean, they have their own policy, but we have to have the policy in there. We could mirror theirs. But we want to make sure that everything, it's community standards. There's not gonna be anything
So is
offensive.
there a review and approval of content in this?
No.
I don't feel that, I mean, do you want to get caught up
not
every
gonna-
meeting?
Posting duties.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
If they do anything, that's Lexan. Then
This
people
is
else
Lexan.
don't.
A copy of their policy or something? 'Cause
We can get
say,
that.
Okay, if you can get that, we can
We can
say
get that.
adhere to that and it'll be community stuff. I'll come up with language.
Yeah, the only issue they've ever had is they had one performer that started using foul language and they stopped the performance and
Okay,
that was it.
but yeah, the advertising is not. gonna
Thing
change.
on this.
Greg, to your point,
It's totally in draft, so yeah.
So
it's
the
not
alternative
perfect.
is paragraph 5, you need to
Paying for lighting that's for private.
line
organizations.
3 where it says
If they
signate.
want it, come take it.
Line is gonna spell it.
And there's some, this was a real rough, because I
Okay.
didn't even know.
2 years ago, we spent like $2,500 on it. So.
Chairman, what are we doing?
So do I have a motion to approve?
To approve it.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
You have to authorize the chair to
finalize the.
finalize the agreement once.
With the
he's done
language and all
with it.
that.
Yeah, I'll find language.
We're adding what to it? Anything? Just not.
That, well, what they're gonna put up would be for community events within their policy, once we see their policy.
So question, are we going to also allow other community boards like Canoa or Chrome? Not saying make it open to everybody, but as a community board, would we also open it up to Chrome? Canoa?
No.
Yeah, this is just with Lexington.
You're giving them the permission to operate the sign themselves.
Yeah.
Downtown.
It's their sign.
This is for downtown.
So yeah, it would just be Lexington.
So you amend your motion.
So amended then.
No.
Second.
Okay.
Right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Oh, you gotta pose the next one.
Yeah, we'll try.
Said too close to you. Bad rap.
I think Jack has the next one,
Yes.
the audit.
The audit committee met today at
I
3:30
saw that.
with, had 3 of us attending. And we went through the audit with Tammy from McDermott Davis, and Gary had given us a couple questions that we had that we'd like to get included in the audit, and that had to do with notes on where Gary had the figures on 2 lines in page 9 of the assets liabilities are the same. And he requested footnotes explaining this, and they agreed to do that. They're going to create the footnote. And also on page 9, where it's talked about liabilities due to other districts. Gary had also asked for another note to say exactly who was doing, who it was paid to and by who, because this year the balance is entirely with the enterprise CDD. And we can add an additional note that confirms that wording with the Infomark. But anyway, it was a clean audit. Okay, they did a great job with us, and the audit committee forward this to the board for their approval. And also, one other thing is that Emily, who's one of our audit members is resigning, so we're down to four of us on the committee, and we need to find a fifth.
I thought we said like, 'cause I remember we brought this up, didn't we say we're gonna do every 2 years, put all of them back out and have?
Yeah, but it's-
Acceptance of the audit.
Yeah, so there's two,
Yeah.
two separate things. We're asking you to accept the audit because your audit is due March 30th. She is gonna make those revisions and the final will be sent, but we need to get it accepted and so we can get it
Did you
posted.
make a motion? Make a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
The second part of that is,
We need
it
a-
is every year, but she's resigning, so
Yeah.
we need to fill that position within the next month.
Now, we don't meet again until October.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to find a fifth, and actually, we can have more than five if you all want.
So I remember our problem 2 years ago was we had like 9 people and we were trying to thin it down.
Well, we're down at 4 right now.
Okay.
And your rules are at least one board member, which is Jack, but it doesn't preclude you to have another board member on that committee as well.
Shell, this could be your opportunity.
Yeah.
Jack, I'll join you.
Okay, Brenda,
Please keep them on the show.
All right.
unless y'all object.
I don't object, but do you want to add, I mean,
See,
it was,
I'm not the
it was
only one.
suggested by one person that Jim Pino from the finance committee on Crow would be a good addition to the audit committee.
Do them both if you'd like.
Has he volunteered or he?
No, his name was mentioned and he's not even, ears aren't even burning yet. He doesn't know about it.
Okay.
So we're pre-authorizing somebody that may not.
No, but I'm just asking the board if we'd like, interested in inviting a fifth person.
Oh, yeah, I think so. You should.
Never know when you need
Okay.
funds.
And again, there's no issue with you two being on it because it's treated the same as this meeting. You're in the sunshine, it's advertised, it's a meeting, so all good.
Shell, your role is to keep his advocates tuned.
So Brenda, add Shell to the audit committee, please.
I will.
Jack, who's
And-
left? It's,
Yeah.
Jeff, will you be inviting Mr. Pino?
I will contact him.
it's Gary, Mike Jackson. who else?
Gary, Mike Jackson, and then Tina is the
Okay.
other person.
Yeah, I remember was it 2 years ago? We had like 9 people or something.
There was somebody else's thing. Yeah.
Yes, we had that many, yes.
I think part of it too is last time everybody thought, oh, so we can tell you how to spend your money. No, this is an audit.
Yeah. This is
They don't
boring. This is
understand
the fun stuff. This is
Yeah,
fun stuff.
they didn't understand.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to J, because we already spoke on Wins Bus, Dick's Height Partners Master Planning.
So the final version went out. Want to ask if I ever read it or not?
I
but,
did.
Jeez,
no,
it is a lot.
it is, it's a lot. It is a lot, but that is, I'm assuming they're complete. There is no other scope that they have not unfulfilled.
Yeah, so the board authorized work orders 1, 2, and 3. It was 90,000. They're complete with that. What they're asking for today is to basically authorize a work order 4, which would include, I don't know, she really didn't go into detail about what it
Well, I
would
can tell you
include,
what
but a
that is.
CROA joint meeting would be one of those, because I think those are like $2,500 each meeting. or
Right,
something.
so the next logical step in the master planning process would be what we've got now is simply research. Now what we have is the community involvement section where they need to fine tune all the data that they have. And get input from stakeholders. I'll use a wider umbrella, call them stakeholders. Whereby they can take these inputs and then start to identify the gaps in amenities and the priority by which the community rates those. And that is an iterative process, and it involves teaming up with CROA, and we're engaged in the community. And the most recent meeting had CROA and MPAG as specifically MPAG, as the means by which they would execute this community engagement plan. So Dick's Height wouldn't be the people having, we wouldn't do it, Infomark wouldn't do it, it would be MPAG. We would work out the engagement plan, we would authorize the engagement plan, and MPAG jointly would do it. But that would obviously require us to, as the next step, go to Corolla, schedule a joint meeting, which we talked about months ago, that never materialized.
I was gonna say, that was my next question was, we had posed this to Corolla
And that was an
our
old
last budget meeting. I
was, right.
knew Corolla, would you care to step to the podium?
We had a joint meeting with Crow. Are you saying we
That was the-
authorized an additional? I don't
Yeah.
remember.
Well, what we had talked about when we ended up terminating pausing the contract and not authorizing any more was before we spent any more money on Dick's Hike attending more meetings, that there was gonna be a board to board conversation of, hey, are you guys serious about being engaged in doing something or not?
Oh,
So and again, that was a 9 month ago conversation. So if that's changed, we can revisit that.
No, but, and I think when you say old Crow and new Crow, it's same president, same vice president. I'm just, you know,
Those were my words.
the conflict I have, because I understand what you're saying in terms of like, this will go on the plan. Crow, for me, has already started on their master plan, right? Because they did vote on doing splash pad. Right? They didn't take consideration of anything else. They've already started that.
Did they actually vote on
Yes, they did.
it? Okay.
And the next thing is they're gonna do 851. They're close to voting on that. So they've already started their plan. Since then, all possibilities of land have started to shrink down to just the civic corridor,
Mhm.
right? And so the scope of what we're having any control over is, it's almost not there. My challenge is that we have gone to Crow multiple times. What's going on? What's going on? Nothing's happening.
Every time it's us leading the conversation,
And they have.
and I'm not trying to bash Crow, and I don't think Tom is either.
No, I'm not, but they also have, listen, 851, you know, there've been serious issues. They're paying a lot of money to house everybody else and stuff. They've got a lot of big issues in town, you know, landscaping, this, that, whatever. There's a lot of big issues they've got to deal with. And here we are coming to, do you want to have a joint meeting? I mean, listen, if they want to have a joint meeting and they come to us, I'll be there.
But at this point, it's us going to them. This is the decision point, right, we have right now, which is we have this data, we have this report. Okay, the next logical step in the master plan, because we do not have a master plan. And if you think back to the disruptive pickleball events,
Yes.
what was the resounding response in regards to that, which is before we do any of this, we need a master plan.
Well, but they've already, but
They
see,
do
that's
not
what I
have-
think. They've already started their master plan.
Their master plan is myopic.
Well,
It's a react.
But it was MPAG pushing that.
But in fairness too, they voted to build one thing so far, and
I'm just saying.
As a Crow resident, I have opinions on the one thing they voted on, but that's.
I know, but no, but I'm just, I
So
just.
I think what you guys, if we can.
Yeah.
Was it?
Do you want to have a joint meeting? Is someone gonna go and ask Croa or is this dead? I think
I would-
that's what it comes down
And
to.
I just want to throw in, we need to, if we're asking for a joint meeting, do we have, land or something
Right, so
else to
something.
justify spending public funds on a master plan if they're.
Well, that's the conversation we'd started at the last meeting we had, was whether or not they were willing to entertain an idea of selling or doing a land lease.
That's where I thought we were, and maybe I misunderstood, is until they came to us and said, hey, we're willing to give you this piece of land for you guys to do bonds, it was dead in the water. That was my understanding.
That's too simplistic. That's
what?
That's too simplistic. With that,
I mean,
that
that's
is
reality.
not how, it's not triggered by any one item. There's a lot more parts and pieces and moving possibilities out there. So I'll give you an example. One of the things that delayed this whole process was the concept of being able to utilize the existing field one next to 851. All right, the reason we didn't pursue this so hard and took a pause was because that was still an unknown. Now that's a known.
Right.
Okay, so that's no longer an area of opportunity to use one of the slides on the master plan report.
Okay.
So what we do though, if you noticed, is that there's several other opportunities which we haven't looked at. There's undeveloped areas of Island Village. There is a undeveloped parcel in the boulevard for sale. There is the civic corridor. And there's other undeveloped parcels that are still
Village.
Yeah.
all the undeveloped parcels. All right, well, I'm not gonna go into, it's the isolated islands. And plus, Mattamy, and I did engage with Mattamy and they said, well, there might, because they have a limited amount of entitlements. They can't build out the whole thing. And so there's gonna be areas that are undeveloped that would. that
So
would be-
let me ask the question this way. Are you saying there's enough there that is worthy of whether we wanted to do it as a workshop or whatever internally? And oh, by the way, invite Crow into our workshop and say, hey, guys, if you would like, to Tom's point, I have personal frustration that we have engaged that conversation 4 times, 3 times, and
Yeah, but we didn't have this report at the time. Here's what I'm saying, and I'm not advocating this. I'm saying this, the next logical step is that we don't have a master plan yet. We talked about a master plan. We don't have a master plan. We just have research. We have data. The next part in order to craft a master plan would be to get the community involvement in order to formulate where the areas of need are and prioritize them.
And here's where I would disagree with you. I would agree that would be step 2. Step 1 in my mind is, and this is a loaded question, whether or not Crow and CDD are gonna operate as 2 separate entities running 2 separate master plans.
Well, I'm getting to that, which is the fact that.
And that's why I say we need to clear that hurdle before we go spend
sure.
money on.
So if CROA is not interested in being part of this process, there's very little that we can do. And to me, it dies right there. Now, the thing about it is we could without their involvement. We absolutely could without their
Well,
involvement.
you just rattled off a couple things that I thought you were saying
Let-
we
let
could
me-
do independently.
Well, of course, we can do anything independently. And the thing is, we still can.
Right.
It's just, we're gonna have this wonderful master plan without any partner in order to make it to fruition.
Which is a non-starter. Like I said, it's a loaded question. Crow has got to be on board with us and we got to be on board with them in order for this to make sense. It's stupid otherwise.
You know, I think we just ought to reach president to president, say, you have any interest in working with us for the master plan? If they're not interested in it, it's, it's dead.
It's a discussion because you just can't ask the response would be, well, we already have a master plan. We don't need you.
That's fine, then it's dead. If they don't want to work.
But
with
no,
us-
we have to tell them exactly how it's gonna look. That's
See,
more
now
of
I
a
think,
discussion.
okay, so see, that's where I get very nervous, what you just said. We need to tell them exactly how it's gonna be or what it's gonna look like.
Well, I think you gotta paint a vision, because without it, they're myopic to your point.
No,
We've painted that.
Yeah, we've been.
I don't disagree with that. Listen, I'm the biggest advocate in the beginning of all this, that I really believe that if both boards could work together on a single vision, this is what we need to do. And it just, my frustration is that for some reason, it was the dirtiest word we could ever have told them to go ahead and work together to go ahead and do this, because it seemed like we were trying to take control of something else. At the end of the day, they serve the residents, we serve the residents. I mean, they're the ones who have the power, who would enjoy these amenities, right?
Yeah, here's the problem.
I could grab Marco, he's just, we could do kumbaya.
Yeah, here's the problem, as if this plays out, is that what we would be saying is that we would be calling their baby ugly. Because we're telling them, you think you have a master plan, but you don't. Look at all the research that we did.
MPAG always admitted that a paid professional firm was going to do more than
Yes,
MPAG could
but-
do. That's not a calling baby ugly, that's just reality.
But it is because we're telling them, hey, we've got this consultant that's ready to move forward with a master planning exercise that's going to usurp what they've already done.
Well, and there is a flip side to this. If they really wanted to have the rest of the master plan, they could engage Dick's Height to pay for the other half of the master plan, and they would have it. Right? We would.
Excite doesn't care who gives them the money.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like, if Crow really wanted to have the master plan and get everybody engaged, they could open the checkbook and they could pay for the other half.
But I think to Dave's point and certainly mine, I'll go back to the original premise from Tom Hall. Community dollars, whether I pay for them or whether they pay for them, as long as we're on board together and it's within the constraints of the law and all that kind of stuff, that doesn't bother me as to whether or not who's paying for it.
It bothers me
Well,
because we have a budget.
no, I got it. And that's absolutely a consideration.
All dollars, but everybody has
For
their
sure.
own budget,
For sure.
you know.
Needs to.
And we would need to be prepared to reflect that in our budget and make that commitment. I'm not disputing that at all. But at the end of the day, as a community member, if they spend $1 or we spend $1, it's $1 spent out of the community cost.
So I'm gonna go back to what Jack said. I can go to Don. Or we did previously ask Dave to go to Don. Right? That's what we all agreed on. That never happened. Or you can go to your board
I would
and find out, are they interested?
I would prefer and I'm gonna say the obvious out loud, because this got personalized and politicized, and we all know exactly what we're talking about here. I would prefer it's not one board member to another one, because every one of those times we tried to do that, there was some interjection of, well, I don't want this, therefore I'm not gonna bring it up. And
I reached out to Lauren.
yeah,
That's where this all ended.
Yeah.
Is I reached out to Lauren as directed by the board. I think Dave may have been on that email. Somebody was. And basically asked for a joint meeting to discuss, and she said she would get back to us. And I think her response was not at this time.
and well,
It
what
was
I,
gonna be like October, November, and then she said they're not ready.
what, and
That's
Tom,
kind
to
of
the
where it
point,
ended.
what I got back from Don when I was chairman, and I engaged on that, was he didn't want to engage this until he got the MPAG report back. And then it was, oh, we got the MPAG report back, but I want to now wait on the 851 report. So that's where my concern, if it goes to
Yeah.
one board member, and I'm not trying to call out Don, but then it becomes a,
Well, but that's why,
You know.
I think if you went to the Crow Board
I agree,
and go ahead and say, listen,
there's interest.
is there interest to engage to discuss this? Right?
A joint meeting.
A joint meeting and with a particular agenda. And it pretty much, and we could say it pretty much is master plan.
Is,
If they say no, then there's your answer.
so first detail is this final report is now public,
Mhm.
correct? All right.
Well, I mean, it's not in the agenda. It's been made public to you guys because it's so large
Yeah.
that if we.
Well, I just, in generality, it's.
All right, I see what
Yeah,
you're saying.
yeah,
Crow
we
had-
can get into people.
Crow had specifically asked me two of their meetings ago, when I was sat in on their meetings, I was giving my report. They had specifically asked whether or not we would be releasing the report to them when it was finalized. I know we were waiting for it to finalize. My suggestion would be, let's go ahead and send
I
it
think
to them.
it's final.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would have to be we transferred. That was my point.
Yeah.
It's just so large, so we can do that.
So,
Not a problem.
so let me ask this in a. We, before we send it. Okay. I kind of want an answer before I give them that.
I'm not gonna send it unless I get a response back positive.
I want to know if they want to, listen, if they say yes or no, then okay, we got our answer.
If it's community money, why do we care?
Well, and it's
We-
public
we
document.
paid for it, it's a public document, send the damn document.
Okay, so send the document and then we won't know yes or no if they want to meet.
No, I'm not indicating that. I think Bill goes as a good faith effort. He
Yeah.
just sat in his quiver to say they're willing to do this, but we want to partner and
There's a
engage.
reality, board dynamics there have changed, and it'll be,
There's two guys.
the test will be there as to whether or not they've really changed or not, but.
Right, so, and this is what the offer would be, is that here's a report. This is simply, as I just mentioned, accumulation of data and research. Along with benchmarking to other communities, and whatever, you guys saw, I'm assuming, just assuming you saw the report. What Dick's Height would be willing to do is in a joint, just like they did before, is to present this
In a joint.
in a joint meeting. And say, here's your areas of opportunity and here's where you fall short.
Yeah.
So it's going to point out comprehensively, right? Not like CROA, which is just looking at what they have, what they own and what's broken. But it's looking at from a comprehensive perspective, which to me was the mandate from the last, yes, right, the community uprising from a year and a half. ago.
Okay, but
So,
and I, again, I'm following your track.
Mhm.
But the one part I'm not following is, we were giving them, I know you're saying community dollars, but it came out of our budget. Right, that we manage.
What's the benefit of hiding it?
No, I'm past that. I'm just commenting, you
Yes,
stated that.
yes,
Bringing Dick's Height is $2,000-3,000. Who's paying for that?
500
How
per
much-
meeting, 2,500 per meeting
Right.
that they have.
Make it a
to
good faith effort to let someone else from an objective, truly neutral standpoint that, and I know, Chris. I know the firm. I think it would be great if you want to spend another $2,500 to see if we could bridge it with two new board members that we know. I know Marco super well. I think it would be helpful.
So what would be our expectation out of that meeting? So,
Trying to get us a more definitive answer on the path forward.
so, I think we need to. I think we need to get, yeah, I think for me,
Other than that, it's-
for me, it's a year and a. I want to know if they're, and it could be the first step. But the problem is that we don't have any land. It would mean them giving us the land, right?
but they don't have any money.
Right. So
No.
We got
Well,
leverage.
And expectations, and Tom, I agree with you 1,000%. You and I share frustration. Yay or nay on what is the question? Because even if they all came in, all seven of them said, hey, yeah, kumbaya, let's do this. The yay that we would expect for them of, let's call what it is, the land here on the civic corridor, they can't do sitting in that meeting. I mean, now would I expect them to say, hey, yes, we're interested in, the task for out of the last meeting was Dave to get with Don and figure out not any commitments, but between the two of them, plus Jan, plus their attorney, just tell us what's in the art of the possible with the land. And then bring that back to a joint committee meeting to say, hey, here are different options, whether it's a land lease or a sale or whatever, what are the constraints and all that?
All right, let me phrase it this way. In a joint meeting, there's two ways this can run. One is it a sales and a marketing ploy where we're trying, or I say we're, maybe just Nick's Height is trying to get the community on board with going forward with master plan? Or is it a strategy and an operational meeting where we're already on board because we discussed this directly as two boards? And it's more,
I don't think there's any reality.
it's actually implementing the plan.
I don't think there's any reality that we are all on board. It's clearly not over two because we have no idea that they're on board or not.
Because you have, the presentation would shift dramatically if it was operational versus sales and marketing.
We're not there yet.
Yeah, that last meeting was off.
Yeah.
There was no
And
consensus.
nothing
whatsoever.
came out of that meeting.
Angel brought candy. I mean, it wasn't that bad.
It was bad.
It was bad.
It was bad.
You brought popcorn.
I did for a specific reason. It was not a good meeting.
What would you think would benefit your constituents?
All I know is from public comments, and I think the master plan put together by CROA was how to deal with building, adding, modifying amenities on CROA-owned land. The moment we start talking about public-owned land and being able to open up things to all of Osceola County, I think there might be a little resistance to that, and that may be the sticking point. But that's my opinion, not as a board.
Let's talk about public-owned land to all of Osceola County. We dispelled that myth many, many times. There's so many restrictions we can put on that nobody in Osceola County would be willing to pay the money to do it.
And it keeps going up.
Right. Not only that, I would say, don't throw stones because PROA can't really police what they have and keep out people that are not authorized to be there as it is. So I don't know how it'd be any different than what is already occurring.
And by the way,
It's all the issues.
many of the activities you have are involved with people outside of celebration. Like the baseball and the soccer and all that other stuff. They're all outside celebration.
Guys, I would certainly motion or support or whatever. I don't want to stop. I think we've got a report now. I'd hate to all of a sudden throw up our hands and say we spent $100,000 on a report and let's just sit here and stare. And I don't think, listen, the reality is I don't see a scenario where CROA is ever a first mover in the conversation. We're going to continue to have to be the first movers and hope that eventually they're going to say yes to the problem.
So what's the ask now for?
The ask is spend $2,500 to a sales and marketing pitch with Dick's Height and present that and have Bill go back and make a pitch.
Say, hey, this is coming.
Yeah.
Well,
Here's your invitation to the party.
I can
They
want,
have to agree to a joint meeting.
I want to know,
You can't just
before we do anything,
That was it, but we're.
Oh, okay.
I want to know if they're interested in doing
If
it.
there's no interest, I don't want to spend any money.
Right.
I will tell you, when I brought it up 2 meetings ago at their meeting and said, hey, here's what's going on. And we got the first draft, I think, in December to the Dick's Height report. All 7 of them, and some of them have changed, but all 7 of them were legitimately interested in, okay, and they started asking questions on the draft that had been in our agenda. So there is interest. What they do with that or not, different question. But there's definitely interest in seeing what the product is. I'm reticent to spend $2,500, but I also recognize if we've already spent $100,000 to get here, it'd be kind of dumb not to spend another $2,500 to actually try to push this thing forward. If nothing comes out of this, and listen, I'm with you. I will be the first one to say at the meeting, hey, guys, I realize you've got a couple new board members and all. You guys have got to commit to something. You guys have got to engage affirmatively in the conversation. Otherwise, we can't keep being the ones to push here.
What are you hoping to walk away from a joint meeting with?
A resolution.
Of what? What's the resolution?
The resolution is either they're on board to go to the next step in the master planning process, which was outlined earlier in the scope that we agreed to with Dick's Height. We just haven't contracted all of it yet. So we move forward with them, or they said, or we all decide as a group that we're done.
So if they say yes, what's the next step? Because we don't have any.
Contract Dick's Height. We contract Dick's Height. No, time.
Expense, yeah.
The result is one of two things. Either it's dead
I got
or
that.
we move forward with the next step in the scope, which has already been negotiated as far as scope goes. We just need to put a price tag on it.
Well,
And then we begin coordination to do the community engagement process.
but here's where I would differ with you, Dave, and maybe we're saying the same thing, but I would throw the elephant in the room. The only land, I'll keep going back, that is developable, that we would be able to do something with. Crow is not gonna have us come in and do anything with our existing amenities. The only parcels of land that we could develop and do meaningfully, we're sitting on right now.
Right.
So if the conversation in that meeting is not, let's specifically talk
That's-
about the civic corridor,
That's my.
then I think I wouldn't want to,
You don't have anything to do with that.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
want to say, hey, let's go to the next step, because now all of a sudden we're elongating something on land that we're dancing around the issue as to whether or not, and it's a big decision for them, because they need to go to a community vote in order to sell the land, or they need to have 4 really strong board members who are willing to come up and say, we're willing to do a land lease without the vote of the community. And that's a big decision for them to do. But I think we're dancing around the elephant in the room if we don't put that on the table and say, guys, this is the conversation.
That's what I was asking.
The rest of it is
What you're
the
in.
mechanics.
I think it has to be really specific because, God, I can't remember, starting to become like you. Last Christmas or before,
You should
they,
be so lucky.
huh? I'm not playing with you, chief. Anyway, so the Lauren had asked to have a joint meeting. And I said, great, what's the topic? That was my reply to her.
That was
"What's
last
the topic?"
Christmas, yeah.
Right. And she says, well, this is in the spirit of transparency. And I'm like, what the hell does that mean? I said, no, we want particular items, and then we didn't get anything back. So I really want to be specific, and maybe we write this down.
But I think that was also, we found out afterwards, that was one board member, and that's
I
where I said.
understand that.
The one board member to one board member is what we're
Well,
talking.
I'm speaking to the directors, so I don't know who else is talking to them. Well, I guess what I'm saying is to have a very particular ask. A very
Right.
well-written particular ask that we agree on, and that's.
I think in my mind, there are 2 agenda items if we do a joint workshop. One is a presentation by Dick's Height of, hey, here's what we found in the report. And number 2 is a conversation with Dick's Height sitting off to the side. Croa, are you willing to do anything with the civic corridor land in a partnership with us? I don't think there are any magical, mystical other answers out there. There are 2 answers. They sell the land or they land lease the land. Jan, I mean, there's really no other.
Yeah.
That's it.
Hold on a
I
sec.
mean,
Okay.
no, that's.
But it can be,
Yeah.
why can't it be bigger than that? Why are you limiting just the civic corridor?
Well, that was my question before, when you started talking about other parcels. But at that point, that doesn't necessarily involve Crow. If we're talking about buying the one that we had talked about months ago or a year
You
ago,
don't even need Crow.
I don't need Crow for that. We can go ahead and unilaterally do
Yeah,
that.
the only thing we need Crow is the civic corridor.
Yeah.
That's it.
No, I would certainly, I don't like the idea of us doing our own master plan and they do their master plan and never the 2 shall meet. So if we're gonna pursue something like that, which I'm all for it, but I'd at least like to know what they're talking about doing as well.
I got it, but I'm gonna even make it hairier than that, because we don't know the result of the master planning process. Because what if they say that, because they're looking holistically.
Whose master planning process?
They,
Theirs or ours?
Dick's Height.
No, ours
Oh,
would be
okay.
Dick's Height. When Dick's Height, they might say, you need to put a food and beverage facility at Spring Park. Well, Crowa doesn't want to build that, right? They might love to, but they can't do it. So if we're talking about a land lease on the civic corridor, why can't we do it elsewhere?
There's no.
I'm not opposed to the idea. I think you're gonna have 7 board members whose heads explode when you talk about CDD coming in on existing Crow amenities.
I'm just saying, why limit yourself?
I'm not opposed to throwing it out there, but Jesus, I can't even get them to say yes on an open lot of land.
Is there a first step where both boards exchange master plans for each board to look at.
We've done that.
Well, we don't have
Not the
yours.
final.
Yeah, we don't have yours. I've never seen it.
My question too, Dave.
What final?
Why do we need Dick's Height to present it when the report's there? They can just read it themselves.
Because it's a sales and marketing.
Well,
pitch.
because you're getting a third party to give a grade.
And there's gonna be questions to it. I mean, it's,
Yes, I mean, it's
I
pretty
would-
self-explanatory.
I would highly have a third party come in here and do
But
that.
can you get them to like talk like twice as fast? Because last time, half the board was
Oh,
asleep.
it
They
was
were
a
not paying
terrible
attention.
meeting.
No, I
It was,
Yeah,
It
it
was
was
bad.
brutal.
All right, define bad. What was bad about it?
they completely lost
forever.
interest. They
We talked
completely
in
lost interest.
circles and nothing came out of the meeting.
Yeah, the
Everybody-
current people that
that-
aggravated.
everybody got to say one thing and not say anything else.
Yeah.
That was
One there, so
It was, that was Crow. That was just.
It was not a collaborative meeting. It was a, let's see if we can do this
Yeah.
without knifing each other in the middle of the room.
Exactly.
And somebody brought a knife, remember?
I'm not sure we even succeeded with that part.
Jack, it was you.
Plastic one.
It's a
So
plastic.
Dick's Height is the mediator, is that why they're?
Yeah,
there?
essentially.
It became that, they were in an awkward position.
Yes.
Unbiased.
To mitigate some of the personalities that are in the room on both sides of both boards. I got it. They're there. They become the independent third party that says, guys, we came in as professionals and looked at the town and here's as a town, what we're recommending.
Which is
So, and I need your, each one of your personal feedback on this. I'll make this comment. I want you to give me some feedback on this.
I'm really shy. We usually don't say anything.
No, I struggle with this one because we've done this from the beginning and the reality is there are only so many little pieces that we can actually build on
Mhm.
that financially make sense. Right? There's only so many pieces that we can do. Right? And we pinned a lot on the KA field. Pinned a lot on that didn't pan out.
Mhm.
I go to the second option and I'm open to see what could happen, but if Crow says we're not interested, then that's it. Right? I mean,
At
we're
least we have
not,
a decision.
Hmm?
Yeah, at least we have a decision.
I
Right
mean,
now, we don't know.
and that's the thing. I do want a decision because this is the thing that has been going on for me way too long. But we always talk like there's all this land out there. We have from the beginning. Every one of us has, except for Jack.
We do have,
It's true because you have.
maybe could we ask for Bill's perspective? Because he happens to be one of those guys.
All I want to know is what we're talking about. Are we talking about the joint meeting with the firm and Crow paying for part of that?
No.
Are we
No.
talking about agreement about selling a parcel? What are we talking about specifically?
And that's what I was asking. What's the purpose of the joint meeting other than Dick's Height presenting the community? What is your hope to walk out of that meeting with what? Saying, yeah, we'll work on it with you, saying, can I have land? Like, what's the end goal?
I've got two agenda items. One is the presentation by Dick Site, whatever conversation goes around that.
Uh-huh.
And number two, well, I respect and like the fact there are other parcels and other things, and maybe we talk about Spring Park or something else. The civic corridor is the most obvious glaring thing. If we can't get the civic corridor conversation even moving at a moderate pace,
Then you don't-
anything else is gonna move
We
forward.
could just make it generic.
Okay.
It would be, are they open to the prospect of the CDD utilizing Crow property? And however we want to frame that.
I want to say, no, I want to say civic corridor.
Bill, what
I
was
said,
your-
because if you say Crow property, you mean
Well,
Lakeside, you
Bill,
mean.
what's your
Can I
perception?
ask one?
Well, I think that's his point, right? To
That's
leave it
my-
open-ended to
You need,
see.
yeah, you don't
there's
limit yourself
other
to
stuff
up front
out there.
like this, because we don't know what's gonna transpire.
Okay,
You're opening.
okay, I'll be up for that.
Can I ask one question? This goes a little bit beyond that. Mark, at the end of the city core, the lot we worked on,
Yeah.
that land there, is any of that usable?
There's some, but it's a lot of floodplain.
That's what I'm saying. And the other thing is
But-
too, with Crower property, I mean, we can't bond on it unless they give it to us.
Or we do the land use.
How much land do you think is usable out there?
That's.
He gave us a report. It's a couple-
Yeah, we had done like a plan with some baseball.
You would fit one baseball field and some parking.
Yeah, I think that's- yeah.
And if we didn't do the baseball field, we'd also talk to you.
So that's one area that we can develop as well.
Where?
But it wasn't big enough to put the baseball
Oh,
field.
look,
One
One baseball field.
You can fit one, but not two.
You're not talking about along I-4.
No,
Oh,
no,
right.
no, yeah, at the end of the.
So right by your ear.
And Mark, if we did the baseball field, would there be room to put a boardwalk in there to link North Village?
Yeah, the boardwalk you could do, because that could be elevated, so it would have no impact on the floodplain.
Okay. So to me, that.
And I count that as part of the civic corridor as
That
well.
would be part of the issue is to
And the
redevelop.
parking,
civic-
right? We've got to
Because you looked at
that, it's on the
parking.
Yeah, there were options, either
Well,
buying
that's
in that
big
lot
part.
or even.
That's the land down at the end that we can develop.
Here?
Yes.
There were different parking options. I
I
remember
think we
thinking
threw
about.
a parking lot in there, 'cause
Yeah.
it may have had some different shapes or something.
So the joint meeting, to request a joint meeting would be, number one, to do a presentation by Dick's Height of what they came up with, the research and the data for a master plan. And the second would be, is CROA open to their available land for us to be able to do something with this master plan?
I would love to see the Dick site report.
Well, everybody will see it, but that's the ask. If you're gonna be the one to go back and ask your board, that's, those are the requests.
I mean, we already said we can,
Will you
next
send out?
24 hours or so, you can send out the report.
Yeah,
and get that
I'll
over.
send it out.
Send
As
it
long as
to-
everybody's good with that. You're good with me sending it out?
Yeah, I think that's.
Is that
That's good
precedent
summary.
to you to see it before you listen to the dog and pony?
We would like to understand what is being considered. As a resident, I've never seen this plan.
And see, this
Just
is,
for vinyl. No,
Right.
Yeah.
It's not like we're doing this meeting next week. You
No.
guys are gonna-
No.
Yeah.
We have a meeting tomorrow that we can bring up the idea.
For me, I've always. It's okay to throw out the plan, but unless you walk it through, people misinterpret.
Yeah.
So
That's-
that's just me. And
and if
that's,
you're getting
that's regular
punched,
business.
saying yes
You
or
gotta walk it
no
through.
to a joint meeting based on your interpretation of this plan,
That's what I was saying.
that's
It's
not
a
gonna be
little
good.
Well,
hard
the
to-
reality is we need them to walk through it because a handful of people on the board are not going to read the report beforehand.
And I know one or two people on the board that are gonna take the report and do social media posts on whatever they feel like. To Tom's point,
That's what I'm saying.
whatever they feel like the report says. And listen, at the end of the day, I can't. I can't sit here, well, I can't stop it, but more importantly, I'm not gonna not do the right thing for the community
Right.
because they're making one or two.
We still need to do.
We come in, we have the conversation we're gonna have, and if somebody wants to say that we're trying to put friggin' Martian landing pads, they're gonna say what they're gonna say. I don't care.
Well, that'd be kind of cool. That'd be an idea.
You all had a meeting where people came to talk about the potential of up to $40 million in bonds, and you saw the fervor that happened with that. It Just,
That's
the cart before
That wasn't even reality.
Yeah, that they missed. it.
27 ways in which that meeting was misconstrued. is the one that we're voting.
yes, agreed. So I,
27.
At least.
so all I'm saying is, if the board can see the report, understand what's being considered, I'm all for a meeting, but it's not my call. I need to take this to the board. You have my commitment to take it to the board for step. Baby steps, right?
And so we can, I don't know why we would need to authorize it, but how do we send out the report?
Oh, I'll send it out. It'll be we transfer. What I'll do is send it to Lauren and then she can disseminate it to her board.
Never did that go with that or?
It's 500 pages.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean, other than,
Well,
here's the final report from
narrative
Dick's Height
well,
doing.
the narrative I would put around it, again, it doesn't need to get really super wordy, is
No, but it says.
hey, this is a public report, but please take the opportunity to allow our company that we paid a lot of money to present this and not just,
And not just
Yeah.
summarily discount it.
Yeah.
So is the point.
because
We're willing to pay for the.
I can make the request, but
they're gonna do what they're gonna do.
Can I ask if this is something that should be posted on must it or should
We can, so.
on the website,
on the website?
no.
But
Because
we can't do it or?
no, we can't because unless we're gonna make it ADA compliant and it's not ADA compliant.
The report
Cost
is-
money?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, meaning,
It's a
oh,
public
It has to
website, has to
be,
be.
yeah.
compliant.
Everything that we put on our website has to be ADA compliant.
I'm gonna ask a really dumb question, what about it's not ADA compliant?
We have stuff like that on the website. That's a PDF.
And it goes through, but I'll have to send it to them and ask if it.
I thought the web page
It's
guy like
large.
automatically told us he would start doing everything on ADA compliant.
They convert stuff
Space
to
for-
ADA compliant.
Yeah,
but something.
500 pages, they're not doing that for free.
Okay.
Not a chance.
Yeah.
But what we can do, and I wouldn't recommend you put it on your website anyway, it's too big.
And
To Dave's point, I mean, if this is the linchpin of the conversation of us talking about redeveloping the town, If we gotta spend $1,000 to make it ADA compliant so the town can read it, we don't have to decide that. tonight.
I would wanna know if they wanna.
Nobody's gonna read it.
Not in disagreement.
Nobody's gonna read this document, and if they want it, they'll ask for a records
And they can
request.
come get it.
And we'll send it out to them. Not a big deal at all.
Okay.
But
I don't want anybody to misconstrue this, that we're trying to hide a report or anything like that. It's.
No,
it's
not at all.
absolutely public.
Yep, agreed. Yeah, all they have to do is ask for it. We absolutely can send it. Just send a WeTransfer and they can download it at their leisure. For sure.
All right, do we need a vote or any action item or we?
I think there was a consensus.
Yeah, I have it written
Well,
down.
the 2,500, I mean, if.
That's gonna come up if they agree
Later.
to it.
So contingent on their agreement to have.
I would like to approve the 2,500, so we're not sitting here waiting another month.
Yes,
If,
that's what-
if they say yes, I'd like to go ahead and approve the 2,500 so we can get this.
And, yeah, if
That
they
is
say
a
yes.
Yeah, if they say yes,
I would agree.
I'll make that motion.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'd like to go
Who
RFP.
seconded that?
Dave second.
You committed to that?
We already did RFP.
Uh, opposed?
I'm
I
happy.
did RFP on that one.
We RFP'd it already.
What RPU? What was it?
2,500.
Was it?
Next one.
Yes, I did. Desperately.
There's more?
Yes, I think this
you.
meeting dates and times.
What's next?
Meeting dates and times.
My favorite part of the agenda.
Meeting dates and times. Yes. So we get punchy towards the end.
Just
Yeah.
real simple. Foreseeable future. Go with a Wednesday or a Monday. I don't care, just not Tuesday.
It is Tuesday.
Tuesday, I have continuing education that I'm signing up for.
I would prefer Monday or Wednesday, to be honest, as well.
I can't do Wednesdays. Carrie, if you can do Wednesdays, I mean, I may be able to join.
Monday,
I would ask that if you change meetings, do not change your budget workshops or budget meetings because I need to be
During
there
those
for those
Yeah.
and we've already advertised them. And I'm
Fair.
not available.
Is this for all meetings going forward or just?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
I don't care. After the summer,
Oh, we know you.
after the summer, I don't care, but going forward, if that way it's just consistent, that's fine. Monday.
Yeah.
Monday,
You want to do the rest of the calendar year?
Well, Mike,
Going forward.
Let's vote on this Monday thing.
We advertise annually, so I wouldn't recommend you change it and then change back
Yeah.
and then change back.
that's fine, because we just changed it to 5 o'clock. That's what I'm told.
Yeah.
Well, and my other suggestion would be we don't do it on the fourth Wednesday because that's Crow's meeting, so.
So Monday.
Unless we intentionally want to conflict with their meeting, that would be a bad thing.
So when would this start?
Monday.
When would this start?
Say fiscal year, that's like 8 months away.
No, as soon as possible.
No, he wants to start, yeah, I mean,
So this would be April.
Yes,
That's my question. April?
yes.
you can't do it for April.
Sorry to post. sorry.
Yeah, it,
Wait, the
the budget workshop, well,
Not the
Brenda,
budget
do
workshop.
we have time to advertise for,
It's a month
to
away.
start in April?
For the, yes, because your current meeting is April 22, so are you going to move to the same week? Just
Monday,
Yes.
Monday,
So the
same
fourth-
week.
the fourth
just the
Monday of
Monday.
every month.
Yes.
That's
Okay,
the
that-
fourth
Hold on,
Monday.
hold on. I'm checking my fourth Monday, so.
You got a problem with May, that's Memorial Day.
Wait a minute, April 21st, it's not the fourth Monday.
No, April 28th is the fourth Monday.
Well, I won't be here.
April 28th is the fourth Monday, Brenda.
Okay,
It would be
yeah,
the-
I just need to know which number of the week you want. Because the
Gotcha.
fourth is sometimes the last Monday, sometimes it's not.
I'm not gonna be here. I can't make that. I've already got plans.
Monday's are already bad. I have to spend 4 hours with you guys now at the end of the month.
5.
Out 6.
I'm gonna bring a cot.
So can we keep it the fourth Monday at 5 o'clock?
Yeah, but then you're right, it's Memorial Day for.
So what do you do May?
In May, you're approving
Wait, the
your,
fourth Monday's Memorial Day?
Yes.
May is, yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
you're approving your budget in May and July. So I have to have at least 3 of you here for those meetings.
Yeah, week before I'm booked.
You sure you can't come on Tuesdays?
Come where? Oh.
Not a big fan on Tuesdays going forward.
Yeah, but this,
I scheduled my, okay, hold on.
well, the next 2 months don't work at all.
Saturday, 7th.
Definitely not available.
Finds humor with me anymore.
I wasn't listening. It's even worse.
April 28 is no.
I'm just looking at the calendar here. Rough crowd.
So the third Thursday? That's the day after Easter.
Oh, yeah, that third Thursday's out.
All right, well, listen,
trouble. Even though I prefer.
Next year, budget meetings, the rest Carrie can.
So we're saying we're starting Mondays, fourth Mondays in June? Because we can't do it in May with Memorial Day, or I guess.
You
Yeah,
could
and
start in
Jack-
June.
Jack can't go in April.
I'll be great.
It's up to you guys.
Does that work for you, Dave? We wait till June?
I'm trying to get this for April and May.
Shoot, June.
Yeah, because you only need it through the summer, right?
You're right.
That's
can,
like-
can,
Oh, you're saying you would go back after the end of the summer?
Yeah, technically, yeah.
Okay.
Which I will say is fine because we would do our next annual advertisement on October after the budget cycle. So you could essentially go back to where you were.
So you just need to adjust our April and May meetings, is what you're saying.
And probably June.
June, I'm okay,
You read that book.
April, okay, but May, I don't know what we're gonna do because Memorial Day.
Either that or just don't go.
Can we just change those 3 months instead of the whole schedule?
I think that's what we're suggesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, but May's Memorial Day.
Can we do the 28th? See that, now we're doing.
And what's the problem if we do it at the evening of Memorial Day?
Nobody will be here.
Nobody's here.
Nobody will be here.
I'm eating my steak.
That's a budget meeting.
I don't want to have staff to come in on a holiday.
No, we can't do that. Nice try.
I mean, Carrie would be, no. just kidding.
Does the third Monday in May work?
Mark's building
Absolutely.
flowers by then on a
Yeah.
holiday.
Right?
I'm not here the week.
His new increase starts in June.
The 19th
The
of
week of
May,
the 18th, I'm on vacation.
you said the 19th of May?
Is it the third Monday?
Yes.
Work for Tom
Yeah, I'm out all week. I actually base my vacation
on meeting.
on the meeting.
Yeah.
Great.
I did it right.
Kind of, yeah, I do that too.
I do.
Yeah, planning around meetings that you don't want to miss.
Can we move it to Thursday?
Oh,
3 months, 1/3? No?
I got no problem with Thursday either.
Yeah, meeting.
I can't do Thursdays.
Good meetings on
Okay.
Thursdays.
I'm straight up.
May 29th, I can't do, I'll be out of town.
Why don't we go?
What happened with April then?
Yeah, let's-
Nobody has a problem with April?
Well, what do we?
No, Jack has a problem. He's not here that week.
What are you saying in April?
Go to the 21st instead of 22nd?
No.
Oh, no, it would be the
22nd
28th.
is the 20th. The 28th, and Jack's not here.
We could do it the 21st.
Why do we care if it's
I don't have a problem with 21st.
I can do this one.
Is that a Monday?
Yes.
Yes. It's just the day before your regular scheduled meeting.
I mean, we can say, oh, no, you're out the May 19th.
Wait, let's do the 21st for what month is it?
April, 21st April, that what do we do with me?
Leave it like
You
it
can
is.
just leave it, not just miss it.
Okay.
So April 21st.
Okay.
Killing me, Smalls.
And you're leaving May as is?
Yeah.
Are 3 of you going to be present at the May meeting? Cause that's,
I am.
that's a budget approval meeting.
Are we gonna get it stoned?
Yeah, because if Dave's not gonna be here
Yeah, I would
and
chicken
or
eat
you skip out on me, then.
Or you can change the time.
You have to be there to vote.
Well, see, now we're putting the date and the time.
Yeah, so we have, Tom, will you be here?
Yes, I will be.
Okay.
Well, he's
I
saying
can be
leave
here.
May, fine.
May is- So I'll just join late.
Okay,
We'll just be late.
We've
Okay.
got 4 people for May.
You're saying the day after Memorial Day, the 27th.
Correct.
Our normal
Yes.
meeting
Normal
day,
meeting.
yeah,
Yes.
normal meeting.
Yeah, April 21st.
I just won't be there until like 7:30 or 8.
Well, we seem
It'll
to.
be going that long.
We seem to be going that long, so you should be good.
Public comments by that point.
So how does June look?
Jesus.
Leave it like it is.
The
Well,
24th?
That's that one.
No, I thought you had to change April, May and June.
Yes, you said
So-
so for the 23rd.
So the June moves to the 23rd.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, he
Oh.
left May at the normal date.
Right, he's just gonna miss it.
I'm okay with
Getting there
23rd.
late. But he's looking at April, May and June, and so we're leaving May, but April and June have to change.
June is the 23rd. All in favor?
This feels like Fisbin.
Yeah, I mean,
All
I
right.
said something else that day, but we can cover
What
it.
about July?
He doesn't need a July.
No.
So I have a request if we can move our July meeting. Cause I need to make 60 days between May and July. But if we meet May 27, then I would like to meet July. Where's July? 29.
We're not moving July meeting, are we? So we should be able to keep, May
No.
meeting.
No, the fourth Tuesday in July is the 22nd, and
Right.
she's saying she wants to
27th.
do the 29th.
But we
Correct.
didn't move the May meeting.
But we didn't move the May meeting. Why are
The
we
May-
having?
The May meeting is May 27. I don't have 60 days until July 22.
What she's saying was we never should have scheduled it.
We'd have to move it to July 29th.
We always have the problem.
Correct.
She's saying.
That's what I'm
I
asking.
thought,
When
I
do we have
thought
to
we
get-
solved it when I did the annual meeting schedule.
When do we
Sorry.
need to have it signed?
What? You have to have 60 days in between your proposed budget and your final.
So it has to move to 29th.
So it moves to the 29th.
Wait, I'm
On Tuesday.
So it's Tuesday, 5 o'clock.
wait a minute, I'm sorry. So we just moved it back from the 22nd to the 29th.
Just start drinking, start bringing a flask.
So
It's ridiculous.
April, June and July.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. And 5 o'clock.
Yes. Are we good to keep the rest of them?
Yes.
Now we're changing them all now.
And if you can't change it, then you don't give it the.
July 29, June 23rd.
July 29.
So you're gonna update the calendar? Yeah. Brenda?
Yes.
On the
Yep.
website?
Yep.
Okay.
So April 21st, July 29, June 23,
May 27.
May
Yeah.
27.
Brenda, can you do me a favor or somebody, please just email this out?
She'll
Yes.
send out calendar invites
Yeah.
and don't wait, Brenda, to send them out the day of the meeting.
Oh,
Send
yeah.
them out like tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because these are different. So yes, I will do that.
Yeah.
And the only workshop we have is April 8th, right?
April 8th is your last workshop for budget.
Correct.
Unless we need one arbitrarily in May, we can schedule it if needed.
All right, now what?
Yeah, April 8th, I'll be late.
Okay.
You mean after all that, you're still gonna be late?
Oh,
It's not a piece of work, this guy is. All right.
Starts on.
Are we done with dates and times? All right, now, listen. Tell everybody from the heart, I am not going through this until we vote for new officers in November. Liaison assignments. Been on the calendar for what, 4 months now?
We just put Shell on, it was for Shell.
Audit committee.
We just put them on our committee.
That's.
He's assigned.
Do we need anybody for like, you're doing Cano?
Yes. We,
Who's
last
you? For Greg.
yeah, last
Now, watch this. He knew what I was talking about.
You part of the market.
You're doing Canoa and.
and Crawl,
Okay.
because they're same management company.
Okay.
The only, so the one I would throw out there that they had reached out to me separately, I don't know how they found me on LinkedIn. Would it make any sense that we do anything with the Osceola Chamber, particularly if there's a lot of businesses in town?
And I have something to add.
I know Paul Collins had done like the West 192 district, which that didn't really make sense because it was outside of our footprint. The Osceola Chamber to me makes sense because we've got businesses in town that are represented. And I think that'd be a good one for Jill, or I'd be happy to do it or whatever, but I don't know. if it's-
I think I don't know.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, what did you have?
Who is the liaison for schools?
Why did we have one?
Well, okay,
We only had Dave engage the school district for master planning.
okay.
That was,
Okay.
Which is fine, but we had this conversation, Jan, Greg and I. So I've had 7 residents contact us. Jan, we've had this conversation about Greg is now running for the school board, public knowledge, and he's communicating with schools. And they find that to be a conflict of interest. Now, hold on. So we don't really have a liaison. That's why I wanted to bring it up. If schools reach out to you, don't engage, just say, I've copied management
But that's
and.
what I did on the last thread was forward it over.
Yeah, but don't even engage with anything other than I've included management, they'll respond. And that way there is no perceived conflict of interest. So, yeah,
That was easy.
yeah, okay, yeah.
Is there a liaison needed with the school?
The schools do reach out for brand, like the Lynx bus. There was, before it was a pond behind the high school.
We voted last year to do the sidewalk cleaning at each one of the. schools.
Sidewalk cleaning. So there are things that different school entities will reach out for. And again, I don't know why they're drawn to Greg, but they do reach out to him about these things. So it's not that he's our liaison, but with you running,
Yeah.
don't want the perception that there is a conflict of interest. So if you guys want to name a liaison, and
I mean,
things
that
that
might be
come
helpful.
across, but
Well,
again, there's
I'll
no
say the-
direct issues that we're dealing with schools on.
Well, the one active thing that we did have somewhat of a conversation was Jack along the lines of the e-bike stuff.
E-bike stuff.
So,
I haven't talked to any schools. but-
Yeah, schools weren't in.
no, but I had, and again, this is before I announced that I was gonna run for
Yeah,
school
yeah.
board. I had, we
Okay.
talked about that along the board, that I was gonna reach out to the three
Right.
principals, so I'm happy to punt them over to Jack if there's further conversation.
Yeah, why don't you punt them to Angel so you're not writing to Jack? Let Angel and she'll punt to
This,
Jack.
this is something we need to deal with the sheriff first. Yeah. You know, when we get the sheriff's response, we get this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that's all in that way.
Yeah, keep Greg out.
Everybody knows I've addressed it.
Thank you.
It's on the record.
It's on the record. I've addressed it. So as long as we've addressed it, we're good.
And I will, Angel, I will send a note preemptively and proactively to all three principals and just say, hey, if there are questions, here you go.
Yep, that's totally fine. And that's all I had on liaison. Carrie and I collectively together with Jan have something to address under district manager. But
Well, we're at that, regular reports, district
Well-
manager.
did we give him a liaison?
Yes.
Is it just the audit committee? Okay.
That's all we gave you?
Well,
That's what I seen it.
what else do you think?
What room is there? to
I think
have?
he's getting the short end of the deal.
The audit committee meets once a year.
Yeah.
You missed the meeting.
Is there
Missed the meeting.
Is there a meaningful
is there
meaning?
I feel like you're a foreign secretary and,
would we,
There it is.
so would we, do we need anybody on CJC?
What?
CJC?
Well, they need like throw in canoa.
I mean, I would, not to throw my stake in, but if I'm Crow and Canoa, it's kind of weird that I'm Crow and Canoa and then somebody else is CJC.
All right, then I guess no, because then it's just, that just seems like a lot. All right, then no.
Okay.
We'll find something. Don't.
Well,
Yeah.
there's always something.
We can meet with Peggy Chowdhury.
That means that he's not gonna.
Do it again. It's-
Okay, no. District manager.
Okay, so there's a couple things, one to bring up. One is the task list. Okay, do you want to cover it? Do you want me to?
We do it jointly, so
Okay.
part of that. And I had asked Dave this, is how those items get on the task list and what categories belong on that task list? Because I'm now using that to create that Friday field report.
It's great.
Any open items that I think need narrative or more discussion, I put it in that report. Angel and I were looking at some things, I'm like, I don't really know if that needs to be discussed or if there was further discussion. So
Yeah,
my question was, and I asked Dave, do you need to request stuff to get on the task list? Does that come from the board? What is the criteria for items getting on that list and us following through, updating it, addressing it?
and I think that in just my opinion, and again, it's your task list, is if it's discussed in a meeting and there is directive that comes out of that discussion, whether it's, you know, Jan's drafting an agreement or Mark's doing a pond report or management is tasked with whatever, then it can go on the task list. If it's a maintenance item, like cleaning the pavilions, that's not,
That's a
that shouldn't be on the task list. That should be open a ticket and go gov, and that way it's trackable.
celebration app, so.
Yeah, sorry. So, and again, things that come out of a board meeting really should be on that task list, or I'm sorry, the way we interpret what should be on that task list is things that come out of a meeting. And here's the other thing, and I didn't, Carrie and I talked about it. Carrie was gonna make the announcement at the beginning. I think we started really quickly.
Yeah.
And we didn't go, but it's becoming increasingly difficult to, for Brenda to do the minutes. And as you know, the dredging was one thing where we're jumping all over the place. People are talking over one another. We're not closing the gap on certain agenda items. And I think the dredging was a case in point, but there was also one that, that Dave had a good example of, which was
Barriers.
the root barrier, but there was another one that I think you emailed me and I said this, there was no direction out of this. And you're like, well, we discussed it. So I think it was implied.
Lines or?
Was it signs or the ponds? Pond map?
I don't know. It was one of them. Do you remember?
Yeah, the study that the county.
No, it was something else.
I think it was the funds.
I think it was the ponds and easements that.
Okay.
But there was no.
There was no direction
as to get started on.
for us to expend funds on it. So I didn't put it on the task list. So I think we just need to make sure we're staying on task so we don't leave open items on here. And you all need to tell us what's your expectation? What do you want on that task list instead of what we're interpreting should be on it? We want to make sure we're putting what needs to be on it according to y'all's expectation.
Is there a problem, so I understand it, it clearly there's a problem in the meetings of we're jumping around too much, you're not getting.
Yeah.
Is that the only problem, or am I also hearing you're having a problem separately of board members reaching out to you and tasking outside of meetings?
No.
Okay.
But like, I'll give you an example, like Dave, right?
Yeah,
We
that's his
talked
thing.
about, and it wasn't anything bad. He gave me a list and he's like, hey, these things came out of a meeting, but I don't see them on the task list,
Mhm.
right? Well, like one of them was, I'm assuming it's the pond thing. And he's like, we talked about this and I was like, but there was no direction
There's no
or
action on it.
an action taken. And he said, which was valid point. Well, we talked about it, therefore the implication is there was a task to come out of that or the directive because the board discussed it. But it does require expending funds.
Yeah.
So it needs an approval. We don't have the authority to do that. So that's where,
Yeah.
that's
We
where
need
the,
to be more clear as we go through our agenda saying,
Correct,
please add
because-
this to the list.
we don't want to not meet your expectations, you know, and I don't want
Yeah.
you guys to think that something's supposed to be on there and we're sitting here going, no.
Yeah,
Yeah, and-
quite honestly, I had a conversation with both Mark and Janice, and we don't have authorization to spend money to move forward. That wasn't part of the discussion.
Yeah, we,
I think you thought it was part of the discussion,
Right.
and it wasn't really clear to anyone.
yeah, we were specifically asked, don't do anything unless it's the board authorizing us to work. So we're not taking calls and doing work that somebody asks.
Yeah, the other part of the task thing, which was a good point, was stuff that's beyond CDD purview, right? Like the flashing crosswalk signs. That's not a CDD thing. The only reason the district was even brought into the information is the resident who was interacting with the county copied me. And therefore I sent it out to all of you kind of as an FYI. But we have no purview over the flashing lights that the county's gonna do or the study. So Dave's like, Angel, this isn't on the task list. I didn't put it on there because it's not a CDD issue. I'm not following the study with the county. I can tell you that. And I told Dave that. Now, if the board is saying, we want you to follow that study, then we're happy to do that. But things that aren't within our purview, I'm not reaching out to the county saying, hey, what's the status on this thing? So that's where we want a little bit of clarification on what your expectation is.
Because I might not agree with what's in our purview. So to me, if somebody's gonna put a flashing sign in our verge, that's in our purview.
Not with the county.
Yeah,
no.
not legally. They can put it up to where they want.
Yep.
Traffic control signs, they can put,
That's right.
We don't have a say.
we don't have a say.
Pending our workshop that we have.
Yeah, I
Well,
don't understand that.
Well,
I don't
we
know
have-
how our property, somebody can just.
It's
I mean,
actually
they're-
the county's property, but we have an easement over.
No, it is not.
Wait, we own the verge,
We own the.
but, so it's opposite.
They probably have an easement.
An easement over the
But
verge.
yeah, I know
Yeah.
FDOT signs I've looked and they have the ability
Yeah.
to locate them.
But I mean, it's because I have a lot of questions probably because, and we all probably have that in one way or another. So if to me, somebody's gonna put something in our property, it's our purview.
But it's,
The board needs to decide, are we gonna spend money doing that, or
Right.
is that something that?
But the other part about this, I don't want management to be hamstrung, so
So why would we track the flashing lights?
because they're putting
what we
flashing
say
lights on our
because it's
property.
going in our.
But,
on our
but they have the right to put them in.
Right.
But do they?
But guys, let's make sure we're tackling the issue that we're being asked is the direction to staff. on the task list.
My point is unless so maybe we gotta do this, like it goes down what you're saying. So if you have, go ahead, if there is questions, right? It comes back to the next board meeting saying, okay, let's discuss this because otherwise this list is gonna be giganto with everything. And it's like, how do you manage that?
Well, the idea is that we have the list, we don't have to discuss it at the meeting. So that we're
Right.
not
I want to
asking
make
every
sure
time what's
the
going on.
correct things are on the list. Another example, the bats and the birds, right? There's nothing we can do about the bats and the birds. So I took it off the task list, right? Huh?
Bird secret code for some.
It's bats houses, trying to get bats to come and then birds that have been downtown for forever.
Is this Lexington? Downtown?
Yeah,
Yes.
you didn't send out the information.
It's our Esplanade, the birds on our Esplanade.
Well, the birds fly over everywhere. So
I know.
it's, yes, that's, I mean,
Well, that's.
So,
you can't.
Some crab irons.
but I
I
wanted
think we need to put tracker of these birds.
But I just want to make sure that we are providing the expectation that you're expected. I don't want something not to be on there or be on there. And we're not under the same guys,
Well,
right?
let's
That's
do that.
all.
So Lex and Mike Nunez and Janice, we were talking and then say, hey, can you do something about these birds? We've tried, we can't do anything. I'm like, all right, well,
Yeah.
I'll ask. So I brought that up outside of the board meeting, right?
Yep.
So what, you not put it on the task list
I
because?
did, but I took it off because we researched.
Well, I know you did. So,
Yeah,
but
It was on the task
I'm
list.
thinking about going forward.
Oh,
That's an
okay.
example, all right? A single board member gets asked by anybody else in the community.
No,
like,
it would
oh.
not go on the task list. No.
All right, so that way, if Jack gets approached with a question on something, then I'm not gonna see it on the task list.
No. Jack will come to the meeting and say, hey, 5 people told me that, we shouldn't ride scooters on the sidewalks. And then the board can discuss it. And if there's a directive or you're like, hey, Angel, add this to the task list, or Carrie, add this to the task list because we want you to research and do A, B, and C.
See, I just want
Because-
everybody to open up a. can.
Because if you put
do.
everything that a resident at
Yes.
that list is gonna be like crazy long with 90% of the stuff that y'all aren't gonna do anything with. You know what I mean? So it's better to come to the board, hey, this is what I was approached with, and then you determine, yep, add it to a task list, we're gonna move forward with that or something.
This is really just an intervention with Dave.
He blankety blank.
I'm like,
Let's put it this.
I'm gonna say.
God forbid I wanna do something.
I noticed, and I also noticed Shell's kind of like angled away from him. Yeah. You know what?
As I started here.
You don't want all that bird stuff. to get you.
No, well,
Association.
I'm a quick study.
that's the shield when the punches start getting thrown,
Use it, not throw candy, all right.
Usually I'm the jackass, but he's pretty.
Yeah. Well, I did.
It's your task list. We will do whatever the board wants. I just want to make sure we're meeting the expectations. That's why Carrie and I wanted to bring it up. Whatever you feel needs to be on there, we'll make sure it's on there and it's getting followed up
Well,
on.
listen, it's new, we're trying to figure out how. And
And that's exactly what I said. There
Yep.
really was no clarity.
Yeah, there is none.
So
There was none.
there's another aspect to the list. And it is start date and end dates.
Those are all filled in.
Okay. Also, if it's past the end date, that whole column should be in red. We should blatantly see, okay. Because then we'll know, okay, we're past what we thought it was gonna be done. So this is, we need everyone to know what's going on here.
So there is an item on the task list now, that needs board approval because it does require expending funds. And, we need to
How do you find the test?
It's on Celebration
Yeah.
shared files. We can send you a link again. Brenda, if you can make sure Mark and Jan have the link.
Yes, I'll send it again.
all right, well, while we're on the topic, then
Go
a
over
generic what?
Pond permit analysis.
Yes, that's the.
That is what board needs to approve because Mark and Jan both will be expending funds to do their part of the research along with staff.
Okay. So that's a great example of what I was gonna talk about, Mr. Chairman,
Oh,
which
sorry.
is.
Well, I wanted everyone to have
I
their
see
chance,
your
one at a time.
Yeah, so which is, for example, we talk about something comes up like that.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden you're hamstrung. You have a question for Mark and Jan, but you can't engage them until the next board meeting.
Nope.
I don't know if that was our intent.
Well, the problem with that I, Carrie, do not have the authority to spend district funds outside of an emergency. There are documents and resolutions in place that allows us to spend money outside of a meeting along with the chairman only for emergencies. Researching a pond permit analysis, not an emergency. So it has to come back to the board
Well,
because we don't have authority.
Well, I'm gonna take a pause for a second. And maybe this is my fault, it probably is. I'll get blamed anyway.
I'm gonna say yes.
Yes.
That is.
Buddy, give
Look at the flex, yes,
Shell,
right.
shell.
Jump on that grenade.
now.
There has been, and this really got changed about a year ago with concerns for budget, which I'm not expressing in. There had been a degree of reasonableness where, particularly as the chairman, I was able to engage Jan or Mark on something within reason, and I didn't have to worry about coming back to another board meeting. The way we've kind of got it now, the way I'm understanding how we've given the directive is,
To be fair, it's always been that way. We should have never been allowing the chair or anyone to go directly to them without board approval outside of an emergency, because that's the rules and the procedures.
I don't,
Not to say you don't agree with it, but I'm just saying that's.
I don't agree with that.
procedure.
Questions, even
Yeah.
clarifications, like.
No,
Like, for
or-
example, this agreement that we have, that we can't seem to get done for the, boardwalks, like. So I can't reach out and say, hey, Jan, where are we? I did to Carrie, like, where are we with this? And what's taking 2 months to
the
get.
board members have the authority to utilize counsel and engineer.
Question.
Yes, you absolutely. What we're talking about is something different. But I will say because,
well, but it's not. I'm sorry, but.
Well, it is.
Well, but the directive that came down last year that the majority of the board came to was thou shalt not expend any funds, particularly for them, because they're on an hourly basis.
correct.
So my interpretation of what we agreed on 9 months ago is board members weren't even to go to Jan or Mark with any questions. We were to wait till the board meeting.
Because 90% of the time, management can answer your questions without,
You start with management.
Okay.
without you having to expend funds.
So,
That's why it's Carrie.
continue this discussion then. You go to management with a question, you can't answer it. You
Oh.
had to wait to the next board meeting for you to answer it?
No, I go to Jan,
Oh, you.
or I'll go to Mark. Oh,
Okay.
yeah. We are your first stopgap from expending funds because we're free,
That I'm okay.
right?
Yes, but you're just told me if it's an emergency, the only way you can, and maybe.
So
maybe
there's
I'm
two separate
misunderstanding.
funds. There are resolutions in place that allows your management and in conjunction with your chairman, whoever that is, to expend funds in an emergency. Let's say a main line breaks or
Nobody's questioning.
That's not
Right.
that's the emergency aspect of spending funds. Outside of that, the only thing this board has allowed that hasn't been changed, it's been going on for years, is maintenance. They're allowed to, they don't have to bring anything to the board. They're allowed to work within their budgets to be able to get things done, general maintenance items. Outside of that, we don't have the authority to authorize her or him.
The sheriff's office too.
And sheriff's office, we don't have any authority to expend
Okay.
district funds without board approval, because we work for you.
Right, so my example is me or a resident, whatever, has a question.
Mhm.
And you're like, I don't know, that's a legal question.
Mhm.
So the next step is you're gonna ask Jan, or we have to wait to the next board meeting for you to get authorization to ask Jan.
If it comes to me and for whatever reason, myself or Carrie cannot answer it,
Right.
if it's something of quite an emergency, I'll reach out and,
No,
and
not an
talk to
emergency.
Jan.
So-
If it's not an emergency, then I would wait till the next board meeting for sure. I will say 90% of the things I can answer.
I mean, it's.
There's like this many that I can.
Yeah, and there's, I mean, if you call me for a quick, I don't bill
Yeah,
if you
she
call me in
doesn't
the
bill
car
for mine.
Yeah.
Because I'm fiscally responsible, I ask her, are you gonna charge me to answer this? I will send her an email.
He sends me an email saying, you can read this as long as you're not gonna charge. Yeah.
That's the range.
And then if the board wants to change that, you absolutely can. This is at your discretion.
Yeah, we handle like insurance cases and that kind of stuff as they
Yeah.
come in, because we
Yeah.
have to, that kind of stuff. we
I
handle
would,
in more directions.
for clarity's sake, and I think to Dave's point, I would like to loosen it a little bit, and I don't have any intention of engaging you, but even this morning, when you sent out the thing, I responded back and you said, hey, do you want to jump on a phone call about it? And I didn't feel like I needed
Yeah,
to,
but that was something.
but that would have been expending time.
But I had initiated that as part of the agenda item, so that I had no problem
Right.
responding to.
I just,
everything.
I feel like we went a little restrictive 9 months ago. I would like a reasonable standard
I
here.
think the point of that was
We very.
a board member reaching out to Jan or Mark saying, I need you to do A, B, and C
Yeah.
without board approval.
Sure.
I think that was what that was meant to curb, not asking general questions.
That, and we went way over budget. You caught that.
So that's the only reason, but you have full access to your legal counsel.
We went way over budget by decisions we were making as a board because we were hot and heavy in a conversation about master planning stuff. It
Yeah,
wasn't.
that was part of it.
It wasn't one-off questions to staff, at least not that I had seen. It was.
So to come full circle and bring it to a close, that example with the ponds.
Mhm.
The response I got was that you're not authorized to engage Jan because it's not board approved, and I
Because-
objected to that.
Yes, because that's gonna be substantial work for Mark to go off and, pull ownership of everything, pull the plats for every single pond. Figure out if there's easements or not. I'd be talking to him, reviewing plats and easements to make sure we know that's a big job. That's thousands of
Well,
dollars.
but I'll piggyback exactly on Dave's. The one I had was where, when Jack handed off to me, Miss Pinot, that came about the Carlisle parking lots. Same kind of conversation where I picked up the thread there and she had reached out to me and said, oh, you're the new Crow liaison, and somehow that fell with the Crow liaison realm. And the response I got from staff, understand they're trying to do the right thing, is, well, we're not gonna have Jan and Mark research this right now because that's expending of funds. And my point was, I didn't want her showing up at the meeting, and we're all standing around going, a question we know we're gonna have to answer.
Right.
Yeah.
That we're kind of twiddling our thumbs saying, we don't know, and now we're waiting. on it.
But is there an urgency for that answer?
It's definitely not an emergency.
No, so we're not gonna have to wait. I mean, that's the way we do business. We have to wait,
It's not a 911.
hope to spend funds.
Our job is to be fiscally responsible and protect the district. Now, if you want to open that up, that's your decision. We work for you guys, so.
So then I think the lesson here is that we need management and chair during the meetings to make sure we capture this.
Tap the table twice. if
And
it's an
stay
action.
on topic and close the gaps on
Close
every.
And don't talk over people when they're talking.
Hold on, I was speaking.
I'm waiting for something intelligent to come out.
You're exactly right. To make sure we stay on topic and close the gap on every single
really is.
topic.
Because we talked about something, but nothing happened. And
Exactly.
so you
Correct.
guys said, nope. All right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Jack wants to know we're on B yet. You have more stuff on.
Well, I've got one more thing in that line.
No, that's not manager. That's not you're not the district manager.
I had a question for the district manager.
No, she still has.
I still have stuff.
I'm gonna wait till.
Never mind, continue.
Okay. Now. Okay, I'm gonna update or give you guys some information. Okay, I know this is a public meeting. I'm not gonna give a lot of details on this. Nobody can reach out to anybody else about the topic I'm gonna say, or it will kill the deal.
You know who's gonna win the Sweet 16?
Yes.
Not
Tell you where it's money. So about 3 months ago, I had started just looking into bond docs and all kinds of stuff. I'm also the district manager for Enterprise. So came across something and I was like, this is interesting. And we found some potential funds that can come to Celebration. It requires, Jan and I have been working on it, Carrie also. it requires a conversation that we're in the middle of. We've been working on it. We're having a call with their council very quickly. I've already talked to the chair of ECDD. There are funds that can come here. It's not a negotiation. It's not what you can do, nothing. This is like, this deal you will get X amount of funds. Here's the criteria. It will only be used for maintenance items, specific maintenance items. It's not carte blanche, and there is no negotiation. Either it is this or it doesn't happen. So just wanted to give you the courtesy of let you know that we're working on that. And
That was a lot of crypticness. Can I
Yeah.
grab some of the crypticness in that?
There's,
Is
I
there a
guess,
dollar amount?
discovered.
There
some-
is, but
some-
I'm not
some-
willing.
Yeah, some enterprise funds
Yep.
that,
Angel, can I actually say maintenance?
so it
Thanks.
will be specific to certain things. And we're gonna have to
There-
get that
yeah, their bond counsel and council have to come around and
agreed to.
and have already said there will be some restrictions, but we
Yes.
don't yet know what
Is
they are.
this informational or are you requesting guidance on anything?
No, just informational to let you know, because my intent is to have it before your
Budget.
final budget,
That would be good.
so it can be incorporated.
She does need authorization to be able to engage Jan and be able.
Yeah, no, I've not even been putting my time, a lot of
Yeah.
my time down.
It's pretty much-
But it seemed like something worth talking about.
Yeah, it is a substantial amount of money. And again,
But we don't have any idea what's gonna.
exactly.
Are you saying we have a potential responsibility type? So we're not just getting money, there's something that's coming over.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
getting assets, but we're also getting a liability along with it of something we're gonna.
No, those funds have to be used for certain things. And there are no outside things that it can be used for. It's non-negotiable. It either is this or enterprise will keep the funds.
All right, so we're
So-
talking about some like pond maintenance?
We're
Or,
hoping
Yeah,
to get
most likely it'll be infrastructure maintenance.
sidewalk, ponds, street lights, something
Similar
like
to
that.
what-
statute, irrigation.
Similar to what the bond.
No statute, Derek.
No statute.
Jeff is on.
Tom and I are making a multiple statutes now.
And so I asked that nobody reach out to the ECD board or anything. Let us finish this and bring it to a close, because I don't want to jeopardize the deal
Yeah.
not coming.
Is that going on the task list?
I'm sorry?
No.
No,
This is the secret.
Just Facebook.
yeah. The,
Runs off the top.
You're still here.
I think again, what'll end up happening is, it'll be, we'll have to redo the interlocal, revise the interlocal agreement that we currently have with ECDD. And there will be stipulations in there for the use of funds,
Okay.
and then
Can I ask a cryptic question to your cryptic comments?
No.
Was there something that was in error over?
No.
Okay,
this is not an error at all.
okay.
I mean, I'll tell you that part. That part's super simple. So bonds were taken out in ECDD for utility and infrastructure, same as the bonds we talked about here today. Well, the good thing is I was looking at stuff and I called Jan immediately and she was like, oh my God, I can't believe you found that.
Yeah, there's money left in funds.
Yes.
So arguably, utility rates are paid by the CCD residents as well as enterprise. So
So-
we are.
So we funded.
So,
Yeah.
yes. So we have come up with an argument of why we should get some of that.
Is that not caught during the?
No, because technically the money goes back to ECDD. The only reason I started questioning it, which means, and they could have easily said no.
Yeah, they could have.
Bond counsel, we have to prove a case. That's the point of, and the case being, like Jan just said, the bond that was taken out essentially is paid back by
Utility rates.
that Celebration residents and commercial entities and the commercial entities on CDD pay in. That's how they fund their budget, enterprise. So there was a good argument there, and I was willing to throw it against the wall
Yeah,
and see
no,
if it stuck, and
Yeah, we went
So-
through all the documents to see how we justify this.
So
Like,
if
we
it's-
can argue for a portion.
If it's utility bills though, so is this a recurring thing? So it'll be one time, I hear.
this is one time.
One time where.
So the excess money is sitting here.
Okay.
with the trustee because the bond's been paid off, the work's been completed. So anytime there's a bond like that, money will go back to the district.
Okay.
My argument is, hey, I read this. What do you think? And that's.
Sorry,
where-
in my mind, I was tying it back to the
Yeah.
recurring revenues coming through
No,
the
No, no,
utilities.
this is
I
just,
got it.
yeah, this-
Unlike the intervention over here, this is your bond intervention, so you're getting bond money.
Oh, I'll invite this guy to the meeting.
Wow.
Yeah. So again, we're working
done.
through the deal. I appreciate nobody reaching out to anyone about this, because it could jeopardize the deal, because they don't have to do it. There's no,
yeah, they could easily just say, hey, it goes to us under the indenture.
that's right.
Go away.
And they would have every right to do that. But I think I made a good enough argument to be able to do that.
Yeah,
And-
there's a percentage they already have earmarked or encumbered for another project
Yep.
that we will not have access to, and that's kind of impacting
Yep.
what the balance of that fund will be.
And then the balance would, and they're okay with it. The board's okay with it. It's just council and we gotta work
Yeah.
through some more issues. So
$5 million.
Good news. Thank you.
what'd you say?
I said that $5 million is gonna be great.
It's fine.
What
$50.
realistically, what's the timeline you expect to close for this? Is this a
Budget.
1 month thing?
I don't know.
I'm just trying to figure out if it's gonna impact our budget.
We don't know, because bond
We
council we think bond council's there, but then the ECDD council has to come
Yeah.
around, and we just don't know what due diligence.
Yeah.
She's gonna have.
Sarah Sandy's got to weigh in and all of that. But the intent is to get it wrapped up before your final budget, so we could play
You
that.
think we could possibly get a number?
That's the hope.
Trying, yeah.
Okay.
Keep hope alive.
Yeah. So, and I may even have an update as soon as your budget workshop as far as where it's headed.
Sounds good. Fabulous.
Keep looking at the budget.
Good job.
Wasn't even their budget, it was their bond indenture, and I was like, this is interesting.
So what happened?
He called me.
Turn on sleeping.
Yeah, I called Jan.
Oh, yes, all these old indentures.
I
like-
called Jan and she's like, oh my God.
Jack's old
I can't
dentist.
believe you even found it.
That was a good find. Excellent.
Yeah, it was a good find, so I'm glad I was reading it.
Yes, excellent.
Yeah, so,
Angel, we gotta get you some hobbies.
I know.
We gotta get you some hobbies.
All right, anything else, Angel?
I don't think so.
Are we gonna get approval on the pond work? Since we brought up the
Oh.
ponds and the pond issue, we still didn't
Yeah,
get
no
some, whether it
direction.
goes on the task list or not.
What pond issue? Pond permit?
On permit?
The pond permits, and ownership, and
I-
we need agreements for
Pond permit analysis is on the task list, but the
Okay.
board needs to approve.
us working.
The next steps.
Yeah.
Yeah,
next
if you
steps.
want them to, if we were gonna expend funds.
Yeah,
So this is on permanent analysis for what? I'm
This is
sorry.
looking at all the ponds we have,
Who owns what?
who owns which property, if it's on golf course, do we have any agreements or easements for access and
So
maintenance?
if you need
Cleaning up.
a motion, I make that motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. No one's opposed.
As long as you don't charge for it.
I already had that one. We're looking
Oh,
at-
she's charging you. Bet on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Angel? Any other things we need to vote on?
I don't think. so.
Can we take a look at, because it happens just about every meeting and every meeting we will reshuffle the deck of the agenda based on so-and-so companies here. Can we simply
That's the next
ask
thing.
staff to redo the
I'm
agenda?
gonna redo your
Yeah.
whole agenda, cause some of this stuff we don't even need on here and it's just kind of been a
A hanging-
placeholder for
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna change this whole format and layout.
Good.
I'll work with Carrie and see what makes sense, cause some of the stuff just doesn't make sense. It's just a placeholder that's been there for years.
Did we get the final agreement ratified?
We-
Were they looking at the?
We did, I was gonna bring that up, so that got signed, filed, he's starting immediately.
Okay, so we'll have that report as well before.
That is the goal.
This is boardwalks. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It is the boardwalks, yeah, so there was a lot of
Yeah, they had,
back and forth between legal to get that.
yeah, they had quite a few very interesting proposed change, things that we normally don't see in engineering contracts.
Yeah, the outside is Brian Sweeney, lives here, he's on boardwalks every day, we don't have provided much guidance.
Oh, good.
One of the things we need to talk about that Russ and I and Mark is identifying. We need a brass tag or something, so we were thinking like every big.
What are you talking about?
tent pole.
Just tag first.
Number of.
Yeah, so you know what numbers,
They're talking
so if
about
there's a bad pole,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
you know, that's a kilo loop, 7.
That's how we do light poles.
Some of the light poles, but I don't think we need to do every single one. I think every 10th one.
What we should do is the light poles, and it also might be good for the fire department to have the light poles marked. So like the half a mile boardwalk, someone said, you know, light pole 25, someone passed out or something.
You find it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna ask this again. Anything else? There's things that keep.
Do you need do we need a motion or an action item on the?
No, we don't.
No.
This is why you sit at the end.
Well, I think Russ,
that for action.
Russ and I'll find something, we'll send it to you and say, this is what we're thinking about.
Yeah.
It'll be aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, little brass tag and little weathers on
Another one.
Celebration clean.
Yeah, the budget, Carrie, you want to tell them what we're doing? For the workbook, we'll have it out. So we are, going through, the budget, putting in all the numbers, doing the project, you know, everything that we talked about. I'll be sending the full workbook out, by next Friday. Yeah, the 3rd is, ECD, probably Thursday. And then you do what you want with it, play with it, mess with it, whatever you want to do. And then the file that I have that I originally sent to you, that's what we'll be going through line by line on, April 8th.
Last year, I think the year before, we had opportunities to schedule like one-on-ones with you or Leah.
You can absolutely do that. Absolutely. I don't necessarily know that we need Leah here or on Zoom for the meeting. But if for some reason somebody wants her here, she can definitely be here. It's the workbook that she created last year that Jack tried his damnedest to break and couldn't do it.
That's fun.
That's the same workbook we're working off of, so there shouldn't be any issues with that. And your assessment methodology hasn't changed, so there's no change there. So, other than that, I don't see a reason to have her there. But if you have the request, let me know so I can make sure she attends. I'm sorry. Leah, she is the vice president of accounting and finance. And just to give you a little history, so when we did this, was it the year before last?
Yeah.
The workbook it was a very old workbook and there was junk in there. And it ended up showing that we were at a certain percentage of increase when really we weren't. So it just didn't match. Yeah, she came in at the last minute, fixed it, and she spoke to the board. So that's where he's getting Leah from. But if anybody has any specific questions, we can absolutely, Leah can jump on a call with us and she can
I
attend.
think it was helpful to have her in whatever final, I don't think we needed it in every workshop, but I think the final budget meeting, it was good to have her.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just that way, if there's a question, she's there.
We don't like, oh, we gotta wait till, no.
Yeah.
We can't do that, because
No.
you can't attend meetings, only on special days. Right, so.
Yeah, and she's very good. She's super knowledgeable. She's great. And so she absolutely will do that. And then Mark, I did ask, where did you get your numbers from in your report as far as pricing wise?
Variety of sources, you know, we had gotten the Cross Creek proposal, had talked to some contractors, I had talked with a company called Western Green, on the more expensive methods.
Is yours linear foot? Do
Yes.
you have that listed, linear feet? Okay, do you know what kind of, was it riprap, the rock, or was it something else?
Riprap is one option, but I don't think that's a realistic option.
No, but I'm saying what you based your pricing on.
I've got,
And the reason I ask is because I just went through this exercise with Harbor Isles earlier today. And so I got cost by linear feet and it was kind of a median cost. It's not a low and it's not a super high. So I was just curious where you got yours so I could cross check and
Yeah,
make sure I
so-
put good numbers in there.
you know, the low cost would, you know, be really just filling with dirt and sodding. Then you can go up to the next level, adding some sort of natural fiber blanket under the sod. Then you can go up from there and do some sort of geotextile.
Yeah.
Then you can.
But
go-
your recommendation is just sod and backfill for
Um,
all of them?
didn't make a specific recommendation because the cost variation is so much. You know, I think some areas, if you choose to make repair, I think you might want to do the more simpler option. But in talking with Western Green, who installs all kinds of products, because it is a specialty. It's gonna be case by case. You know, some ponds, depending on access, cypress trees, you may have a combination, and you may do a fabric in one area or natural fabric, then in another area you may do an anchored type of fabric system.
I know, like the pond there, East Lawn, with all the cypress trees. Oh man, it is bad. Yeah, because it's like almost like that,
And it's
and it's
interesting.
just all roots.
Interesting on that pond, when I talked to Western Green, you know, that pond stuck. I was trying to say. Stuck out. Stuck out to them.
It's so bad that some of those trees are starting to lean into the water because there's land there.
On Celebration Avenue side,
Yeah.
yes. They asked if there are plecos in there. Pleco is a type of catfish. They
Bury into the
banks.
banks, and they cause erosion.
There, because when my son was in his little fishing phase, we went there one time and I saw all these catfish, like a white and gray kind of striped pattern to them.
Wow.
And those cause a lot of erosion.
They're a nuisance, exotic.
So we need a fishing tournament.
I don't know how you can get rid of them.
We've tried, there's
Boy Scouts,
nothing.
they come up with solutions all the time.
Fishing tournament.
I might.
Well, I don't know what they eat, but we caught one by snagging the side of it, of the body of the fish with a
That's right.
accidental catch.
Those are really tough to fish too. You can shock them.
Somebody said that earlier at Harbor Island, they had the same problem. though.
Disney shocks their ponds to get invasive species out.
Yeah,
Like literally like car battery shocks or?
Electric shocks.
we
Yeah.
did it at Harbor
Stunts the
Island.
fish. They scoop out invasive species.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
Seems even.
That's not a Disney kind
I was
thing.
at the other end. I was ready to make a motion.
A happy dispatch.
Cinderella, like stopping.
So that's the budget. So you'll have that with everything and we've gotten a lot of the numbers back for the different things, so should be good. Painting project. That was the last thing.
Yeah, you want to update on what you went?
Yeah, so so we are behind on that project. It was scheduled to be.
Light poles?
It's everything
Everything.
green in celebration. It was scheduled to be a 2-year project. We're about obviously a year and a half behind. So talk to Chris, talk to Carrie, talk to Russ, and what we're gonna do, the board, I think it's 20,000. The board budgeted 20,000 to get this done every year. It was a 2-year project, so 40 grand, right? So because we are so far behind, and there's a bunch of different reasons, you know, one guy that is the skilled painter, that's not all he does, so he's not dedicated to that. Russ did hire additional folks to do that. And one guy broke his arm, he was out for X amount of time. So again, the bottom line is we missed the deadline. So what we have decided to do is, we are going to bring in a vendor and exhaust the budget, get it all done, and Infomark will pay the remainder of what needs to be done to get the project done, complete, and then we will move forward with a maintenance schedule, whatever that looks like, which is kind of the question we wanted to pose tonight is, you know, they're saying that it's with 10-year or 20-year, would you say, Russ?
I think the last time we did it was at least 10 years ago.
But I'm saying the
I think
paint.
we've only done it once that I recall.
So it depends aesthetically, how bright do you want it, right? Do you want it every 5 years? Do you want it every 2 years, every 10 years? So that's kind of where we need information. Doesn't need to be tonight, but information from you all as aesthetically, what is your expectation? And that'll determine the maintenance schedule that Carrie puts
Yeah.
together to refresh it every so often.
And I'm sorry, go back for a second. So this is not the light poles where we got an independent vendor. This
Yes,
is.
this will include the light poles as well.
They're not the ones that are already painted. They're already painted.
No, I got that, but I'm I'm trying to figure out, and I
The ones
appreciate
where they have to go up, take the globe down, sandblast the globe, paint it.
what I'm
put
trying
it
to get
back.
at is I appreciate that Infomark's coming in and covering a delta on some cost, but
Mhm.
if it was an outside vendor, that we were paying an outside vendor, I'm not sure.
No.
No, staff that was doing that.
Yeah, staff was.
Well, that's what I said. We had an outside vendor coming in and doing.
No, the ones that are really high.
The high ones, yeah.
Right, the rest of
The
it was
big
run by staff.
Yeah, the rest,
Okay,
we're talking about
got
the
it.
stuff that staff.
When you
Staff.
said exhaust the budget, that's where I got confused
Yeah.
because, so you're saying we funded you through our normal contract and you're exhausting your internal budget on that and then whatever you need to do to catch up. on
Yeah,
that.
whatever the district's budget was for painting, which I believe was 20,000.
Okay.
It was a 2-year project, so 20,000, 40,000, right? We are going to hire a vendor to work with staff, the dedicated painting staff
Just
that we
because you
have.
guys can't
Just to sell it.
Correct.
Just to get it done and start at ground zero.
Okay.
Let's develop a maintenance plan and move forward because we missed the deadline of a 2-year project.
Got it.
So in order to make that right, we are going to use your current budget that you've allocated and anything above that by bringing a vendor in, Infomark will pay for that.
So Russ, you have to give us a gradation every year of the discoloration of green.
Yeah, that's, well, see, that's all I had a holder, and it really is.
It is generally 10 years, and if it takes 2 years. Right, to do the whole town, then that's when you start seeing it within those 2 years. So
It's taken 3.5 years so far.
That's right.
no, it's taken.
So we're at a year and a half.
We're a year and a half.
Yeah,
We're a year and a half.
We're at a year and a half. And some of it's been done, don't get me wrong,
Right.
but it's not all complete by the deadline that was presented.
Okay.
Yeah, this was Tom's #1 project when he got on, which was only a year and a half ago. So he wanted green.
Yep. So
Green.
Oh, I like painting my house. I'm Italian Irish.
Russ and I just started talking this afternoon how to divide the responsibilities, what works probably best for both
Yeah.
the contractor and for us to do internally.
Okay,
So just the update on that.
is that it?
I really am.
Okay, field manager.
Sorry.
What about our comments?
Oh, do you have comments?
Not there
Any comments on that?
No,
On this
on the management report.
Oh, do you have comments on the management report?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yes,
Okay.
and we're gonna tie this in with the task list now.
Okay.
So my question about the task list is, could we have saved all of that and just updated the task list so we didn't have to talk about it?
With
Because what you just did, the update of the painting, we didn't have to have an action, right? We didn't vote on anything.
No, because here's what would happen. Could have done that, but you know what would happen when I come to this meeting?
What?
Why are these 5 items on the task list? We've never discussed it. What are you talking about? And then we would have regurgitated it anyway. So now they'll go on the task list.
Do you need another image?
No, but I might hear after the next. So, but here's what I'm trying to do.
Dave is trying to show.
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to.
Man is trying to go.
Trying to streamline the meeting.
And I get it. You're trying to streamline the meeting and I get it. No, 100%.
That's right, we're getting
line.
That's
They've
the
gone
goal.
from 3 hours to 4.
So if that was in the task list, we would need the update.
Well, maybe you
do
didn't
that
ask
meeting
so many
stuff at
questions. We could.
5 o'clock, we're still leaving at 9 o'clock.
We need to start the meetings at 7 because we're still gonna end at 10.
No, we started at 7, we went at 9.
Can you let the man ask his 50 questions?
All right. Now, on the task list though, there is the bunch of TBDs and target dates.
Yes.
Now, isn't that what you brought up? The
Yes.
date's missing. So that would need to be cleaned up so that we can have a target date
Correct.
for us of these also, right?
Yep. If
All
we
right.
have one, yes.
So here's another example, Celebration Avenue Bridge railing proposal repair. The comment says present at March board meeting.
Yep, that is correct.
Celebration Avenue
The railings.
Bridge.
Yeah, it was fixed.
Yeah.
Oh, that's been fixed a long time ago.
Yeah, that's the pictures we looked at.
Or are you talking about the one at the 851 building, which is done too?
We're talking about
It's
851. There,
Yeah.
it has Celebration Avenue here.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's all
Because,
celebration.
Complete.
That's completed.
Okay.
all right, because it says, I was expecting a presentation in the agenda, didn't see one.
Nope.
So,
Agreed.
Section of railing.
yeah, Russ was gonna, you would have a presentation in
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
It's the extension.
They said put it on hold.
Yeah.
We got a bid for $100,000 for that. So do you want to do it or
Yeah.
do you guys want to pick some different railing now?
No.
Because
Neat.
we've
It's
got,
the same, it's the same railing
Well, you-
everywhere.
you say it is, but we've got our railing and then the school's got 500 foot of different type of railing that
That's-
butts up to our railing.
agreement.
That's the school.
The green.
The celebration railings are the same.
We're just highlighting.
So do you want, all right,
So the railings are fixed.
get it, it's not fixing it, it's installing new.
Okay.
But there's
hold
two
on.
different things.
Hold on, yeah, this is very complicated.
Now I'm very confused. So can
Okay.
you unconfuse me?
Okay, so this is when the resident came in for the extension to make you gotta put more cement down.
Yeah,
You gotta go, right.
Yeah.
So we either put new railing or have railing come up to the other bars, right? And the same thing on the other side.
That's right.
This is, we had one bid for 100,000, right? Do we have other bids?
Not yet.
Okay, so we'll need other bids. And then we got, but it's gonna be.
Well, we had other prices if we didn't go with the same consistent.
Right.
Branding.
So the problem is, it's the same railing all up and down
Disagree.
Celebration Avenue.
Just saying.
And well, you can drive there, it's a fact.
I'm not disagreeing.
And then also Island Village, the railings is very similar on that. The difference is in the school, that's school property. That's their own railings. That's nothing to do with.
That's on Greenbrier.
Right,
Yes.
which we decided not to do anything on.
It's not ours.
No, the fencing is, we decided that it wasn't as bad as.
Celebration.
Celebration Avenue.
Okay, so it's not fixed and we're not gonna fix it?
No, we have to, no, we have to, we need bids to vote on to fix it.
All right. So,
We have to, because now that we know it, it's a liability, right?
all right, so we're not getting a presentation at this board meeting with proposals.
No, and I'm updating this right now.
Okay.
So Celebration Avenue Bridge railing, that is complete. That will be moved.
The one that was damaged in the hurricane.
Yep, the repair. I've added rail extension.
There we go.
There you go.
A resident brought it to the
Right.
attention. Management's the responsible for it. I put February as the start date TBD. And I'm gonna put proposals will be presented at April meeting. Is that, everybody good with that?
How long is April?
I mean, it's.
Well,
next
like
month.
usually when we have a meeting, we only got 2 weeks to get other stuff in.
We got 30 days.
You got 30 days.
30 days, are you sure? Okay.
Well, yeah, the April meeting,
Alright.
last Tuesday of the month,
No, it's not. So we can get all that
What is it?
information to bring.
First.
April 21st.
You only have like.
That's why he's asking. Yeah, there's 24 hours, man, I tell you.
Thanks, Dave.
Who on Dave?
All on Dave.
You want May meeting instead? Not enough time.
I thought.
I'm just saying, there's not too many people.
Guys, I thought we were gonna, like, we've been throwing around this.
We got one quote, we didn't get 3 quotes.
Dave wants 3.
Find out who mad at
We
me.
haven't been able to get a fabricator out.
$100,000, I'm not in disagreement.
No, not disagreeing.
Yeah. That's why.
Okay.
So May,
Jack will do it for free, we can get out.
Trying to get it as ASAP.
I'll have it done tonight.
Don't you have welding?
I got a welder in the garage.
Come on, Joe, let's get out there.
I'm gonna put proposal for May meeting. If they get it sooner to be able to present it in April, they will.
We got a Cub Scout pack.
I know, we could bring the Meg over, it'd be a super.
And then you were asked for the signs, if it's a priority for the board to expend funds.
Yes. So the signs that Dave, we all went through, he provided the package, the different things. Jan would have to go through, there's a sign ordinance.
Yeah, this is for the May workshop. I thought.
Yeah, we have a
There is a workshop in May already scheduled for this, but if you want funds to be expended, is it a priority? Is it not a priority? Like,
Well, let me ask the question a different way. Is the question Dave is asking for whatever expending funds? Is it necessary for Jan to do research so we can have a meaningful workshop?
no, in order for Jan to do research, to move
Yeah.
his task along, because right now, there's nothing being done with it.
Right, and that's what I'm asking is.
Yeah.
Sort of, to your point, yes, because we have a workshop and that's gonna be part of the workshop discussion, so she would have to do this.
Figure
That's
out
right.
what signs.
I
Okay.
don't wanna come out of a workshop and have.
Yeah, there's nothing
start
moving
working
his
stuff.
request and task along at all right now. Because she's got to do that before we can go to the county and go, here,
So what are we
this is what
looking
we're
at?
asking. For Jan to do the research on her end.
Couple hours to.
To support the signs.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah.
I'm trying to see if the
So-
development agreement has anything.
Yeah.
So do we
I
need a board
can't set,
motion?
No, just.
no, y'all just said it. Because I can't set a county meeting without this part of it to be able to tell them this is what we want to do.
All right. Want to double check, but it looks like I could take IT off of the task, off of my tracking list.
It's
The,
off of the, yep, it's off of the,
So
task list.
we are done with the IT system in here, Tom. You love it?
Have they fixed that?
They have not.
Then,
Oh, that
Oh, I'm putting it back on.
it's a cable. I mean,
well, it's a cable but they, yeah, gotta connect to the
so why
system.
can't we get the cable?
Now they have to go all the way.
Oh, through the
Yeah, they gotta
That's
do
right.
that.
Sorry. I lied.
All right, put it back on. That's good.
Okay.
All right, we mentioned that Silly County study for the flashing lights in our verge. I'm concerned, others might not be, but I don't want those just showing up. So I'm trying to figure out how do we get involved with that process so they just don't start indiscriminately doing studies and putting signs up in our verge.
From the emails that Angel and I were copied on, I don't think there's a high risk that those things are gonna show up in the next 60 days. I'll say.
They're doing a study and I'm not currently following the
Right.
status of that study.
I did not gather, just from watching the emails fly by, that they're gonna do anything this fiscal year.
Well, I guess his point is, he doesn't want to drive by Celebration Avenue, Las Vegas with all the signs and.
No, I don't disagree. They're,
That would
the
really.
last emails that Angel and I were copied on is they're doing a study, which, again, I kind of inferred from that it's gonna be a while. And if they're gonna do anything, it's probably gonna be with another batch of funding, because somewhere in the email thread, they'd said, well, we already put up a bunch of these flashy flashers in other places. So I didn't gather that they had money sitting around to do this right now.
Can we at least request the county provide us that study once it's complete? Is that too much of an ask?
Angel's already on the thread. She can send an email.
I just think that we'll update, down, go with the process. That would be on the task list for Angel to track. Okay.
Track or just get.
Well,
Just get.
that's a notification, like the tollway signs on 417.
Yeah, we didn't know about that.
Boom, they just went up.
It's not our property.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And they don't.
Shouldn't have enterprise, but.
They don't have to let us know.
Yeah.
Well, it's not our property, but these would be in our property, I would assume. So that would be nice to know.
Just a courtesy of like, hey, we're putting some.
Very good.
So what's the ask?
You jump on the email thread that you and I were copied on. And for whatever that report is that they're talking about doing, if you can ask them if they can get a copy of that report to you so you can distribute to us before they take any action on anything. For the flashy flashers.
Okay.
Did we resolve the whole PROA CDD maintenance item in the landscape?
So that is, yes, I got an email and my fault was, I thought Angel was copied on that and expected it to be in the agenda. And then I realized yesterday, Angel wasn't copied on the email. That's why I didn't see it in the agenda. So I need to forward that over to you. Lauren only sent it to me. And it was on a brand new thread. That's why I was confused why you weren't on there. So.
Yes, I punted Dave. If you see my response, I'm like, Carrie?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I will.
I wasn't sure which issue we had damaged some of their stuff doing the sidewalk work. And our negotiations, what we were
Yeah.
repairing, so.
Okay.
I have a note here that we were going to look into allocating reserves to specific items. Another one of those discussions that never went anywhere.
Yeah, we can talk about that during the budget. I mean,
Yeah, and I don't wanna do it now.
Right, but what used to happen is there were things allocated and this board, maybe not all of you on here at the time, but decided to do away with that. You didn't want stuff earmarked. We can absolutely go back to that. It doesn't prohibit you from spending funds on whatever you want, but if you have stuff allocated, and that's the way it had been here for years. Quite
But it
honest.
wasn't, but it was like 4 or 5 categories. It
Yeah, there was like-
it wasn't like, okay, here's our 30 categories and we're,
Oh, no, and I don't
No.
think you would want that. That's, I
Or
think,
itemized.
yeah.
it wasn't itemized and everything. I'm just saying that.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
I think it was hurricane, alleyways, assessment stabilization, maybe a couple of other, there's only like 5.
Well, what we had done a couple of years ago, we got everything down to a single reserve line item.
Yeah, that's what you have now.
We had multiple things within that line item that were allocated out for alleyways and things like that, but it had been, there were separate line items on the
Yeah.
budget that we just.
Now you just have one line, which is reserve to contribution or contribution to reserves. You have a separate reserve account that money goes into. And right now, I don't know, you'll see it on your financials of how much is in your actual reserve account. And that's how it's set up now. But yeah, you can earmark. Question. Yep. You
Okay.
can do that during the April meeting.
Yeah, I think Shell was driving it in our last conversation about having a capital improvement replacement schedule.
Yeah, Russ, did you do anything with that about before the budget, about looking at the CapEx, about timeout of machines and status of machines and what we'd have to either purchase. or-
Oh, we did look on the mules,
You don't have
Talk
to.
about that
you
in
don't have to go
the
down.
budget.
Yeah, just line item.
Yeah, and last thing on my list was, I tried to bring it up previously, got shouted down, but it's the sheriff meeting from a week ago. Is that on the agenda somewhere?
Liaison.
Liaison.
So it's buried in the liaison section.
Yeah, we answered this already.
Well, I forgot. That was 3 hours ago.
We answered where it was buried. We just haven't actually talked about it.
We haven't gotten to that. It's the last
I'd
thing.
love to talk to if we ever get.
Can't wait.
You would just finish, I get on to it.
I'm done.
They said one more thing.
That was a good one.
Can't wait. I'm done. That's good.
Oh, thank God.
Very.
Any other questions? Field manager. Regular reports. Like heavens, not the special reports.
Russ, you got
do you
anything?
want the meeting to go quicker or? Dylan did a real nice, sign audit on the tree list. All the trees are planted, so we got them in. Railing got fixed. They're working on the bridge at Island Village, just same old fix.
The other Russ?
What's that?
They're gonna have to shut down a lane to do the other side.
No,
No?
well, that's a whole other subject right there.
Subject that we need to talk about here.
Well, cause I don't know how they're gonna do it. I was
I
looking at.
don't know if they're gonna do it.
Just
I
like
don't know
working,
if it needs to be done.
working, right?
Yeah.
Trees and friends.
Well, is it to the specifications that? I mean, I didn't see any work done on it.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry. So you're saying that because lights aren't out on the other side of the bridge, even though we suspect or may
We
even
know
know that they're
the-
concrete encased?
We don't know that for sure on that side.
Well, they need to do a research to verify that. My
Wait.
position.
Did I just hear that right? We're not doing the whole bridge?
No, but that's what that's what I was asking.
We talked 8 months ago that we had done the entire bridge and determined they were gonna do the whole bridge.
What are we talking about?
The two sides of the bridge right now, they're only working on the inner side.
They're gonna come back and do the other side, right?
What he just said,
I was just asking.
They haven't said they're gonna do that.
because we didn't tear apart the other side of the bridge, even though there's reason to suspect
Of course.
all that cabling is concrete encased, just like
That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any
That
sense.
makes zero sense.
Yeah, but they've done nothing. That's why I was asking, because there's nothing done.
No, they're all focused on the other side.
I understand.
No, but I think-
We're gonna close
so-
down the road to access the other side.
So that we're gonna have to verify that other side.
I
100%.
well, let me ask Jan, did you make it clear to them our expectation was they were looking at doing the entire bridge, or what was their communication back to you as to what they were remediating?
They did not specify. They just said they think they work out to
In
it.
our construction meetings, they have told Russ and I, we're not doing the other side.
Oh,
That wasn't part of the conversation.
that's ridiculous.
Oh, well, let's have another conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
How,
That's how.
how can it,
could we accept
what's the
not-
rationale?
Yes.
I don't quite
The same
understand.
people that this side.
They know that, they don't know the other side's not.
Boy, I feel so bad that, I feel so bad that I was the jackass with Mattamy at the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah, because it works.
Yeah,
So is it
exactly.
because we uncovered the problem and we didn't uncover the problem on the other side? Is that the?
Could get a
Correct.
jacket.
I was gonna say, do we need a mule to run it?
I mean, I'm gonna go back to step one was the direction we gave a year ago
Yeah.
was for us to analyze both sides of the bridge to make sure we could say, this is broken, this is not broken. Did we analyze both sides of the bridge?
That I don't.
I do not recall that conversation. I do recall we were gonna find out why this particular side was shorting out and we.
The conversation was, because it started off with
I don't recall.
one post, and then it was get the bridge done.
They can't, yeah, that's.
We can't only do one side of the.
They interpreted that differently. didn't they?
Yeah, but
That's
I don't know. I don't think there shouldn't have been interpretation.
There is no
I
interpretation.
mean, the bridge is a
Entire
bridge.
bridge.
The
Yeah, the
same
bridge-
contractor did both sides, which probably means they did the
No, the
same.
same contractor didn't do both sides either. You did two different contractors working on that bridge.
Yeah.
But if.
Yeah.
So
Which
how
is
do
very
we,
problem.
okay.
On the electrical part of it, no less.
Okay, Tom, the problem starts earlier. If our letter to them only identified, we found problems on this half of the bridge, rightly, their response is gonna be,
We're gonna.
we'll
fix
go
it.
look at that half of the bridge. If we didn't come back and say, we are finding
I
fault
agree.
on both sides, then that's shame on us.
Made an assumption.
We said bridge lights.
Let us look into it
Specify.
tomorrow,
Which lights
because
did-
the manhole things that got filled with concrete this much, you can see them sticking up
Yeah.
the caps on that side of the bridge. So it might not even be a problem.
The other side work?
We checked,
Yeah, the
yeah,
other side's
we
always
only
working.
did the part that wasn't
Okay.
working,
Yeah,
which
there's.
was that side of the bridge.
Wasn't the task. The task was analyze the entire. bridge.
Again, the task is to understand the defects and.
We shouldn't have been analyzing it, period. We weren't the contractor.
Yeah, but we're stuck with it, so we got.
Agreed.
And if the other
Agreed,
side's
but-
bad, it's gonna.
But if that was the argument, then that's a conversation we should have had a year ago if we needed somebody else to do it, but we need to know whether or not what we've got is broken.
The feedback I got from Mattamy was that site works, why we didn't tear it?
Well,
We're just.
obviously it works down, but we.
Because it's not the design specification.
Do we have plans
It's a detail.
for the other side?
Don't you just need to do
Sure.
a little?
Same as the other.
But again, if they're the same as the other side, but again, we're not gonna know unless somebody gets in there like we did the
Just
other
have to
side.
look in the chase, to see if it's full of concrete or not.
That's what
Should
it
be
means.
done.
They're slacking the wires is how
So,
we're doing some
Hold
of
on,
them.
what's your question, Sean?
How long, Russ, would it take you to pull back some of that and assess it,
You just have to look down the chase, right?
right?
Or take two of the lights off and see if we can move the wire.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
But like I said, we've got the handholds where you normally do the wire nuts, they're
Yeah.
sticking above the caps on that side.
Yeah.
So with any luck, pull
I
that
thought you
out,
had-
see the wire nuts and we're good to go.
I thought you actually had to like deconstruct stuff last time. That was.
That's on the
That's
other
the other
side.
side, the side that they would.
which they have.
Right, my question is, why would we think we wouldn't need to do the same thing on this side? I'm not looking to destroy the bridge if we don't need to, but I also don't wanna go in there, tug a wire and say it's all good when we haven't.
I
really
think the
proven it.
point was he went and tried to move wires
There
and
was
there
no-
were no
there was no-
access
yeah,
things,
that was not
so
up to
we
code.
had to get into it to see why it wasn't moving.
But my point is, I would expect to see the same thing on the other side of the bridge. I'm not gonna expect one side was built to code and the other side was broken.
Well,
Two
but like,
different contractors.
that was the thing with two different contractors, so
It is a different layout.
I would-
mean,
I would-
it's possible.
I would think that each light would have to be checked.
Yeah, we should.
We're gonna have to check each light.
Yeah.
So do we need to issue something?
No, we'll do it.
No, we'll do it.
To do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Never ending.
Put on Dave's task list so he can check it.
It's not putting it.
I'm gonna create, yeah, put that in red.
Well, I shouldn't stop by with my bandana and no shirt and ask a lot of questions.
Mattamy gonna be real happy when they hear from you again.
We'll let Russ look and then they'll hear, they're already not real happy from me.
Yeah.
Where are we, Mr. Chairman?
We're field manager, which is where we were to begin with.
I'm done.
Okay.
Okay, I think Russ, over in North Village intersection of Reed Street and East Park, there used to be a park bench park there. And now it's just two cones. It's been that
We're
way.
waiting.
Over a
It
month.
sometimes takes 3-4 months to get the benches. They've been on order for
Oh, so you're not
since they've been
reworking,
removed.
you're not reworking the old bench then?
Huh?
You're not reworking the old bench?
No,
Okay.
we got 4 of them we're trying to replace. I think
Okay.
2 there and 2 on Water Street.
All right.
Care, do you have any?
Sidewalk update I sent, we're at 50%.
It's looking good. Pretty much on schedule. I mean,
Yeah.
So the crews are experienced enough. We're kind of operating 2 different crews. We're getting twice as much concrete poured as we were a couple months ago.
Yeah, just make sure we're taking pictures before and after. Because we're getting a lot of people wanting freebies.
So I would like to make a recommendation, the street things that we got, the repavings that the county has come out and
Yeah.
done. I feel like is largely based on a year ago where we went and asked for the list of 12 things and they said, no, 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 no. And then one of them, when we asked for the repaving, and I think I'd asked you to go around and drive and hey, pick your 25 worst streets and send them the list. I think that's the list they did.
Everything wasn't in these villages. There was all over.
Yeah.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
I don't know where they came.
When they initially came out and the original plan was they were only gonna do like 5 or 6 streets up in North Village. And then when we came back in the meeting I had with the commissioner and some of the senior staff was, hey guys, there are a lot of other roads that need it and you're kind of doing this weird scatter shot. And Russ had gone out and I said, Russ, take the worst 25 roads you think there are and send them to the county and see. And I think that's what they reacted. So my recommendation was, if that's truly it, I would, bingo. I would like to have staff go out and pick the next 25 and say, thank you very much, county. That was awesome. Here's the next 25 we'd recommend and see what their reaction is.
Yeah.
Worst they're gonna do is say no. But a lot of these roads still need it. 25 doesn't get us to where we need to be.
No.
And real quick, I know meetings for like, we've got like Old Blush. It's like a roller coaster. What they're doing isn't gonna solve that at all. They're just putting a little thin coat Oh, they're not milling it up and repaving it.
Half an inch.
Huh?
They're not milling at all.
No, there's no milling.
This
Yeah,
is a
there's no
liquid
milling.
surface.
It's like tar, it's like liquid tar they're
Yeah,
doing.
it's just a coating.
Big squeegee, basically, it just,
That's-
It's a sealant with some sand in it.
it'll make the road last longer. Looks better, but as
Greg,
far
did
as
you
like
come
cracks
at
and
the
stuff.
May budget meeting and the July, or just the July? I'm sorry,
There's no.
July.
North Village.
July?
They milled it one year.
the final budget July.
I definitely think by the July one, I think she has to be there, whether or not we need her.
Yeah.
there or not.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm conveying that correctly to her.
Legal counsel.
Quickly, the county attorney agreed to draft a scooter bike handout like Orange County does.
Oh, thank God.
It took months, but
It took years. Are you kidding me?
it took a long time and a lot of, but he agreed that it
Awesome.
would not be legal advice and he could do it. So we will keep pushing him because it takes a while. So that was great news.
Is that the sheriff's attorney or the county?
Sheriff's attorney.
Okay,
County
good.
attorney won't touch
So
it.
that
And
just-
the county,
Similar to the.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the sheriff.
yeah, Orange has the best one.
Yeah, they had a good
Yeah,
one.
because he gets, and I sent it, said, you know, Orange
Yeah.
County can do it, so you can too.
Thank you for getting that. I wrote that one off a long time ago.
I wasn't giving up. So that one, and the county, I think I told you, the county is doing a study on scooters and e-bikes. So until they finish their study, they don't know if they're gonna do an ordinance or what they're gonna do. They just know there's an issue and there's some study going on that the county attorney doesn't know anything about, other than there is one.
Is it that study, do we know, is it exclusive to Celebration or is it all over the
No, no,
county? or-
a countywide,
Countywide, okay.
countywide study about the issue, but county attorney and the sheriff's attorney have no idea what they're really looking at, other than people complain a lot.
So they haven't started a study yet. They just know they need to do something.
There's a supposedly talk of a study. The completion agreement I sent you all, I did that, and again, we said there was no reason we would not give a release, we would not do any of that, but when we got some comments on the bond documents, Manamee's in-house attorney got very upset that we were saying, no, we wouldn't make certain changes, and said that our board should look at this, and you shouldn't be making decisions. So that's why I forwarded you the completion agreement. I think just from the comments I got, that the board is probably in the same position that there's really no reason why we would release a bond when we don't have the infrastructure done.
Oh.
And there's no reason we would offer a release when that's not part of our bond deal.
No, we ran exposed.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure you got the business too,
No.
or I don't have to even ask where you're coming from on that. They also sent over, I think I said earlier, a bunch of comments in the documents that were in similar vein of release and pushing, and we also said no, and I will go over them in detail with Tom, but they were very similar in vein on that. That's pretty much it, working on the bonds. I think we're getting there. For Tom, I sent him a lot of stuff in the beginning of. excitement.
I got through two-thirds of it and then my eyes fell.
Yes, oh, and then yes, and so anyway, I didn't send you, and then we did get a reimbursement from DOT, $10,474 for our fees and marks and.
They sent it to you in singles. What's in the end?
What?
That looks like a lot of cash in there.
It's just paper. It's counterfeit.
Copies of all the invoices on those parcels that they took away.
So we'll have to
We negotiated.
write checks out to,
No, Seth, I think you've already paid, at least you paid us already.
okay.
That's close to the 100 million that Dave was counting on.
Could write
And,
checks.
we're supposedly DOT is trying to set a meeting up with the eminent domain council and perhaps us with a group of CDDs along I-4 to try to push the rest of those to some kind of conclusion. Let you know when that's gonna come about.
So does that mean that we're possibly still gonna get an eminent?
Not the big $1 million one.
No.
I think we had a sliver or two that might still be in there. So we should get an update on that in the next month or so. That's pretty much it of importance.
Any questions?
Sure.
This guy.
Surprise.
Time's up.
It's on the task list. No, on
I'll
the
give
task
you a
list
task list.
was it was gonna say we're gonna set an April meeting to go over the Island Village turnover process.
Yes, Mark, myself and Jan, which she already sent us over the current documents. So we're just gonna look at them.
Yeah, the current policy, and I think we're in pretty good shape from what the board we talked about at the last meeting. We're gonna go over it again just to see if there's anything else we need to propose at the next meeting.
And Carrie has a lot of stuff he would like to be incorporated into like a checklist and all of that.
Right.
So she sent over the current docs, so we're gonna sit down and look at them and then we'll bring the revised copy redlined to you all and then you can look at it.
And just so everybody knows the genesis of this, when I talked to the Mattamy, the new Mattamy representative, their VP, he said, just tell me what you want. And then we'll take a look at it, you know, not just what you need, what you want, just anything you want to do, and then they'll start the discussion. So trying to get that over to them.
Yep, okay, yeah, and that was one of the comments that they made in the documents most recently, where we said if they turn over something mid-year that requires maintenance, they'll pay for the maintenance through the end of the fiscal year, and they had deleted that. We're like, no, that's part of our policy.
Great.
And why are we taking things mid-year? I mean, why would we continue to take them? I know that's the way it's been set up, but they took that out of the agreement. So why would we even do that?
It didn't come out, yeah, it was just the proposal. Yeah, I mean, as I say, I think we're in pretty good shape. It's probably beyond the engineering and the inspection side.
It's inspection, the turnover list, punch list, that kind of thing that Carrie wants to like really look in there because he's got some ideas about what should be done on the turnover.
Good. Did you have?
Sorry.
No, it's the tree policy is, I saw it at the end of the agenda, but
Yeah, that took everybody's comments and finalized it. So if folks have any further comments, we will add them in. Otherwise, it'll get posted.
Oh, I didn't know everybody sent back their comments.
Yeah, that
Okay.
included everyone's comments, so we wanted everyone to take a look at it and make sure you didn't have any comments about the other people's comments. So we can finalize it, or I can bug everybody about a week.
there was a highlighted discussion topic.
9A.
We haven't gotten to that.
We haven't gotten there yet. But that's where the
Yeah.
draft is.
Page 2.
Yep. Page 2 of the agenda.
Holy cow, it's page 2.
Yeah.
Turn it over.
Turn it over.
Gosh, dang it. All right, and then I will reserve.
This The answer is no.
All right, I'm done. Thank you.
Jan, I have another question.
Okay.
I had asked Angel to ask you a question regarding the overlay that we have regarding commercial vehicles celebration, whether we prohibit such parking on the county roads. The homeowners association,
Yeah.
the statutes have changed for the homeowners association that allows commercial vehicles if they're a private.
Yes.
For private use on their driveways. They're still getting a lot of big box trucks here and various other things parking on the roadways in the residential area. Can we, as a CDD with the race of the county, prohibit that kind of parking?
Don't think we can, but let me look at that weird agreement that was in there that would allow us to do some parking.
I was gonna say, I thought that would all fall under the PUD and the design.
But we have
No,
never,
and they gave us the ability to say what we can do as far as
Yeah.
parking.
we have never taken, the CDD has never taken.
It's never taking the authority, but
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, I think if we were to fully exercise our authorities under there, then I think the answer is yes.
I want to get the legal on that because
There's more.
There's a
Big
lot.
ones coming. I mean, I've seen them like, oh God.
Yeah.
And they're parked every which way now too. And they're in some areas that are really dangerous curves and stuff. These are big trucks.
Okay, is that okay for me to look at that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, please.
we'll do that.
We'll just add that into the conversation, parking chat.
Any other questions? Dave?
Oh, yeah, I got a few.
Why don't you leave the room?
I'm deferring to Mark now. I'm done.
I'm done.
Of course.
Go. Mark. So you got my monthly report. Nothing real big there. Tomorrow I'm going to be meeting with Mattamy down in Island Village. Look at the last handful of punch list items in phase 1A and 1B. So they can hopefully get that turned over fully. On the pond evaluation report, we're fine tuning. I think I alluded to in the initial email that I sent, fine tuning a few ponds that we kind of rushed through at the end to try to get that report out for that last workshop. Not really gonna change the dollar amounts too much, but it'll just be a little more detail on some of the ponds where maybe we showed a whole side as yellow. It might be a little bits of green or a little bit of orange in there, just to really give a little more detail in case decisions are made on what kind of repairs are needed. You could potentially identify those areas and get in there and maybe do targeted areas as opposed to whole runs of ponds.
So I'm sorry, what is the recommendation then on the areas where you couldn't access, the ones that were blue? What?
That's something I'm going back to and looking at. I was able to eliminate a little bit of a blue, but the big offenders are those ones down by the high school. I think getting a survey crew in there. Although Russ and I talked about the ones down by the high school, they've been there forever. They've been like that forever.
Does anybody?
You know,
get
do we even
there?
want to touch?
What does it
It's
mean?
also where the kids hang out.
Yeah. What does it mean cost-wise when you say bringing a survey crew? Is this $1,000 or $50,000?
I think a price, but it's probably in the 10 to 15 range.
Is that the only one you think needs a survey crew? It's just that you're just talking about the big one right next to the football field.
You got the one next to the football field, the old borrow pit, that's a little farther down. That's CDD. That's a water management area.
Yeah, there's a trail that goes by that, right? It's accessible.
Not really.
Not really. You can access it from the new pond that they built with Island Village. Along that one side, you can kind of get in there, and I was able to poke in a few spots in there, but the rest of it is, it's an old borrow pit that was dug when I-4 was built.
Yeah. But if you can't get to it, that's different.
Basically can't, you'd have to almost machete your way to get to the pond.
Yeah.
Same thing with the high school pond.
Yeah. I'd leave the borrow pit alone.
And then you've got the one by the Publix where we granted the new Publix of, was it Future Way, the access, the back access.
Yeah.
There's that old pond there, which is also another old DOT pond. That's kind of wooded, on almost all three sides, so.
But we're responsible for it.
Yeah.
All right, but that one, okay, I like, the high school kids go to Publix all the time. I can see them messing around there.
Okay. We'll get some numbers from our surveyor.
If we're identifying it as an issue, I'd prefer to
That's identified.
evaluate the issue and be done with this. Yeah.
Yeah, do we need to authorize a certain not to exceed or for their survey crew so we can get them moving?
I'll show the surveyor all of the blue areas and and see how many days it's gonna take to do that.
But to your point, I don't know, do we want to
Wait a month?
wait a month just to get a number back? I mean, is $10,000,
Not to exceed 15 grand.
I think say it's 10 or 15 grand. Do you think that's a reasonable?
It'll knock out a big chunk of it. You know, we can start with that and get going on it.
Yeah.
And then
Not
if there's still some more to do at the next meeting, or if I'd say it wasn't enough, then.
I'd say 15.
All right, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Excluding the borrow pit.
Excluding the borrow,
Yeah.
correct.
And lastly, just to follow up on, I guess, the task that Jan and I will be working on is identifying the ownership. The map that was in that pond report does have a lot of wealth information where we kind of did a lot of that. We didn't really get into plats and easements necessarily or permits, but yeah, I think the focus really needs to be the golf course. You know, rather than looking at ponds down in Artisan Park, I don't think there's gonna be any question that that's a CDD owned pond.
Mhm.
Well, the ownership has already been decided. This map shows the ownership, shows who's been maintaining it. So it's really up to the ones that aren't owned by the CDD. Is it a permit issue for the CDD and is there easements for?
Is there anything other than the golf course? Obviously the one, the Crow one, 417.
That's pretty much it.
Can I have a big map? It's, yeah, really hard when they're tiny. Okay, we can talk and try to figure out what else we said.
And here, let's look at the high school one. Is that on your?
That is a CDD owned pond. It's actually connected to the one by the stadium. There's big pipes that connect across. That's where the outflow from that system is out to the wetland. There's big concrete spillway weir there. But it's behind a school fence with the school code on it. So if you don't know the code,
So
can't
that's
get
a
in there.
jam.
It hasn't been maintained forever.
I was gonna say, we just need to figure out who we can,
So
yeah, well, that's one of the things we'll target on our list.
Yeah, we have access to it. I've already talked to the high school principal about it. Just let them know.
yeah, they'll let you know.
I've been down there to talk to them already.
Okay, great.
That was generally in that report. Thank you. That was really well done. The whole thing in there was really good. So thank you.
And that's all I have.
Okay, any questions? Okay. Master planning updates, I think we already covered that. More liaisons.
Jack. Oh, good.
Sheriff.
All
Finally.
right, I don't know how many of you read these reports here. There's 22 of them. And by my calculation, there should have been 43. So we sat down with the sheriff and we said, look, we're not gonna pay you if you don't give us reports. So you said that they did serve those 40 some odd things, but it's very disappointing, the reports.
When you say you sat down, who exactly?
Kevin Kells. Yeah, we sat down with him, we discussed that, and Angel and I are gonna get together and we're gonna write a memorandum of understanding of what our expectations are for the sheriff. I talked with Cliff Akey about what happened with the original sheriff and Attorney Holman when he came in here and said, you can't schedule the deputies the way you want to. Originally, back in 2017, there was a deal where you had 40 hours of work per week. Okay, one deputy did it all. Okay. Now,
You're talking about Jerry.
yeah. Okay, and then they said, we're not gonna tell you a schedule, and you're not gonna be able to tell them when you want them to work. That's a deal breaker that was a deal breaker back then. But back then, if you took the 94,000 hours we're paying per year, and then you upgraded with the increased growth rate of 4% per year, which was in the contract, we would be spending about $61 an hour on the sheriff. Right now, because of the details we're spending $74 an hour. I would like to investigate going back with a contract rather than individual details. Maybe get it cheaper. Maybe we can go down to Florida Highway Patrol or Orange County as well.
Find a dedicated.
Dedicated sheriff.
But no, the town.
The thing about it is,
It's not just a money.
sheriff.
thing.
I know,
Yeah.
it's very
The
important.
board had the opportunity to interview these deputies and when you want, when they're coming in here. And the sheriff did have a final say on whether that was one you're gonna get, but we could also ask for replacement. The disadvantage of having a deputy that's on for a continuous 8 hours a day is that now you gotta judicially schedule him, whether you want him having at 8 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock in the afternoon or break him out a little bit later. The benefit of the details though is that we could schedule a detail like 9 o'clock in the morning to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and then
Get up a little more.
in the evening, you would have to pay for lunch. You pay 2 to 4, something like that. So I want to look at that. I also want to look at the downtown deputy, which seems to be, we only had 2 reports for the 8 nights that we should have had deputies. And those were from 9 o'clock at night to 1 o'clock in the morning, which I think is a little bit late. I think it ought to be like 7 to 11.
It was specifically written in our agreement, so.
Well,
No, but I think we changed it when they were having all that vandalism downtown and in the Croa parks and all that stuff. We changed it to do like some late night because that's where we were seeing a lot of the vandalism and all that. And you know,
Flexibility to
we change it
management,
back, we can absolutely.
yeah,
do
the
that.
flexibility to meet what is needed is fine.
what I was seeing is the majority of reports I got, 14 out of the 22, were from roughly 7 o'clock in the morning to 11 o'clock in the morning. Not as many people were driving quickly around here. And then only 8 came in the afternoon. And, last time I told you about the speeding problems we're having, and most of that's in the afternoon. So I'd like to see the deputies at least from 2 to 6 in the afternoon. So it's something we need to talk to with the deputies.
I'm sorry, so did any of what you just said, which I like all of it, was any of that a conversation with Captain Calvis? Is he on board with that? Or what was the reaction?
We talked to him about all that stuff.
Okay.
Okay, and I cannot verify if we had all the deputies because we have no reports. And I said to him, no report, no pay.
Yeah, moving forward, and
Yeah.
he agreed.
And he actually said, from now on, I want the reports done at the end of the day. Well, this reporting period came in like 3 days before he said that, and 3 days
Yeah.
after he said it. So we really don't have those reports right now.
Yeah.
And that's for all reports, including the ones downtown.
Yes.
It's everything. So we control the schedule, right? What we've done is we've left it kind of status quo of what Cliff Akey was doing. So we're gonna go through that and see if we want to adjust it. It's a matter of us sending it in.
Well, just to give you an idea, we had one deputy, 7 times he was in here. Now, I think about 6 of those times were from 6 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock in the morning. And all he did was write 36 written warnings. No citations, nothing else. We've had other deputies. I mean, one guy is very productive. 19 citations, 13 written warnings, and one oral warning. And that was the same amount of time this guy was done, 7 days. Or, I mean, some are very good. I got some that got six parking warnings. That's it.
All right, so you said we can control the schedule.
We do.
We can control the schedule.
All right.
So what it currently is we have to do it, I think, 2 months in advance. I think it's 2 months. And it's just a calendar and we put in each day, 1,200 hours to 1,600 or, 4-hour increments. So we do it like that. Yeah, we send it in and then they pick up the shifts.
Okay,
So there's two things I want to look at. Number one, I want to look at proposing off to Osceola County, Orange County, and Florida Highway Patrol for one deputy. And that would probably be 8-hour shifts.
What was Calvis's reaction to that conversation?
He
About what?
didn't talk about it.
Oh, you didn't talk about that, okay. Cause I brought that up when we were at the meeting.
I brought it up and said, I already had a meeting with Orange County and they're amenable to it. They're like, absolutely. And we have the authority to write tickets. We have the authority to do all of that.
Yeah, but I've heard from other people that Orange County is short of deputies too.
Everybody's short of deputies right now.
So anyway, that would be one way. The other way would be to schedule the deputies as a details, 40 details per month, whatever it is per week. Cliff Akey did a great job monitoring all this stuff. He knew all the deputies that he liked to have in here and didn't want to have in here and made sure they didn't come in here.
He knows all the good ones.
And he also knew the deputy schedules so that he would schedule these things so these deputies could be here. I would like to ask the board if they'd consider asking Cliff Akey to manage this again.
Absolutely.
He also, by the way, he would literally go out and check on the details as they were scheduled to be there and make sure that they were doing what they were supposed to be doing.
Yeah, I asked that question. I go, who's managing and supervising this? No one?
Nobody.
I'm like, who tells them what to do when they come in? No one?
Well, and that was part of the concern when Cliff left the board. And you remember, Jack, we just kind of left it as, hey, we shouldn't need to micromanage it, which now we're where we need to micromanage it.
Yeah.
But that was one of the conversations I had with the district leadership because even the Cliff and the other folks that are the volunteers, there's no management of that. It's just go out and do things. None of that is a task supervised thing.
Right.
How would we think of bringing Cliff on?
The district could pay him as a,
Hire him as a consultant?
if you would hire him as a contract labor.
Well,
Okay.
I'm not trying to be cheap. Was Cliff offering to volunteer?
No, I'm just saying,
I think talk with Cliff
that's
about
the other way you could do it unless he wanted to volunteer his time.
Yeah, I mean, it might be safer from a liability to.
As a board, we can just dictate that we want somebody to supervise that, who that becomes.
I mean, our audit committee is volunteers, so I don't know if there's any more liability with the audit committee than there is with Cliff being the
Well,
sheriff's.
Yeah.
well, he's gonna be out in the road.
Yeah.
He's gonna be, I mean,
So, yeah, he's representing us.
he's not hiding in the room,
That's true.
like Jack.
So, all right, so you just told me that these guys show up on a schedule we give them, but without any guidance whatsoever and nobody managing them.
Well,
What's the solution
the
to that?
guidance has always come from Cliff. Like, I want radar. We want you to write tickets.
Yes.
There is no written
But
scope. That's what we
Cliff-
want to come up
Cliff
with.
would give them notes and say, you need to look at
Yes.
Begonia, you need to look at this area here a certain time of the day. That kind of guidance was given to
And I
them.
think
It's not
that's
being
exactly
done,
what
but-
we want to do.
And that's where the
Go
pushback
check on
came.
them too.
That's exactly where the pushback came in 2019 when they cut the contract, was because Cliff was saying he wanted to take Jerry and say, hey, today I'd like you to work traffic at this intersection and this stretch of road. And they said, no, you can't do that. So that's exactly what needs to
But
be
you have to
happening.
understand, jury wanted to work 7-Eleven most of the time, okay?
But they still had issues with the district telling the deputies what to do. I mean,
Well,
it has to
that was
be
attorney.
as a guidance.
Maybe he won't be here, but maybe we can talk to another.
It's a different attorney now.
Another enforcement.
So let me put it this way, in what world do I pay for a service and not tell them what to do?
I don't get that.
Their reaction, what they assumed the board was asking for at that point was, I want you to give a ticket to that car, but I want you to give a warning to that car. And they said, no, that's not what we're saying. We're saying generally, here's where we want you to enforce. Listen, that was an excuse for them because they were short on deputies and they needed Jerry back into the rotation. And they didn't care about the fact that we were paying a year $90,000. They were shorthanded. They wanted him back.
Yeah, so based on our conversation we had, Jasmine has made the request for more afternoon shifts starting next month. That's already been done.
Okay.
And I don't know why we couldn't task her with.
Well, we shouldn't need more afternoon shifts because if they were all filled properly, 2 shifts a day, you got morning and afternoon. Question is, we don't have any results from them working the afternoon.
When we checked, they said they're filling the shifts, but
I would never do
you're
that.
right, we didn't, because when we asked for the reports,
Yeah, he's like,
well, he calls.
Yeah.
While he was here.
Do you guys have a recommendation on, obviously you told me how you're scheduling. So scheduling is working because you schedule them and they show up.
Yep.
Did anything come out of this on how we direct them?
yes, he acknowledged that there's nothing, there's no scope of service, like what our expectations are, which is why Jack and I are gonna sit down next week, write out a scope, let you all see it, and then we're gonna have a meeting with the sheriff's
I don't think
department.
in the past couple of years, it's necessarily been adverse to us tasking them. It was simply the fact that when Cliff left, we just simply told them, hey, guys, you patrol where you think you need to
Yeah.
patrol.
Right.
And that's not working.
I get that, but they had no problem taking $200,000 for us and not
No, I
doing anything.
disagree.
That just seems like.
Find out very quickly when we provide this scope, and if he goes, no,
Well, and I
y'all can't tell us what to do, we'll find that out, but that's not the
Find somebody
impression.
else to do this.
Right, that's not the impression I got.
but I don't think it's gonna be a static scope document. I think it's gonna be, what Cliff was doing was every week he would come in and say, this week you're working this intersection.
Yes, and I think.
This week you're working that stretch of road.
They actually
It's not a static one-time document.
check. Can we do this? Can we do that? I mean,
All right, so.
And that was based on radar sign data and just.
We don't do that currently. All we do is provide them a schedule. That's all we do.
Okay, well then,
If we're
we
asking
want-
Cliff to reengage, that's what we're asking him to come.
and I won't say Cliff, I would like to propose that we do direct them like, we have a shift, you're gonna be here for 4 hours and you're gonna do that. Now, that takes a lot of management. We're not gonna do that, right?
And that's why I suggested Cliff, because he was in the weeds with this. You got it.
Yeah, it's
Cliff
a
would take-
full-time job.
Right. Cliff was taking the radar sign data and complaints from residents and all the other stuff. And he melted it all together and said, therefore, here's where
You
you.
guys, well, you know the complaints
If we're
from
not
residents
here
or
in the
you don't?
evening, no, we don't get any complaints from residents, or at least since
You
I've
know-
been here.
You know who
we
does
don't
is
get any.
Facebook, who brought it up earlier.
Yeah, I don't
That's
monitor
when you hear
Facebook.
about the break-ins, that's where you hear about the kids that are going crazy on their e-bikes, that's where you hear about the people that are being rude on the boardwalks, and then you hear about the people speeding and running stop
But
signs
if
and
you
all.
start bringing Cliff back in, Cliff will plug himself back in because he was the guy who sort of monitored all the different sources and said, here's where we need to go.
Well, I'd love for that to happen.
So,
The
but
problem is staff's not here either after 5. We don't monitor. We don't have staff to be able to
So
go
process of
downtown and
elimination.
monitor this stuff.
Great, so it's not you guys, Jack, it's you or your designated representative.
And my other suggestion would be, I like the reports where you're going on the regular details for traffic. It's an easy report. Hey, you made a traffic stop. The ones I'm concerned about are the ones downtown, because the report you're gonna get is, I was downtown for 4 hours and walked around.
That's basically it. There's nothing written up on downtown. They don't,
I
they don't
would-
do any stops. They don't do,
I would-
they don't do any of that stuff.
I would recommend, because the conversation we had when we initially acted that was, they would stop by in a 4-hour shift, they would stick their head in every business in the area, in the
Walk.
zone.
Not in their cars. They're to
They
be
would
walking
walk.
around downtown.
Every shift, they would spend at least a couple minutes in every business.
Well, that's why I said 7 o'clock, because 9 o'clock, mostly business are getting closed.
And it's gonna be restaurants and stuff, but I think the report needs to be based on when did they stop by businesses and when did they stop by big common areas? Because they're not gonna be doing traffic stops. They need to, it can't be, yeah, I was here for 4 hours.
Well, and I have one other question. We had one day that the garage sale was March 1st, I believe it was. We had one shift taken on that day from 6 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock in the morning. And I think 6 parking tickets were written up that. Why did we support the garage sale? That's a CROA function.
We support it.
Well, why do we have a deputy then? I don't know. And why would he be here at 6 o'clock in the morning when the garage sale starts at 8?
Yeah.
Okay.
As a general,
Well, to be fair, when we send in the schedule, I don't know the garage sale schedule. I don't know these schedules, right?
I
So
understand, but
that's
that
where
was
the
only
disconnect
Saturday
is.
one we had.
Well, Jack or his designated representative will know the schedule and will be able to coordinate things like the exotic car show coming up.
well,
Right?
and this came up, Jack, again, you remember when Christmas of 20 or 21, when we had we went nuts on Celebration Avenue.
Right.
And we said, hey, we are not having deputies patrol Jeter Bend, but there was a general patrolling of general safety in the area. And oh, by the way, it happens to coincide with the times we know people are gonna go looking at lights. So for something like the garage or the porch and yard sale, I don't object to that because it is a community wide.
Absolutely. I would agree with you, except why would we have him here at 6 o'clock?
I don't disagree.
No, we can go 8 to
Yeah.
12.
That makes sense. We're wasting 2 hours of the day.
So you and your designated representative can micromanage that.
Okay. Thank
you. Buy a hat.
So where are we then on e-bikes? We were having a conversation last month on interpretation of the law, whether or not it was already by default.
And discovered that in our state, we're waiting for the attorney.
Well, that's the county coming back on something, but there was 2 months of conversation on whether or not the existing statute that you would pull, that we were kind of going back and forth, does that already exclude?
Sheriff's council's gonna have to come up with that, and I mean, Orange County was pretty clear. We'll see if they come up with the same rationale.
I'm sure they'll copy the same brochure that
so.
Orange County sent out.
Ideally.
Yeah.
But I think what he's saying is, you know, are they gonna do anything now? I highly doubt it.
Well,
So the problem is there's no direction for them right now.
But-
When they get that direction, then they can stop it again.
No, but I'm asking something separate because there's the question of what can the deputies enforce? When can they pull over a bike and say, hey, there's a safety violation? And that's clearly a sheriff's department attorney thing. My question was on the sidewalks that we own, is it not within the purview of our attorney to make the determination that whatever the interpretation of the language is that seems to keep bouncing back and forth, e-bikes are or are not allowed on the boardwalk of the sidewalks. The enforcement of that is a separate question.
Yeah.
But I think we should be making the determination as to whether or not that's allowed or not, and then going to the sheriff and saying, we've made this legal determination, now we need you to enforce.
But we discussed this and they were allowed. I mean,
They're allowed if they walk them.
It's hard. Well, they're allowed if they are deadly. Yeah.
It's
they're not-
hard to distinguish, but.
It's gonna be, and it would be harder to enforce.
I mean, it's just like the sheriff says, you can only go 10 miles an hour on an e-bike on the sidewalk.
It's
Show me.
enforcement of it's something different. What I would request is whether or not somebody is allowed to be on the sidewalk and under the conditions, not what their enforcement is. I would like a written report from you, so that's something we can disseminate to the community, because there
I
is,
think we wait to get the sheriffs. I mean,
That's what
they're
we
not
want
gonna,
the sheriff.
yeah, we want the sheriff
Okay.
to put it out, because otherwise it's unenforceable and it's,
So we're making announcements that we can't,
that we can't do
because
anything.
then they're gonna come back going, well, then why didn't you?
well, whether
do
it's
that?"
enforceable or not is a different question from whether or not the law already precludes it. And we've all acknowledged that what the law says and what the law can enforce there are gaps. But my understanding from Jack's read was there was already language in the books that said it is not allowed.
Yeah,
And-
I
It's
agree
on
with
the
that, but
statutes,
the sheriff is not gonna enforce it, so there's no reason for us to put out there, you can't do it,
But
if no
if-
one is gonna be able to.
If the sheriff's attorney puts out a pamphlet and says this.
Yeah, then you can say, hey,
Okay,
yeah.
so here's what happens. Jack, our designated representative, takes his pamphlet and says, whoever's on the duty from 7.
I get the enforcement piece.
Yeah.
Here's what you're enforcing.
I'm, okay, I'll acquiesce. I'm looking for guidance. The enforcement piece is an important part for sure. But if we can put out a clear guidance that is digestible by the community, whether it's by you or by the sheriff's department attorney or both of you to say, but here's what is and is not allowed. There's no confusion even there.
But isn't the sheriff developing that?
Yeah, he's.
Yes.
So what's the timeline on
I don't know.
that? Okay, well, if they're developing it,
Yeah,
okay, then we're gonna get it.
Check, next list.
Oh, you mean this one right here? Okay. Anything else?
Okay, and well, yeah, I'm sorry, you did say you were going to other agents or Angels, somebody.
We want.
Yeah, we are.
Propose it to Florida Highway Patrol. on us.
Yeah.
So you're going to shop it around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see what best deal we can get, because right now we're paying $13 an hour more than we need to be paying.
That's going up, is it?
It will go up, you know.
No, I thought they said it was going up.
Who is?
Osceola County Sheriff.
They probably will. For the last 2 years, they've gone up in May and June. I think, right? May and June.
So.
I'm assuming they'll go up again. And by the conversation we had, he basically said there will be a price increase, but he did say if we did something that there would be no price increase or something, but I can't remember what he said.
Let's engage again on that one. I don't know.
Yeah.
And we are engaging other agencies for the idea of details or for an assigned full-time deputy.
I would like a full-time deputy.
Okay.
Okay, that'd be my preference if it's cheaper. If it's a lot cheaper, because you're doing it a both thing.
My recommendation would be engaging other agencies on both.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would get all
Yeah.
that. We can get all that information and
Yes.
we can all figure that out.
Yes, please. Yeah, and I would throw that out, not just to Orange County and HP, I would also do it to Orlando PD and City PD.
Right now,
Just the county agencies, the municipalities can do it.
what's the definition of a detail? Is that one dude?
4 hours.
Yeah, one person for 4-hour increments. And it would be the same scenario.
You would do that.
They all do the same thing. They post it up on their break thing and then people decide which shifts.
And that's, yeah, and that's the other thing is they post it based on seniority, okay? And so you may get somebody in here that really doesn't want to do a lot of work.
Where, Osceola?
Yeah.
You can get that anywhere.
No, Orange County, they actually sign up. There is a
So it's supposed to, I mean, they sign up based on seniority.
base and everything. Board liaison, so are you done? I just want to make sure you get everything covered.
He's done.
What's that?
He's done.
My forehead impact point. Dave says another word.
I have nothing.
By the way, I'm not going to do the talking.
I have nothing. Do you have any, nothing, right?
He did, but now he's not going.
No, he's not fear of death. He moves fast. He can show.
Nothing. She doesn't have any leave.
I'm just wanting to be polite.
Greg, don't pick.
Yeah, don't pick on you. Greg, do you have anything? Okay, so do you have anything?
I attended the last Grow meeting, really nothing out of that. I just forwarded over to Angel a few minutes ago, the truth thing. It's a 2-page recommended memorandum of understanding. I'll let you all read it. I'm not gonna summarize it here. And yes, I did reach out to Lauren on the Canoa meeting, which they canceled their last one and they're gonna reschedule another one. And I happened to send it on the CJC one as well, because it was public and there was.
Was it everything you thought it was gonna be?
What's that?
Was it everything you thought it was gonna be? Okay. All right, so now we're discussion items. Yes, there's three guidelines.
The tree guidelines have everybody's comments that we got, and it should be final, but folks need to.
Well, there's still a yellow highlighted thing in there.
Yeah, there's 2 things there.
Oh, they were not.
One is, it does dictate we're gonna have a, arborist once per quarter, like Shell said.
Yeah, that was the question, because they need to, Intermark needs to talk to,
United
yeah.
or whomever.
Because I've heard
Find out.
as needed and I've heard once per quarter. So what
I
is,
thought we went once per quarter.
You guys tell us.
I think we do once per quarter.
is there enough?
I think.
Is there enough work for once per quarter?
Well, especially if the legislation change.
Cancel it?
Then we skip it.
Yeah.
Okay, then once per
I think
quarter
you
says.
schedule it once per quarter.
I agree.
There you go, Dan.
We
Once
need-
per-
Make that an action item.
And we need the arborist to say if this is the risk rating assessed at higher likelihood, that's the risk rating that I found under the arborist, but what rating?
I
are
don't
they
think
gonna-
we're gonna get that.
I thought we
Yeah,
wanted dead or alive.
Why is
Yeah,
that? Can we
exactly.
leave that?
Yeah, we had a 20-minute conversation. It's gonna be green and red.
Yeah.
Better, it's better yellow.
Yeah.
Only trees that are dead will be, okay. I will make dead trees. I have no more, so it's 2 pages.
Here, you use more paper.
Yeah. Because their harvest report's very vague.
Yeah, that's what I worry about.
They don't want, I don't think you're gonna get any arborists to.
We have to, other than why are we getting them if they
If
won't
it's a
tell
dead
us?
tree, why give it an arbor?
Yeah.
Arborists say it's dead, not anybody else.
Oh, so if it
It's
looks.
disease.
Dead or seriously deteriorated that may constitute a hazard to life or property.
And that's where I think you're gonna run into the issue. They're not gonna want that liability.
What liability?
They're not gonna make it a liability, they're just gonna make it red.
There's a doctor, you go to the doctor, is he dead or alive? He can make that determination.
He's dead, Jim.
We're gonna find out.
Well, yeah.
Yep,
can you
we will
talk-
find
can You
out.
talk to the arborist and find out what they'll say.
It's not gonna be Monty Python. I'm not dead yet.
That's good. What a flesh.
Yeah.
But, this is where you say meeting adjourned.
Do we have anything else with the tree guidelines? Are we good?
We're good. I'll find out from Infomarket United. Okay.
I hate seeing this next line. Other business updates and supervisor
I
comments.
think we deleted that from the agenda.
Let's go there. Anything? I don't have anything. Do we?
No,
We moved it to the beginning of the meeting. We already
Yeah,
done.
there's enough.
All right. Public comment? No. Move to adjourn?
I said that.
We
Yeah.
did speak up.
Moved it, I'll tell you what, Tom, it's been pretty, fun, but it ain't been real fun.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna say that.